Going on, family? How y'all doing? Let me go ahead and introduce the crew for tonight. We got a large crew tonight. We got M. White, Naomi, Lady T, Trev, Darwin, Katara, Sierra, Ohimi, Mr. Sweeney, Laisha, and Dr. O will bring you guys up shortly. Give me a second. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. I'm Lapeef J. How y'all doing? How y'all doing?
D-so, super D-so.
Why everybody so quiet? Oh, we got a bunch of new faces on there. Okay, let's see.
I'm wonderful. Thank you for asking. How are you doing tonight?
We're doing wonderful. Somebody playing music? Okay, well, that music can't be aired, so make sure y'all get that under wraps. As I stated before, I did mention to some of you guys, I'm going to be swapping you guys in and out to get some questions answered. So we're going to go ahead and hop right into it. Let's see what we got in the chat. Dale Matthew was good. Got Flavor 1. Dr. Steele says, had chats. Jimmy Devon, how you doing? Track 09 was good. Champ Talk Reaction, also a member. How you doing, sir? Nike is in the house as well. Good to see you guys. As you guys come and hit that like button, also make sure you subscribe to the channel. And if you are catching this on a replay, hit that like button and also make sure you subscribe as well. Excellent topic for you guys. It's a lot of talks on the internet, everywhere, every platform they having these discussions, man. So thought I'd switch it up tonight. The topic is, do black men break the order they expect women to follow? Do black men break the order they expect women to follow? So we're going to do it like that. Y'all good with that topic? We're going to be honest. Feel free to ask the men any questions that you like. I did get the green light for you guys to dive deep into them tonight. So feel free to ask away. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get into this first question, man. Y'all good, Trev, Darwin, Sweeney? Y'all being stoic, man. I hope y'all not this quiet throughout the night.
No, I'm just I'm surprised, that's all.
Just surprised? What you surprised at?
Nothing, man. I'm good.
Okay. All right. And why you got the Freddy Krueger colors on today, huh? All right, our first question that I want to start off with is, are black men worthy of submission today? Are black men worthy of submission today? I'm going to go ahead and start with you first, Qatar. Then I'm going to get a man to go next. Hit the mute button right there.
Yeah, you asking me?
Yes, ma'am. I'm starting off with you first. Are black men worthy of submission today?
I believe black men are worthy of submission. I just feel like right now, at this point in time, a lot of men is not looking to be traditional men. I believe that the roles are being reversed nowadays. Modern men is looking for traditional women. Modern men is looking for traditional women, but they're not traditional men. So in order for you to seek submissive women regarding to that, you have to do your part. And that's just how I feel. But naturally, I do feel like nowadays in 2025, I do believe that there are men that's looking for that and they can succeed in that. But you have to do the work as well. It's not just going to be the women. 50-50, basically.
Where do men show that they're not traditional? What's an example of that?
So even when it comes to like financial, I feel like there's, and I'm not saying all men, I'm saying there's some men that believe that the woman should be more of the breadwinners compared to them. Like they want somebody to take care of them. And I feel like if you're trying to seek that traditional woman or that traditional, how do you say, role, you have to also play your part. So I can say like fine, and I'm not saying that when it comes to us women, we should just, sit down and not do anything. That's not accurate. 2025 is the financial stability is completely different from how it was before. So I'm not saying that the man shouldn't ask for help regarding to the women, But I feel like nowadays there's a lot of men that do not want to work, do not want to do anything, and they want the woman to take care of that financial role. So that's what I mean by that.
Okay, that's not a lot of men though. That's just like, I'm not gonna work. It's a lot of men working.
Yeah, but you asked for an example, so that's why I just gave that one example, because it does happen. It might not happen a lot, but it happens.
Yeah, so I think we're just talking about in general, right? Because if you're talking about like a small ass percentage, then it's kind of like the answer that you gave is kind of weird, because you're talking about like a little small, like 1% of men. So it's kind of like,
Okay,
if you answer
so
the question, we want to talk about like majority of people, so it can help someone. Because you talking about,
yeah,
it's like
how
talking about bums on the street. Nobody cares.
you can't say no one cares, because there's people that be married to men that's relying on them and they're not breadwinners. So
So
you
you
can't,
can't.
just because yeah, but you can't say it's a real small percentage and it's not realistic, knowing that it is in people's lives. You can't say that. That's kind of insensitive to say.
But you talking about women that's married to men like that. That would be that lady's problem for choosing that man that has no job.
Yeah, but you could say that in any situation regarding to this topic.
Okay.
All
So
right.
I land on that.
Okay. Trev, are black men worthy of submission today?
That question leaves me with so many more questions, right? Um, when you say, I'm not going to ask you the questions. I'm just saying I'll just name the questions. Like,
Did he
what's,
change?
what's,
Did he change the question?
No, he didn't. I just said it leaves me with a bunch of questions. I'm
Did
gonna,
change the question.
huh?
I think he did change the question.
No, I didn't change the question. Same question.
Bruiser, you trying to throw me off early, ain't you? Look, so
I'm gonna go back and play it.
is a person worthy, right? And secondly, what constitutes a submission? I think that one of the bigger problems that we have is that a lot of people don't understand submission. Men don't understand what submission is, and women don't understand what submission is, and people aren't grounded by anything really. So if you aren't grounded by anything, you have no principles, and like now we just go by what we feel like it is, and that's where we start to get the confusion going on, and why people can't really work together. Now wires are crossed is because we don't have a basis or any principles that we really follow, because in today's society everything is okay, it's all right, just don't worry about it, do you, and there's no consequences, we can't even regulate how we used to. So I can see why that would be a problem. I think another problem that women have is wondering if you should submit to specific men. I do believe all men are worthy of submission, right? That because that's the natural order. And if you're a woman, you probably should not get with this dude if you're not capable of submitting to him. You probably should find someone else that maybe you would feel like submitting to, right? Don't waste each other's time. If that's not going to work. It's unsustainable. You can't be in a relationship where it's going to work if you can't respect the natural order. And I think that we should have these principles and guidelines to go by. And I think that's where we're really messing up. But to answer the question directly, yes, every man is worthy of submission.
All right. Go ahead, Sierra. It's on you. Are black men worthy of submission today?
Okay, so I really like the direction that everyone kind of took with it. And to kind of touch on a little bit of everything. When I think of like what submission means, I think that it means different things in different contexts, right? So in a religious standpoint, it more means, right, a woman's following a man's lead. And then when we think about like in a more non-traditional and more modern kind of term, I think of submission as more of like kind of a partnership. Like I'm submitting to kind of this partnership and in coming together. But I think that when we think about submission, a lot of people often, associate that with control. And I think that when we associate submission with control, then that's when we get into kind of toxic conversations about submission. So when I really think about submission, I think about is the person that I'm talking about or, talking to or talking about, are they safe to submit to? Are they, somebody who's cultivating consistency in my life, somebody who's bringing love to my life, somebody who has the emotional intelligence to be able to have the tough conversations so that I'm even willing to submit. And I'll say, as somebody who's been single for quite a long time, my other standpoint is, I'm interested in submitting to a man because that's the dynamic that I'm looking for. But if somebody's not looking for that dynamic, they're not going to be able to offer that to that next person. And so I really think that submission is in the eye of the beholder. I think that you have to look at your views and the views of that other person and see if you align. At the end of the day, to answer, directly, I think that some men are worthy of, submission in the sense of, some men have the capacity to, create that healing space and lead with love and show up in, their partner's life and, build on that consistency and create the family bonds and, truly break the generational curses of broken homes and financial hardship within our community. But then, on the other hand, you also have men who talk about leadership and, personal growth, and they're not able to live up to that. But then also, expect, certain things like loyalty and labor, but then they're not able to prioritize, your needs in return. And then, you have other men who expect you to show up as, this providing woman, but then shame you for being independent. And so I think that when we think about, is a Black man worthy of being of submission? I think that in general, absolutely, everyone, deserves that. But is everyone worthy of that? I think that it takes growth and self-reflection and many other things and healing and support to get to a point where you have the capacity to create an environment where submission is welcomed. And I'm gonna end there.
All right. Go ahead, Miss Naomi. What are your thoughts about men and submission?
So for me, submission is it's a get to, and as a woman. So as a woman, I get to walk in submission. And depending on the man that I choose, then he's who I'm submitting to. Now, if that man is not displaying the characteristics needed, then that is a fault of my choice. But I do believe that all men are deserving of submission. It is upon the woman choosing to walk with the mindset of submitting to. Because if we look in today's time, it ends up becoming a competition on who's going to be in control. And if I'm fighting for control, and if I'm fighting to get my way, submission doesn't mean that I don't have a voice or I don't have an opinion. It means that ultimately the man that I chose to trust and fall under, it's his choice. Now it's my choice on whether or not I chose that particular man. I do agree with what some of the other women have said, that some not all men are ready for the leadership of submission, but all men are placed in the position of submission because that's where they're supposed to be. It's supposed to be the man, then the wife, and then the children. Except in 2025, everybody's fighting for who's doing what and who's in control of what. And there's too many chiefs and not enough Indians, so to speak.
All right. Go ahead, M. White.
Black men absolutely the black men that deserve it, because not everybody entitled to it. I don't feel, because I do think there are obscure scenarios, but the majority of men are deserving of submission. And if you date a woman and she chooses not to submit to you, I'm gonna have to say you probably not entitled to submission because you're a poor decision maker. Why would you give a relationship to somebody that's outwardly disrespectful towards you?
Okay. Go ahead, Lady Di. It is on you, ma'am.
So I feel that whatever man you choose is worthy of submission. So if it don't matter what circumstances are happening, you're with, and I'm talking about marriage, you're with that man, then you submit to him like all the time. For the rest of the time that you guys are married, there's no like, oh, well, he's not doing the manly role, so I'm just going to stop doing my womanly role. That's not how that works. Because if, let's say, for example, the man was doing all the things right, and then all of a sudden something happened where the lady feels that she doesn't want to be submissive anymore, should he then stop doing the roles that was given to him all of a sudden because you're not doing your part? Because then now both of y'all not doing your part? No, you just continue to do your part. If the man needs help with something, then you help him with that, and you continue to be submissive. Submissive is not like subjective. Only if such and such happens, or only if it's not an if situation. Whoever you choose to be with is the one that you're going to be submissive to. That's my answer.
I got a question. How long should you stay with a woman that's not submissive to you and you don't have kids?
Say the question again.
How long should a man stay with a woman that's not submissive and they don't have kids?
So a childless lady, I mean, are you guys married? Or are you just talking about relationship?
Relationship, you can answer for both. A relationship and a marriage.
Well, if she's not submissive, don't force it. So you could teach her or show her, hey, this is what I'm looking for. And after that, your time has lapsed, then just move on. There's no time to waste. I feel like we waste too many years with people that's not worthy. We could be doing something else and making, happiness with something else. And now as far as a marriage goes, then you have to stay with her unless she cheats on you. And don't give up is what I'm saying. So like if you're married and she's not being submissive all of a sudden, don't give up on her. You might have to put her around women who are, like, change her friend group. And then eventually she's going to follow that. Because she has no choice because her friends are like that. And they're going to be like demonstrating all the time, like, girl, and then eventually she'll understand.
To the guys on the panel, how long you staying with your woman that's not submissive and is outright disrespectful? Well, just not submissive to you. How long would you stay in a relationship and then the same thing, a marriage?
No kids?
No kids. No kids.
Oh yeah, that's on site. I think you should, as soon as you notice it, if you could try to make a little bit of correction, right, and see how they adhere to it. But if you see it's not going that way, haul ass.
Yeah, I have to agree with Trev, man. I think pretty early on, if you've been experiencing her and interacting with her in about a month, and you see that it's really not going to correct itself or change, then I think you might have to exit left.
Well, what I usually tell guys when they run into an issue where the woman no longer wants to yield to them or submit, file for separation. And
see somebody if they married?
Yeah. Well, we're talking about marriage, right?
So
I mean, if it's a girlfriend, you break
Can
up
I ask the men a question? What's an example of submissiveness to y'all? And this is regarding to being in a relationship, like girlfriend, wife, you name it. What are some examples
I can give you an
that
example.
you want? Yeah. Right.
If you're working at a law firm and you're a partner, and I'm a pharmaceutical or I'm MD, doctor or whatever, and I open up a practice and I say, hey, look, I'm ready to start building generational wealth for our children and our children's children. I'm going to run this business up from the ground. I got everything I needed. I got a team behind me to make sure we're going to be successful because they've run multiple practices as well. So we can't fail. I need you to go ahead and cash out on your portion of the firm and leverage that money so we can get some of the equipment we need in our practice. And I need you to work at the front desk until we build up enough revenue to hire someone. And yeah, let's go ahead and put the 2-week notice in. And the woman say, okay, fine. And she called her boss, put a 2-week notice in, sell her shares, and we off to the races.
Okay, so I have a question. What if that woman is in her passion and she's following her dream and she's also trying to build up her vision of what she, is trying to bring into her life? If that is something that, she is extraordinarily passionate about, is there room for a compromise in that submission? Or is it straight up, if she doesn't agree to that, then it's just not considered submission to you?
I would say that's subjective to the man. The man might be lenient on that, but it's all dependent upon the man that's have this vision, this purpose, this mission. If his mission was to find a wife that's going to be his Robin to his Batman, and then whenever the time comes, she don't want to be the Robin. For me specifically, she's not submissive. She should yield. I think you got some guys that will bend for her. Say, look, I know it's your passion. Go ahead and do your thing. I'll just find somebody else to do it. So it's subjective. But if we're talking about submission, and there is no condition, because women
what's
like to use
hurtful in that example, though, Darwin, is that she quit her practice to become a receptionist, and your form of submission is putting her in a lower position instead of just saying you could come and be a doctor or a partner.
It's all about how you interpret it.
You interpret it. At my law firm. Like, that's hurtful. You don't think that?
You interpreted it as a lower position. Actually, a woman, a woman aligning herself to her man's mission, his wealth generating system, taking her from under the white man.
No, not that part. No, not that part. You saying, hey, come be a reception, like quit being a partner at a law firm and be a receptionist at my law firm. Why didn't she become a partner at your law firm?
Well, obviously, I'm not going to be, if I'm an MD, if I'm a doctor and I got a pharmaceutical practice, obviously I'm not going to be practicing law, right? So I wouldn't have a law firm.
Well, no, I'm saying, why can't she, whatever job she quit is what I'm saying. Like, if you were both lawyers and you decided to open a practice, what sounds hurtful is when you're asking her to quit being a partner and come be a receptionist, as if her being a partner at that law firm wasn't valued to you. The only thing she could bring to your team is to be a receptionist. That sounds hurtful. That sounds like, why doesn't she carry as much value?
Be a receptionist. She can handle the legal policies and all of that stuff that has to do with a pharmaceutical. Making sure that we're
that sounds like submission that a lot of women would get on the train with. That sounds like you respect me and I feel valued.
But submission is not contingent about what a lot of women would get on the train for. Because
it's
all about, hey, I got a request. Would you do it? Yes or no?
I do think though that.
On it.
But how come? Why is being an employee or whatever, contractor 1099? Why is that lower? How can that be lower? Your own business lower than you working for somebody? Your own business has more value. Wait, hold on. Your own business has way more value than someone else's business. It's yours.
It's your name.
It's your name, right? How is that lower? That's not lower. That's actually a step up. Like if you have experience working and building your own business, you're way more qualified than any other employee.
I'm not talking about financially lower.
I'm not talking about financially. I'm talking about.
I'm saying if we're talking about in our relationship, it would hurt my feelings for my man to ask me to be a receptionist if he knows I'm capable of being at this other position that I could fill. Instead, you would go and give it to a stranger instead of offering it to me, is what I'm saying.
It
It'll
No,
hurt
be
for a
hurtful.
moment.
what I'm saying, like, I get the receptionist thing is triggering because it's like a lower, right? You're answering phone calls, maybe doing some paperwork. That might be, triggering, right? But it's your business. Like, I would mop the floor and clean a toilet for my own business. I don't
I
have to
think
always
that
hire somebody. I think that if it's yours, you're way more qualified because you're going to gain so much experience that you would never get at a law firm.
I think that what she's trying to say is more along the lines of, can the submission come with cultivating my strengths too, though? Because it's not really, I think it has less to do with like the reception position being triggering and more to do with it not being in my lane. Because I as a business owner and as somebody who's also looking for submission, like I totally understand where you're coming from in the sense of like, if a man is coming to me and he knows that I am a social worker and you're
I'm
opening up
capable. Yeah.
a MD practice, your MD practice is likely going to interact with social workers. So why wouldn't I take over that department if that's my lane, right? So I think that what she was trying to say was less along the lines of taking a lower position, but can my strengths be cultivated through the submission?
Yes. Like, can I still do what I love to do, but do it with you? I don't have a problem giving it up over here because, yes, it is about us cultivating a family unit in full support of that, right? But can we find a way that I can still do what I'm passionate about? Can I still exercise my strengths? Can I still exercise 9 times out of 10 this career I'm super hard for, this degree that I work super hard for? Can I still do that with you?
That's a great
Why does the
question.
example
So
always have to be like a woman becoming like in this small position to prove that I'm willing to submit?
No,
The
but you
answer to
so
will.
that,
I,
Yeah, she
Eventually,
can balance
autonomy.
that.
will,
She can
Lisa,
definitely balance that.
because you are going to eventually, let's say you're starting off as a receptionist. It's not saying you're going to stay as one. If you're a lawyer, every business needs a lawyer. It's just that this is where we starting off at. And then eventually, of course, your great husband will greatly appreciate the skills that you have and you will use it. You're just not using it right now. You're acting
Yeah,
like
but
that's
why
like
does it
the,
have to wait? Why does it have to
So
wait if she have those
wait,
degrees
wait.
though? You get what I'm saying?
You
Like,
it
actually
it
have
you're
sounds to me
building
Hold
like
on,
you
y'all.
guys
One
are
mic.
just
One mic.
you're
Go
we
ahead.
have
building a
we have an
business.
opportunity
Okay.
to actually show you exactly what submission is. Submission is, that was a great question, Laisha.
Mm.
Submission is doing it, even though he won't or you won't be able to do the role in which the field you're skilled in. That's what submission is. It's continuing to show up and align with your husband, even if the answer is no. Hey, you won't be able to do the legal side of the practice. That's what submission is.
Who'd you give it to?
What?
In your example, who'd you give it to then? If you told her no, who'd you give it to? A stranger on the street?
It's
Did you
irrelevant.
just place a stranger on the street over your wife?
It's irrelevant to who I gave it to.
No.
Question was,
Nope.
Couture, if I'm correct me if I'm wrong. You was asking for an example of submission, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what she
The
asked.
example
yeah, I
I
gave
gave-
it. Yeah,
submission is continuing to do it and continuing to show up, regardless of whether or not your feelings or whatever skill is satisfied in the scope of work that you're transferring to.
Is there room for autonomy in your definition of submission?
Is there room
No.
for autonomy?
No.
Explain
Is
what that
there
is
room-
on the record, so we get on the record for understanding for people who don't know it.
I love bro.
No, I know what it is, but I don't know if everybody else know what it is.
Okay, because I don't feel like anybody on this panel is not intelligent enough to know what it.
Well, we also got people watching too, so.
Okay, if you want to go through the definition, you're more than welcome
Fuck
to.
it. Autonomy is the simplest form, meaning self-governance or the capacity for independent decision making.
Thank you.
So I would say that you do have independent decision making, but there is a limit to it, because if I say, hey, look, hey, we need to move to Texas because of the market, and we're gonna sell the house, and you exercising your autonomy as far as decision making goes, we'd be like, no, well, I don't want to do that, so no. In that case,
Okay,
no.
so I
But in
guess
this, but
okay.
in this case, hey, I want to change the drapes in the living room or some shit. Okay, fuck it, go ahead, dude.
Okay,
Have at
so
it.
So I'm over
hypothetically,
home
right?
decor and you're over
Hypothetically,
art
Okay, I knew y'all
directing.
was gonna take it to an extreme, but
hold
go
on,
ahead.
hold on. I'm not taking it to the
Hold on, y'all.
extreme.
Like, I know we got Naomi.
Not
Hold on.
today,
I
Darwin.
have
Not
one
today.
quick
Hold on, y'all.
question.
We're gonna go to Sierra and then let's go ahead and get Naomi in there.
So okay, I own businesses. I have goals and dreams that I'm trying to achieve, right? And so I have a 10-year plan, right? And if I'm, 7 years into this plan and I got 3 years left and I can see literally the light at the end of the tunnel and I have a couple things to accomplish with this goal that I'm trying to achieve and I'm traveling the world and my business is growing, right? Is there room for me to say, hey, you're not making as much at your job as you could if I brought you into my business as, an executive? Like, is that like, how does that even taste to you? Because it's like, my thing is, as a woman who is very autonomous and like, I have goals and I have a child, I have things that I'm going to do. And like,
Period.
I also want a man who is going to be there, but I want that man to have his dream and his life and his goals and his things. And I want us to be able to do that. But I also do not want to sacrifice who I am and my dream for
Why y'all keep putting
somebody
careers
else's
over your
dream
man though? Why y'all keep
when
putting careers over your
Because we
man?
live in a society where only 36% of men are full providers anyways.
and at that point, if
So we're
I'm
supposed to
making,
submit to a man that needs our money.
if my,
Y'all,
and
stop
it's
choosing
literally
that
not,
man. That's what I'm saying. The example
Are you
is
saying
stupid as
submission that
hell.
comes with a
No.
price? That's what you're saying?
No, that's your line of thinking, actually, Darwin, because you've always said women will submit to a provider, women will submit to a
right?
protector, but that's only 36% of men. So you don't speak for the
That's not
majority. You're
my
speaking
thinking.
for that 36. But
You're
that other
completely
like 70 something percent of men, how you're going to tell me where we're going to move to? If that woman just said she has a 10-year plan, she's almost at the end of it. She has all the dreams and goals figured out. And 9 times out of 10, the man that she's with is asking her to go 50-50. You can't tell us where to move to. Because if I don't make as much money as I do here, we're not going anywhere because 50% of our bills depend on me.
You
So what are
chose.
you talking about?
You chose that man. Whoever you marry,
There's
you
some
can't
men that
listen.
don't
Why
know
are
how
we
to
not
lead.
choosing it?
Hold
And
on,
I
Then
think
y'all.
don't
that
Hold on,
be
hold
with
submission,
on.
him
And we just
then.
said that's
Hold
the
on.
majority.
Don't
Hold
be
on,
with
y'all.
him then.
Hold on, y'all. Let's get Naomi in there. Let's get Bo in there. Go ahead, Naomi.
All right, so in this particular example that Darwin gave of submission, if he's saying sell your shares and let's jump on this, she shouldn't be sitting here saying, well, I worked so hard to build my life to take care of myself, and I'm going to be selfish so that I can make sure that I have something to fall on. Marrying a man and trusting him means that you're also going to follow him, because a lot of these examples that we listen to in here, as far as like women, I've done this, I've done this, I've done this, I've done this, it's self-sufficiency. I understand. Listen, I understand completely. I am a mom. I also own 2 businesses. I also have 2 jobs. Okay, I get money. You need money to make this world work. I also govern and hold 2 different nonprofits. I get it. But if my husband says, "Hey, I need you to do this so that our family can have foundation," then I'm going to follow what he says, because my husband, I'm trusting, is to put a plan in the foundation for our family. And what I'm doing is literally just for myself. It is literally the mindset. That is what I'm hearing. And I hear what you're saying about the title. I'm not worried about a title in a company that I own. If I got to be a cleaner, I'm going to be a cleaner, because the title of reception, I'm gonna be a partner here, where I'm still gonna be working underneath somebody. I'm still gonna be getting money from them. But it doesn't. If we're more concerned with the title of what we own, then we're gonna be more concerned about what people think in the world. And that's not focusing on the foundation of our family. It's not even focusing on the foundation of the trust of the man that I chose to marry. It doesn't right now. I hear what you guys are saying, but it doesn't make any sense to sit here and worry about what I'm doing for myself and what I built myself for self-sufficiency and the community and what how I move within myself to sit here and put my selfishness desires over the family foundation that my husband is creating. That doesn't make any sense to me because if this is how submission works in my perception, if I chose this man to lead my family, that means I gotta follow this man to lead my family. It also means that this man knows me. He knows my passions. He knows my desires. A good leader is able to, dictate, and a good leader is able to outsource things. And if that means for a little bit, I'm gonna have to be a cleaner in the kitchen, well then that's it. I'm gonna be a cook. Say less. You want me to answer phone calls? Say less. I got you, babe, because that's what I'm gonna do. Because it's only gonna be temporary. Why are we so worried about a temporary title change in the foundation of the longevity of our family over that? Or like we're sitting here more worried about how I'm feeling about a title change over the foundation of the family that my husband is trying to
I would
create.
say that the title
Amen.
matters.
Can
The
we give a
title
round of
matters
applause for
because
that, bro?
why would a stranger deserve that title more than you?
But see, that's the thing.
Because if it's
No,
our business,
no,
if it's
listen,
our business, nobody's gonna care
exactly.
about our business more than
So
me and
that's the
him.
thing. So that's the thing. On our business and our paper, that's
Hmm.
gonna have my name and his. Whoever the receptionist is in time, listen, we're gonna outsource someone else because you know what? Me and my husband, we're gonna disappear into our office. We're
Mm,
gonna need that. And and
mm.
and when we get there, that's when we'll make that move. But if he tells me I gotta answer a phone, then answer a phone. Why am I going to be so worried about a temporary title, a temporary position? That's like me worried about what somebody else says. I'm not worried about what they're doing. They're not feeding my family. He's feeding my family. He's
Oh,
the one I'm following. He's the one I'm married. He's the one I'm trusting to lead. So if he tells me I need to answer a phone, then I should answer a phone.
mm.
Especially if one we're already married and he knows this. If he knows this and he knows what I love and he knows how I'm moving and he knows the income that I'm making, that means that so this is the good thing about submission. Now if he says sell your shares so we can do this, and the example that Darwin gave, he said okay, he gave the plan to go along with it. He didn't say, hey, he didn't pop up and be like, hey, share your shares so I can take it, we can do this. No, he put a plan. I need you to sell your shares so that we can add into this, so that we can get equipment. You're going to have to do this. He came with a plan and a purpose. So it wasn't just like, I'm giving up something that I love. As a matter of fact, he took time to give clarity and explanation. Now, submission means I can ask him, okay, so how long am I going to have to answer phones? Or how long before we order a cleaner? Because you know what? I know, I don't like to scrub toilets. Okay, that means that's where submission comes into play because I can ask those questions. Submission is not just control. And if we keep putting this stigma about how you're just supposed to follow, yes, you're supposed to follow, but you can ask clarifying questions. How long, babe? You know what? I love you. I get it. I'm on board. I'm gonna do it. But how long do I have to do this? How long before we do this? And because I'm an attorney, when can you place me in a position to where I can also adhere? Because if I'm an attorney of a law firm that does family and he needs an attorney for a business attorney, he's not going to choose me. That all of that comes into play as well. I get it. Like we got passions, but ultimately, if I focus my own selfish desires over the foundation that he's setting for our family, then I'm literally just saying, hey, you know what? I just want you to sit there and pay bills. Help me do that. And then you know what? If you got to pick somebody else, then go choose someone else instead.
I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I agree. But that was what I pointed out to Darwin was you and Darwin acts like the 36% is the majority because like you said, a plan, right? That's what in my generation we call a man with motion. A man with motion, even if he ain't got a dime to his name, I would follow him because he's going to come with a plan and he's always got some business about himself, right? But that's the 36%. That
But
is the
listen,
trustworthy
But
percent. That's the
when you
36
say
that deserve
so
submission.
when you
but
say
see
that's
that's the thing.
We're talking
So
about the
let's be
majority.
let's be honest. This
36% of
man,
men's not
hey,
enough for us to go around.
hold on. So let's be honest about this. If you're saying only 36% of men who are full providers are
Mhm.
worthy of submission, then what about the other men who actually just the other men in the other majority of men who are working that are a lot of people are in right now. There are a lot of people who are financially that are needing two incomes to live.
So
Now,
that's
if
why
we
I'm
got to take
saying if
wait, let me finish, please. Now, if we got to take a temporary break, like that means I'm not going to be able to get my nails done. We got to take a temporary sacrifice for a greater setup later. Then that's a conversation that we have, but it doesn't mean that it's all gone. Because I guarantee you, if we have children, he's already taken into account the income that's going to be needed to replace what I'm going to be walking away from. And I'm going to ask that question. So I make this much, and if this much is what we use for food, how are we going to cover that? How are we going to do that? Submission means I can ask those questions. It doesn't mean I'm just
And let me
following.
say this really quick. Don't lean too hard on the 36% because you're saying that as if it were for 30, if the numbers were higher, then the women would submit, as if the only reason why women aren't doing it is because the man is it's a scarcity, as if women are 100% on the other side going to submit contingent upon the man being able to have a vision. Let's not act like there's a high number of women that will submit if a man have a vision. We
I
just
didn't say
showcase.
that.
I'm just saying, but when you're using that number, it's insinuating that. We just showcase on this panel a number of women were disgruntled when I just showcased a man with a vision, and they still wasn't willing to submit. So don't try to rest on, oh, they're not financially stable. They might not be financially stable, but they have a vision, and once they get it rolling, and we're gonna come and request you to come cooperate. So I appreciate you, Naomi, for elaborating on that so profoundly, and I'll yield.
Bo, you were raising your hand a second ago, and then she went off the camp.
I don't think I think I know why she took it down. If you want to ask me, no, I'm just kidding. What up,
Bo,
lady?
you gonna say something?
I think
At
I think if
once?
you have a plan, I think if you have a plan or a mission, that's different. I feel like there's some men that believe that they are leaders and they're not showing that they actually are. So I think, so I understand, like, I feel like every man do deserve the submission, but where's the leadership when it comes to those men?
Well, can
Like,
I
you
ask you
want
this
us
real
to
quick?
sit,
Sure.
but I understand that we definitely have to like choose and pick, of course. Like, if we're getting married, we have to choose and pick the right man to lead us. I get that. But
Got it.
I'm
So
talking about the men. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
if you
Go ahead.
marry a man, and I never got to answer the original question, worthy of submission. I believe all men are worthy of submission. When we're talking about a married couple, we're not talking about submitting to a boyfriend. We're talking about this is your
Okay.
Okay,
husband.
yeah. I
You
think the
chose this
husband
man.
is completely different. Yeah, because we
Okay.
Right.
chose that marriage. So
Because
I
y'all said
understand
all
that.
men. So we're only talking about
Yeah, I think we're
married
talking
men
about all
deserve
men.
submission.
Well,
Is
I
that
don't
the
think it
question?
applies unless you're married because there's principles where submission came from is from married couples. It didn't come from boyfriend and girlfriend or fornication.
But there's a lot of men that are
Okay.
boyfriends that want their woman to submit to them. So I thought we're talking about all cases, not just married. Because common
I
sense,
get it.
if we
If the
want this man to
intention,
lead us and he's our husband, common sense, we want to lead, we want him to lead because he's the husband. You get what I'm saying? So that's
well,
kind of
yeah, the
like,
principles didn't
yeah.
compensate. The principle, it is a principle, and it was backed by divine order in an actual a biblical tradition. It didn't compensate for hookup culture, fornicating, or situationships in it. It was strictly for the covenantal union. So a lot of people
So we're
try to
just focusing on the marriage. We're not focusing on
we
no.
should, and what
Yeah, I know
happened?
we should. I definitely agree with that. But we're not talking about the other things that is happening in society.
Because
No,
I'm not gonna lie, y'all.
they all exist.
A lot of men will say that, well, I have to see that you're a wife before I make you a wife. So a lot of men expect you to submit before you become a wife.
Well, I
So
think
that's
it's
and
showing
that's what I'm saying. I was speaking from the perspective of if these people are dating, because like I don't disagree with Naomi, but because Naomi spoke on she's submitting to her husband, a man that has like, he's valid, he's valued, he deserves it. But I thought we were coming from a place of like, are they just in a relationship and we're saying X, Y, and Z? Like,
so
I need a little bit more.
that's where it's kind
Let's
of
not forget to let
fragile.
Bo get her comments in.
Oh, go ahead, whoever need
Go
to go.
ahead, Bo. Talk to me, pretty girl.
Well, hello. I've been listening for a while, and I do believe that men today, no, I don't. I do not believe that men today need submission, because I think that submission is extremely harmful to women. I do think that they deserve cooperation. I think that they deserve compromise, yes, because that's what every relationship deserves. But submission, as the definition says, absolutely not. That's dumb. But I do have just a few questions for Naomi, if I can. How long have you been married?
I'm not married.
Oh, okay. Um,
I'm divorced. I have full
oh,
custody of my
okay.
children. Mhm.
Okay. Um, what in your previous marriage, you do not have to answer this question.
No,
Were
you
you
can go
ever
ahead.
asked to give up your businesses by your husband?
So, in my previous marriage, I was asked to give up one, and I did.
Hmm.
It was a nonprofit that I had started for autism because our oldest son was autistic.
Okay. Um, you didn't need that business for your livelihood though, right?
Um, no, to be honest, it was
Okay.
more of a nonprofit.
Got you.
It was it
Um,
works.
ha- has any other woman on the panel been asked to give up a business for their husband?
Hey.
And so, but Laisha, you got a different situation because you get to stay home and your man pays the
And
bill.
guess
So,
what? Guess what though? That is the biggest flex of all. It's very easy to say because she had that luxury, like she just said. What people
yeah,
don't understand is like I hate to sound classist because I'm not. For the most part, I love everybody. But it is a privilege to be to what men classify as submission. It does come with a price tag because it's a privilege. If you don't have the luxury of being able to, like she said, give up that business because that's not a part of your livelihood, hell no, he can't ask you to do that because no woman's gonna agree because it's gonna affect their pockets. But when you have the privilege
That's
to be
not
like,
submission,
I
though.
know my man got it, I'ma quit. Because you know
That's
what was the running joke on Everybody Hates Chris? I don't need this. My man got two jobs because it's a
exactly.
privilege. That is
Yes.
a privilege. And if you can't afford the privilege, then work harder as a man to be able to afford it.
But to
Yeah,
be
because
Submission
I
is
fair
know
not a
for
though,
privilege.
me, because for me, I was married at 22 to a 29-year-old,
mhm,
and I try to seek leadership from him. I try to be submissive, but I end up being the breadwinner. I end up handling everything. Did I want him to be that leader to lead me? Absolutely. Like I did my best that I can. But remember, I was a 22-year-old marrying a 29-year-old, and I try to seek that. So that's why I said like everybody's situation is not different, and we can't say that, oh yeah, it's a small percentage. No, I know many women that was in my predicament that married young and try to handle the household, but unfortunately that man did not want to be a leader. It happens.
But
And maybe I
why
did
are
it
we
too,
making
but
submission a privilege? Why do we do that?
because a lot of women cannot afford to give things up for their man. A lot of women need the space to be someone who owns their own business or has a successful career because a two income household is the norm. And you have to be ambitious to stay in a lot of these careers in order to grow in a lot of these careers. It is a privilege to be able to sit at home and take care of your man and take care of the kids and take care of the household because there are not a lot of households like that. It is a privilege. It is a
It's
part
it's
of the 10% of
y'all are
this
making it a
country.
privilege.
so
Y'all are
That's
making
just,
submission a
it's the
privilege.
facts.
Submission was never founded on privilege. There was a position of a woman and a position of a man to God. So it never told me. God never said, "Man, hey, look, you can believe in me and walk in my order if X, Y." No, that's your position. Y'all are putting the contingencies on it and conditions on it because of the economy. It was never supposed to be like that. That's why I was asking that question. But go ahead, Dr. Lady O.
that's okay.
Um, all I hear is money. I don't really hear family. Because I told you I work in insurance, everybody gonna be broke at the end of the day. Okay, I work in Medicare. That's what I do for a living. We could talk all this stuff all we want, but most of us gonna be broke. It's just how I go. But at the end of the day, you both supposed to be contributing to the household. The Bible doesn't specifically say men got to do all the financial stuff and the woman just sit at home. That's not submission. The Bible doesn't say that. This just does not. You're both committing to it. So I agree. Look, this is a thing. If you want a career, this is the thing. If a man want a family, how are you going to prioritize that into your family? How are you going to make sure that the kids' needs are taken care of first? That is a thing that we are missing. All I heard up here was he leading, she not leading her money. All I heard was money, and my head's about to explode. And I'm like, what are we talking? Most of us are broke. We acting like we all sitting up here as working, got $1 million in our pocket, and we are not. At the end of the day, we all know 2 incomes are better than 1. So why we keep sitting up here saying that the man got to lead, the man got to lead, the woman got to? I mean, what? This is disturbing. This is all I hear from women is money, 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 money. It just blows my freaking mind. It blows my mind. And you talking to a mother-in-law of 3 women. I have 3 of them. Yeah, Bo, I said it again because y'all ladies seem to forget. Y'all seem to forget. Yes, I'm going to do that. I'm going to keep talking because they're in your age group. I'm older than y'all. I don't have these worries and problems. But all I hear is money. I don't hear nothing about family at all. Like it's kind of disturbing to me. Leading what? What happens when a man gets sick? What are you going to do? How are you going to take care of this household? What are you going to do? Now, I agree with those. I don't agree with. I think when the children are younger, a woman should be at home with the children more. I really, truly do. But when the kids go to school, get your behind up and go to work, and you bring home some money, and you can help invest the money, put the money up, buy some real estate property. Trust me, I'm seeing 3 relationships grow like that. We are too greedy, ladies. This doesn't make sense. For what? What about your kids still reading at low grade levels? We talking about all this money. I ain't heard nothing about our children and how we're going to get our children, raise our kids.
They postpone. Dr. Lady, you forgot they postponing having children.
Oh yeah, then they're 40 and they run around here with 10-year-old at 50 years old. Yeah, good luck with that. Okay, and then you got to look at the lifespan anyway. But I'm gonna let that go. But I'm just saying, all I heard since I've been listening was money. That's all I heard. It's okay to go and have a career. I get it, but I ain't heard nothing about y'all prioritizing a family. That's disturbing to me. A family. I did hair for 25 years. I retired. I mean, a lot of these careers you're not even going to be in. I can call medical doctors right now, 2 of them that quit the industry. So we keep talking about, I want to go be this ride and die. Most our businesses fail within the first year or 2. I'm just tired of all the capping that we do on these panels. We ain't got money like that. It may be a very few of us that do well, and I get it, sisters. I get it. But please stop acting like it's a majority. We need men, and men need us. I don't know why. Get you a man. I don't care if he makes $50,000 a year. It's $50,000 more. That's all I'm saying. And he still should be able to lead. He still should be able to be a good father to your children. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm done. Let me just mute back up.
Here's my thing about that, though.
If he wants to, that's what it is. If he wants to.
But yeah, okay.
If he wants to lead.
Take that thought.
That's the difference.
They don't know
You're right.
If he wants to lead.
Let me tell you something. Hold on, baby. Hold on, love. Then stop sleeping with him. Because y'all say that, but you still giving bodies to these guys. Y'all say you don't want to leave. He's not already. Y'all submitted with the day you open your legs.
You gave him kids too.
You done already submitted to this guy.
We're talking about different situations. It happens. That's why I'm bringing it up. No, it is though.
Okay, if you
that's reality with other people. That's reality. That's reality when it comes to some people's situations. I'm not saying that is right.
But you keep cutting me off. Stop cutting me off.
I'm not saying that is right.
Now,
That's what
ma'am,
I'm
I have not
saying. I'm
cut
saying that
nobody
it
off up here
happens.
today. I have not cut anybody off up here today. Again, if he, you know what I'm saying, you, a man want to lead, you will know right now if a man want to lead, whether or not if he marries you. But you ladies are giving up the first thing first. You're not giving a man a chance at all to show you his real self. Because you know, you slept with him and not only, hold on, love, and you gotta give him a baby.
Marriage doesn't equal leadership. A man, just because a man marries you does not mean that he is a leader.
I'm done. Y'all go ahead and have this.
It's
I'm just gonna
if
does
you
not
if you
leadership.
choose
Marriage does
okay,
not
that's
equal
fine.
leadership.
then
It's not an
you
automatic thing.
chose this. Listen, of course, listen. In the, I'm responsible for following. As a woman, if I'm a wife, I'm responsible for following. I'm accountable to God for following my husband. My husband is accountable to God for leading our
So why
home.
did you
And
get
if I
divorced
marry
then?
him, no, if I marry him, I got divorced because my ex-husband decided to try to run me over with a car. And I was like, oh, I can't really do that. Yeah.
Listen.
No,
They
no,
by all
actually,
means.
so
I ain't saying
absolutely.
nothing
So
about.
listen,
What
this is the
I'm
thing.
saying
So
is,
I get where you guys are coming from. I got married very young. I got married very young. I have
that's
full
the
custody of
problem
all
with
our, but
being
see,
married
wait, no,
young.
listen. So listen, let me
Thank you.
finish. I got married very young, and then I got divorced in my late 20s. And then you know what ended up happening? I know that I didn't want to I didn't want to repeat the life that I was born into. I actually, so I aged out of foster care at the age of 17. I got emancipated and I got married because I knew that that's what you're supposed to do. So then what ended up happening? I married the wrong man because I didn't know what to look for. And then I ended up in a marriage of domestic violence and all kinds of other things. But see, here's the thing. Now, as the woman that I am now, 11 years later, it took me time to not be bitter. I had to do a lot of work. I had to relearn a lot of things. I had to become a completely different woman. But as a single mom of 5 kids, I have a 19-year-old and my youngest is 11. I can tell you, I can sit here right now and say, I'm not on government assistance. I own my vehicles. I'm in the process of putting things in place. But when God brings me my husband, if he tells me to stop doing this, I'm going to stop doing this and I'm going to follow him because I also know that I know I'm going to be under his covering and his covenant because I've learned different things. I've chosen to do the work and I understand and realize that the submission that I was in before, that was control. It's not the good thing. It was a bad thing. I get it. I get it more than what you want to, more than what you realize. I get it. But the fact of the matter is, I'm accountable to God for following the man I chose to marry. If I married him and I'm opening my legs to him and I give him a child, then I'm accountable for following him. And if I
Isn't this
didn't
the
trust,
hell?
hold on. If I didn't trust him enough to follow him, then I should not have married him. That's why I'm focusing more on marriage. If I didn't trust him enough to follow him, then I should not have married him. Because
Okay.
once I am married to him, then that is it. And
But
that's
you
also
learned in
So
real
here's my
time the
thing.
I,
consequences of
Hold on.
submission
but
to a
see,
poor
but
man.
well,
That's
no,
our
no, that
Hold
point.
wasn't
on. She
wait,
hold
that
on. She
wasn't
brought up a good
submission.
point,
Broke
That
lady.
woman.
wasn't
What about
submission
No,
though.
her?
no. Hello.
That
Okay.
wasn't
Okay.
submission.
All
That
right.
was
Okay.
control. That was not
Hold on, we
submission.
can't
What
we
a
That
can't
man
hear
was
to
y'all
get
all at
control.
the
a
same
woman
It's
that
a
time. We
already
can't hear
got
completely
y'all all
different
at the
kids
same time.
situation.
kids by other being. I'm just saying this. I'm not talking about you at all now on me. I'm just saying what she
Oh
is
no,
saying.
all of my
But
kids have
what
the
you
same
say? No,
last
no,
name.
hold on. Hold on. I'm just
And they're
saying.
from my
Name's Laisha.
ex-husband.
I just want to respond to something because when we say you don't want to respond to a broke man, what you want a man to, I mean, you don't want to submit to a broke man. To what you got? But you want this man to submit to you, and you already got kids by other men. So I mean, I'm just saying. I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying in general how we look at how we keep saying what you're not going to submit to a man. But I'm just saying he also got to come in the world that you have created over the years for yourself. That's one thing. Like we keep going on everything that the man got to do. Number one, we not following any man that follow God. I mean, if you don't follow God, don't follow a God that do not believe in God. I'm just saying that's just number one. Okay, please stop submitting to men that don't believe in God because he's supposed to submit to God. Okay, that's for starters. You got to start there, ladies, and you do got to be careful where your body's at. But I will say all of us are upper age women. And be honest with you, I kind of the whole submission thing to me just don't sit right with me at 53 because I'm not looking for lead me where but I'm just saying this is just me. But for the younger generation, I think we should set a better example for the younger generation who are coming up. And since Bo's so tired of hearing that I am a mother-in-law, and I'm going to keep bragging on that because I feel like they're your age group. These are men from your age groups. These are
I'm
women from your age
44.
group.
That's not my age group.
My oldest son is 38 years old. What are you talking about? He's right behind you.
Older
Yeah, but we gotta stop bringing up the
younger
age
than
because we
you.
all grown talking on this panel. We need to stop bringing up
Well, I
age
will
because
say
we
I
all
wanted to say
grown
that.
up here.
I wanted to say that there's
No,
nothing
but there's
wrong.
still a limit though. But hold on, age does matter. Hold on, because we're not spring chickens. And we're talking about submission, and you're 40 and leading and stuff. To me, the conversation goes a little different because now you out here in the world. I'm just saying, life is a little different for people over a certain age. We're not 16-year-olds. And so it does go different.
Can I interrupt real quick?
Address a point that Naomi made, please?
Yes.
But you're not trying to
Naomi
seek
was
leadership from a man at 16 years old, though, neither. So
that.
I don't understand that.
So can I? Okay, let me make this point. Naomi said that she got married young.
I did.
You were in a relationship young. What, Katura? You were young, right?
Yeah, I
When
was
you were
married
in.
at 20. I was married at 22 to a 29-year-old. Yeah, that
Okay,
was a
great.
while ago.
So here is my point about young marriages. There are very few women, young girls, young women, let me say that, early 20s, who are ready for marriage. It is because of the Naomis. It is because of the Katuras. It is because you are too young to understand what a relationship is, what discernment is, what picking a partner is. And you all are pushing for this young marriage because they're young and impressionable and malleable. But that's dangerous because then you become a Naomi and you become a Keturah and you become a me or anybody else who is young and not following the right person. It is because you are underdeveloped. You are
Who said get married
underexperienced.
young? I never said
I
marriage
don't
young.
know what. So is
I
that the
married.
rule now,
Hold
Lady
on.
O? Is
Hold
that the
on.
rule?
I'm
You set the
married
rule?
young.
We
I'm married
interrupting now?
young.
Got
I'm
it. No
married young.
problem.
You shouldn't be
Setting the
40 years
rule now.
old trying to
So
find a
here's the
husband who ain't
thing.
never been married before.
You
That's not the
need
same.
you
That's the
need to
reason why
be
black
able
women are
to
the
have
bottom at the
the
barrel when it comes to
experience that it
marriage.
takes
Lady
in
O,
order
you
to
got to let
pick
her
a
make the
partner.
argument before you respond because we can't hear both of y'all talking at the same time. So if you
Because
got
if
a
we
question,
sorry, go ahead.
yeah, if you talking at the same time as her, nobody can hear y'all. So if you got something to say, let her make the argument and then you respond.
Because if interrupting is the rule today, Lady O,
He just get
we can
to it
get that
though, and
in.
we over that. He just get to it though. Thank you.
So my point is, you cannot be underexperienced. There's no way that you can teach someone how to navigate a relationship because every relationship is different. We're all told what to look out for. Men want this and men are looking for this and do this and do that and this is, but until you get that real world first-hand experience with relationships, then you don't know how to pick a man. And it comes with going through dating and experiencing bad things, experiencing good things. But we can't push this young marriage because very few people are actually ready for marriage at a very young age. The majority of us are absolutely not.
First of all, I never say anything about marrying young, but you need to find a person that you're going to marry younger. You really do. That's a fact. Okay. We know most marriages, by the time a woman is 25 to 28 years old, their marriages last the longest. That is a fact. We got to stop this. No. We got to stop this now because what you try to tell women to do is go screw it up, suck it up, and then all of a sudden I'm going to pull a man off a tree. These women are not little virgins. So you tell them to go out here and have sex with guys. And then, oh my God, then when you're 25, she should have experience doing what? I'm just saying, what experience do she need to have in order to be, if she's willing to lay down with somebody, that right there constitutes a marriage within itself. So we can't sit up here and say that a woman is, because I know heck of people who got married at 18, 19, they're still married. So we can cut that out. You can't sit up here and use anecdotal cases like mine, like Contura's, like Naomi's as a way to try to blow the whole case away. As I mean, gosh, because at the end of the day, Black women don't stay married long, regardless of what age we get married. So we can cut that out right there. Okay.
But I disagree because we live in a different age.
Can we get Lady Di in there, and then Sierra, I'll let you go right behind her. So can we get Lady Di in there?
I was gonna say
Sierra after that.
There's nothing wrong with getting married young. We just gotta be wiser when we're young. Why are we waiting to damn 22 to start dating anyway? When you leave the house, so most people leave the house at 18, you should start dating then. You should start figuring out who the hell it is that you're trying to be with, what type of husband you trying to get with before you start sleeping with men. That's what Lady O was saying. We quick to have sex with men, but we not trying to sit here and figure out who's husband, who's leader, the stuff that y'all talking about. Who's the leader? Why I'm gonna submit to this leader? Like, I guess Laisha, y'all saying that she's staying at home, stay-at-home mom and all that stuff, picking a man that could provide and all the stuff that y'all looking for. We should be striving and looking for that at an early age. We're not doing that. We're going to school, ain't nothing wrong with that, but we're going to school, we partying, doing drugs, smoking, having sex, orgy, all this type of stuff that women, I'm not saying y'all did that, but women today are doing that. They're doing all of that. So when you move out the house and you're striving, right? You're by yourself. You're an adult now, right? At 18, then that's what you should be looking for. So by the time you are 21, then you can get married because you should be wiser. I got married at a young age. I don't have that story that Naomi has or whoever else got divorced and they got married young. I don't have that story. That's not me. So I became wiser.
My name's Katira. You can say my name.
I don't know. I never met you. I don't know your relationship. I said Naomi, first of all. So get out your feelings. Second, you have to make sure that you are.
You spoke in an example because I was the one that was married at 22. So that's why I said just be respectable and just say my name. Yes, you did. But continue.
I don't even know you. I've never even been on a panel with you. So get out your feelings. Like I said, I don't know nothing about you. When have you seen me on here lately? Like, are you serious?
Continue.
No, I don't need to continue. Let's continue just having this conversation since you want to go there.
Yes, because you brought up 20. I was the only one that said that I was married at 22. So you literally talking about my situation.
I got with my husband at 22.
So we're not doing that.
I got with my husband at 22.
All right, ladies.
Like I said.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Now, you can get wiser at a young age and you can find you a husband at a young age. We just need to get our head out the gutter. Now, I understand that women today are not doing that. They're choosing to, get married later and have kids later, but that's a destruction. Because like Lady O said, all people are doing is having sex and having babies by multiple baby daddies, or even if it's just one. Y'all not looking for husbands. I feel like this whole conversation has been very selfish. It's been about me, and what I want to do. When it's supposed to be together, I don't see nobody trying to grow with no man. This whole conversation. I just hear this man has to be established. Not saying you can't get with a man that's established if he finds you and you are ready. Sure, get with him and then y'all good. But if he's not ready, then why we can't grow with men, and then eventually all this lifestyle that you're looking for, you will have at an early age. You're not going to be 45. Oh, I'm finally able to go to Dubai and go to fucking Africa. You could do that at 22, 25. Because y'all not ready to grow with men.
And you're married as well?
Yeah.
You're married too?
Yeah. I'm married and I got 5 kids. I just had one. I'm on my maternity leave. I don't work. Like, I just had a child.
Wow.
My child is 4 weeks old, literally. That took me a long ass break. But anyway, I'm out here. I don't work or whatever. I don't do none of that. I'm on here and I'm speaking, but I'm just saying, besides myself, I think that women should start young, not later. And you just have to be wise.
Will you stop sniffling on the mic, bro?
Oh shit, my bad. I thought my shit was muted.
To Bo's point, I just think that we have to be wiser. That's it. I don't think that people that are immature and don't understand what marriage is should get married. I agree to that, Bo, to your point. That is very true. But I do think We just need to start younger when it comes to relationships, as far as understanding what it is. That's all I'm saying. We need to change up the game. We're not doing that. Instead, we're just saying get married later, and then we just dumb as hell by the time we're 30. Ain't nobody trying to start having no kids at 30. I said I want to stop having kids at 30, not start having them at 30. That's too old. I'm just saying, that's to me. Now, I'm not talking about medical, some things happen where you can't have a child. I ain't talking about that smart person. I'm just talking, if you are able and you are fertile as hell, don't wait. Because we all have a life too. You want to be there for your child too, right? Like, I don't want to be an old ass parent. Start early, grow with your husband. That's a beautiful
But
thing.
when we start having those type of conversations, right, the problem comes in is where when we're talking about usually like the men that are good men, a lot of them were like really shitty and assholes when they were the same age as us. And a lot of us don't want to marry a shitty person and then let him grow in the marriage. I'm not going to lie to you, like emotionally, right? Because I tell people all the time, yeah, like I did get married super young. Well, like I met my husband super young and we stayed together until we got married, right? And the problem is like he was terrible at 18. He was. So the thing is like, what woman are you like saying is going to get married at 22 when the men are still in the strip clubs and the nightclubs and all the places that you say are not conducive for anybody to be able to build a relationship? And then here comes Darwin finna say the younger women need to marry the older men.
Well, I'm gonna say, why would you marry an 18-year-old who's not ready? Like, I'm not saying you gotta marry a 40-year-old
Because they want to groom them.
No. I'm saying, why would you? That example that you gave, like, right? I told you at 22, for me, I was wise at that time, right?
Well, no, when we got married was us older.
22 is still young. 18 is just when you move out the fucking house. You're an adult, right? But I'm saying, why would I, if you choose the wise path, right? Relationships, you understand that you're observant to the world. You see failure out there. You see baby mamas and daddies and they can't get it together. Why would you choose a man who was still at the club? That's not for you. That is not your husband. So if you have to go a little older, for me, for example, at one point I thought I had to go older because you're right. There were men at my age that were not ready to be a husband, but I did not be with them. I did not stay with them. Right. So luckily for me, my husband is only 2 years older than me. He was wise as hell at his age. Like, he was like 35, right? Mindset. I just got lucky with that. I wasn't trying to go 20 damn years to get a man that has it together. You just have to don't give up and be,
I think we're giving the women too much credit at the age of 20, 22, as if there was a disparity of maturity, as if the women that were 20 and 22 wasn't trying to go on hot girl summers and just as reckless as the 20-year-old go. If anything, even more sexually reckless, given the disparity in options between a young 22-year-old baddie at the top of her prime versus a 22-year-old useless guy that's working at Walmart pushing carts. Like, what are we talking about? So yeah, obviously you have to level up the range of the age bracket or increase the age. If you are 22 and you call yourself submissive and you want to start a family young, then yeah, you don't have to bottleneck yourself into an age bracket.
But I wouldn't advocate for that. That kind of leads into my point, though. I wouldn't advocate for anybody that's younger to get married and like push that narrative, because I don't think I think here's the thing that I lean on a lot. I know for a fact that most of us that grow up in some type of ethnic background, your parents don't see you as grown. So what I hate is the narrative of 18 to 23, your parents still see you as a child, but the dating pool still tries to make it seem like they don't see you as a child. The only 18 to
Why would a man
23-year-old
who's
that you
dating
don't
you
see as a
you as a
child
kid?
is the one you birthed.
Are
But
you going to
then
marry the dating pool or are you going to marry your parents? Why in the hell would you bottle your neck to the standards of your parents that's not vetting you to wife you or husband you? And there's a man that's eligible that's trying to get to know you and vet you. Wouldn't you align yourself to what he sees, his vision? how to market.
You don't think that's strange? You don't think that it's strange that, like, I'm okay, so everybody up here pretty much has kids. You would look at your child that's 18, 19, or 20 and see them as a child, but then you'll go out into the world and try
First of
and
all, I don't see an
pursue.
18 and
That would be
19.
weird.
I don't see a, I
If
don't
you
see
think
an
that an
18.
18-year-old is a child, any 18-year-old
First
should
of
be a
all,
child.
I think we got to go back first. I don't see an 18, 19-year-old, 20-year-old as a child. We're talking about a human being that can go in the military and become a trained killer.
I think that's a poor decision too.
Well, see, now that's a whole nother different live. But to answer your question, I do not see these are grown ass adults that can go and get locked up and do a life in prison. You're telling me that they can go and serve in the military and lose their life, but they can't properly plan how to be a father and a husband?
Yes, because we see it all the time. Couples in the military don't get married because they're good people. Because I'm saying young ones, because they're good, because they believe in good marriage and Christian marriage. No, we see the 18 to 23-year-old crowd in the military getting money because it gets them some extra money on their check. Because they don't. That's not how they're thinking. Because they're not even mature enough to get there
yet. These claims are very, very extreme and inaccurate. The whole bottom line is before we try to move the goalposts, can we at least understand that an 18, 19, 20, 21-year-old is a grown adult?
Not mentally. What do we say? You want to be body-wise? Okay, cool. But mentally, hell no.
Well, she is telling the truth.
What 18-year-old y'all know that's not still on the phone with their mama, getting their mama to help plan their doctor's appointments? No. What 20-year-old? What? These are still kids.
My 19-year-old has a full-time job. Naomi, hold on. Before we get to, because she posed another question in there and it's going to get all y'all going. And Sierra's been very patient. So can we go ahead and get Sierra in?
And honestly, what I had to say is so irrelevant to the conversation at this point. It's cool.
I'm sorry.
Well, she used her time. Go ahead. Have at it.
I'm sorry.
My 19-year-old.
Hold on, wait. Let me get a mirror in that. Mirror just got on the panel. My fault.
Naomi, I just said me, girl. Hello, panel. Hello, I've been listening to you all. I think I wanted to talk to you all because I hear this conversation. Another person who got married young. Hi, still married. But I think, my view, everybody is pushing this responsibility. I can't breathe. Everybody's pushing this responsibility on a 19, 20, 22-year-old girl. Typically, when a girl marries that young, her family and the family of the groom is heavily involved in said marriage. Because hear me out. If you don't have a family structure, you are bound to fail. Because you as a young person, no matter how in love you are, no matter what that puppy love is, you're not ready for the ins and outs and the boringness of marriage after the first 10 years. You're not ready. Your family has to be there to train you and help you through. If you don't have that, you're going to fail. And you still should get married younger. It doesn't mean that, because I don't have a family structure, I'm going to wait till I'm 30. No, you shouldn't do that. If you do, that's your decision, but I don't recommend that for the masses. The other thing I wanted to bring up was when we're dang it, I forgot what the other point was. I hate when this happens. It's because you guys start talking and have so many topics.
But Amira, who do they lean on if they don't have a family structure?
One moment. It's coming back to me. Hold on. Okay. So you have these people who are getting married and they have their family structure, right? If you do not have that, you're not going to be successful. The other thing is about having children. Because you're that fertile at that age, when you get married that young, you're bound to have plentiful children. And just like Lady Di said, she doesn't want to be an old mother. And it's okay if you have babies in your 30s, but you shouldn't be having your first, second, and third in your late 30s, 40s. You shouldn't be doing that.
Amira,
Amira,
we're talking about women who've been busting it open since they were 17, 18. We didn't factor that in. I know y'all didn't want to, but we talking about women who's complaining about being grown or mature enough to be in the marriage, but they throwing that ass back.
But that's because they didn't have a family structure, most likely. Because if you did, you wouldn't have been able to do that. Like if you did, you would have been protected. These are
You're
unprotected.
saying you're advocating for younger marriage, but the type of younger marriage, your culture provides a system to protect those younger people. Because, like you said, alone, they aren't ready for it. Here, our culture doesn't do that. Our
Black
culture,
culture
we don't have
doesn't
that support
educate them.
system. So
But if
then what are we advising for those girls that are out here in America without that support system? I
If
would
you're
hope we're not saying
exposed,
18 and be ill advised and still do it anyways.
I have
this is
I do have a child. They married young. His high school sweetheart. He had a lot of support from the mom and daddy and in-laws. You got, like Amir said, they got to have that family support, and
But I'm
they've
saying,
been
what do
together
we do when
15
they
years.
don't?
And there's a lot of them do. There's still some that still last at the end of the day. We can't just use that as an excuse. That's just not how life works. At the end of the day, if they want to get married, they're gonna look. Life is about trial and errors, and you're definitely gonna learn when you're younger. That's the thing. As a person who did marry young, you still learn certain things when you're younger. I don't say that you should get married at 18 for sure, but I'm thinking I would say as long as you go to college, get your skill set. I would say take half of your 20s building your skill set up, and I do say be married by the age of. You should have your boo by the time you're 25.
I didn't have support when I was young. Like my parents didn't want me to get married young, and they were wanting me to keep dating. And then when I realized that was destruction, then I was like, okay, I'm gonna take matters in my own hand. So I didn't have support. I had to get wise. I was saying it earlier. You have to get wise. You have to experience. Not saying you got to fuck around with everybody, literally, but you have to gain experience, and you have to be very observant. Because when you look outside, that is not it. Like being not a wife and you have kids with men and stuff. That's struggle, and people do it, right? We all have family members that have, or you may have that. That's not the life that you want. So you just have to figure it out. Get wise. You can do it, especially with Google and all this stuff. You got a whole bunch of stuff that could get you there. Especially now, YouTube and people right here, we talking about it. So I mean, hey.
So
Because I'm just saying, let's encourage them to stay virgins.
Hold on, Lady O. Hold on,
Okay.
Lady O. So I do like the conversation that y'all are having, ladies. I can't say that I'm mad at it, right? So if we actually take this at face value, if you listen to the women's concerns and we listen to what we believe to work, right? Then I would like to pose this question to Bo, Sierra, Laisha, and Katura. If we were to begin to raise the children, because obviously we're not talking about ourselves. We way too far gone and a lot of us are cooked. But if we were to raise our children to be marriage minded and to also have the backing of the family, so to speak, like Amira stated, then would y'all actually be okay with children actually marrying between the ages of, I wouldn't say 18, but 19 to 22, 23?
So when Amira started talking, I was like, Lord help. But when she said about like the family support, I was like, you know what? That makes all the sense in the world. I still think that anyone should wait until 22, 23, ideally 25 to get married. But if it's going to happen young, we absolutely have to have people that have that experience of being divorced and successfully married in your family to support you. Yes. And I wouldn't have a problem with that. But it would take your family being in your business. And if you're okay with that, which most men are not okay with, right? Because I've heard that on this panel before. Men are not okay
If you
with
hear it on the
women
panel, that
going and
means
talking
most
to their
men.
family.
That's just
Huh?
maybe the panel.
Say
You
what?
say you hear that on a panel and you associate that with most men. That's pretty inaccurate, don't you think?
No, a lot of men don't like that women go and talk to their mothers or their sisters, like their family members, about their relationships.
I
A
never
lot of
heard of
men
that.
do not like that.
We're talking
Okay.
about
But
young men, right? We're
let's
talking about
just
young men.
say let's just say some men, Let's just say some men are not okay with that. But if you are okay with that, I think that that is a pretty good solution for getting married young. I think
So,
that's fair.
and I can see that. So the question is to the ladies again is what do you think we would have to teach? And then I had the fellas answer the question for the ladies when we get back up here. What do you think that family would have to teach young men to make y'all okay with marrying men at that age?
So
Where
as
are we starting
somebody,
from? Are we just going, or are we
Can you
starting
repeat
left or
that
right,
again? I'm
All right.
sorry.
bottom?
I
Can you
was about
repeat
to
that
say,
question?
Actually,
what would y'all have? What would y'all need families to begin to teach young men to be prepared for marriage for y'all? What are some things y'all would like for them to know?
I
I
think
would
we should
like for
start with
men.
Sierra and come around and down and
Yeah,
around.
we can go
Why don't y'all
Sierra and
just
then
go
rotate
with who
around.
wants to answer right now?
I
I
want to
mean,
answer.
because order.
Somebody might lose their thought. We just saw Sierra
Popcorn it,
suffer from
popcorn it.
that.
Let's start with Leisha and just popcorn it.
And I want to answer simply because I'm having to come with reality that my daughter's about to start talking to boys. It gives me the ick. But I would like for her to have to meet the type of person that understands respect, understands kindness, understands that you can always grow in any aspect, no matter what age, no matter like what achievements you have. I would like for her to have a man that appreciates her input and doesn't try to discredit her. Um, I would like somebody that is level headed and has a sense of calmness about themselves because I notice in my generation and the younger generation and hers, um, m- a lot of men tie aggression with manhood and masculinity, and I don't want that for her. What I would say, as well as being a great partner, includes understanding that it's not about what other people say y'all's roles are, it's about what you excel in, and that's okay. That's perfectly fine. Everything doesn't have to be traditional. I wouldn't preach traditionalism to her. I would preach finding somebody that there are things in your life you know you won't compromise with, and there are things in his life he won't compromise with. Can you both concede to each other on those things? And then can you both find the things you will compromise with?
How does
Find
she
somebody
know?
that just aligns with your values and you align with his.
How
Because
does she
I'm
know?
never going to tell her, get with somebody and then end up in a marriage where you are not happy. Because I don't care what anybody else in this planet says, let alone these comments. If my daughter comes to me in
How does your
shambles,
daughter know what she won't compromise on? And at that age, that would have to be taught, don't you think?
because I don't advocate for her to be married
Okay, well
before
then, I'd rather you say I'm teaching her not to
2024.
compromise on the things than say she know because she never had any experience.
No, but that's what I'm saying. She's going to have her list of things because at 24, she'll have enough dating experience. You get what I'm
Uh,
saying? Yeah. I'm advocating for my child to be
I
married.
thought he was
At
talking about teaching her at a young age. I didn't
Oh
know
no.
she
No, I
left it
thought the
out.
question was like what characteristics would we be saying to look for if we were advocating for our children to be married young? I want her to be married at a young enough age where they can build together, but at an old enough age where she has certain things figured out. That's why I
Well,
can't
the
I
reason
don't
why I
like
said that is because what you're
youngness.
saying is at 24,
Bruiser.
you're basically
Hold
saying
on,
she's
Bruiser.
predisposed to
I
already.
gotta
Hold
get
on, wait,
Bruiser.
hold
I
Making
on.
it a
hold on. I gotta get
one-on-one.
everybody to answer the question first, bro.
Well, she is
Y'all,
answering the question. I'm just
well, yeah,
clarifying
but
something.
now y'all about to have a whole
We're
discussion. I'm
not about to
trying to
have
get
a whole
around.
back and forth, but all I'm saying is when you say at 24, I think if it's safe to say that we should start at when you start preparing her to be a wife and mother, and I don't think the women would start at 24, right?
Oh no. I thought the question was, what would make me feel comfortable? What are the characteristics in that opposite partner that would make me feel comfortable with her being married young? I'm listing those characteristics.
No, can you rephrase that question again, Mr. Sweeney, please?
Well,
Yeah, if I answered it wrong,
Sierra,
like
are
if
you
I
there?
didn't understand the question right, I'm sorry.
No, I think
All
you're
right.
okay, but okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
All right, so because I'm gonna pose the question, I actually want Sierra to answer it next. So, again, my question is: since we established, one of the things that Amir said was that there was a family structure, and we believe that it has to be taught. You have to be taught to be a husband and wife early on to actually be prepared for these things. I'm asking the ladies, what would you hope for us to teach young men to make them marriageable to y'all at that age?
Yeah, those are the qualities that I would hope my son-in-law has, and I hope she would be looking for.
All right,
That would make me comfortable.
Sierra.
So as somebody who has been engaged multiple times, I'm 27 years old, so I'm very close to the age group that you guys are talking about. My perspective on this is like at this age, like even at 27, like did I want to be in a relationship that was long term, that was years on? Absolutely. Did I want to have like all of the qualities that a man has to mature to get to? Like at 20 and 22 and 23, absolutely. But I think that those things come with life experience too, and not everything can be taught in the household. And so I think that part of growing up is going to college, because that is a system that is set up not only to further your education, but to have that support and that transitional, dynamic, which is also a space where people often date. And so I think dating at that time is appropriate. But, I also think that people date for different reasons. And so you date for what you're looking for. If you're looking for a hookup, if you're looking for something short term, that's what you're dating for. But there's also people who are dating for that, but then are deceitful and make it seem as though they're dating for something else, but they have no interest or no emotional capacity and maturity to be able to handle that. And so with all of that being said, like when people have the ability to develop autonomy and learn themselves, that's when they're able to develop the skills to like be able to get themselves ready to be in a marriage. Now, what skills do I think that parents should start working on and communities should start working on with young people? It's teaching things like communication, empathy, boundaries, because those are things that come with autonomy that keep relationships healthy. Now, do I think that that can accompany submission? Absolutely. And if we're really talking about submission and what it says in the Bible, it goes both ways. The husband submits to the wife too. And so I really think that, when we get down to it, like, yes, we have so much to learn at this age. Even at 27, my brain only just fully developed a year ago. Okay. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? So, and not only that, but women are emotionally and mentally and literally biologically more mature than men. And so it makes sense why we are looking for different things at different times, and why, some women often do date older. Some of the other things that I think that should be taught is like, that community, and like making sure that our young people are talking to elders who have been married for 50 years, and so that they can get that wisdom. Mentorship for people who are young, who are dating in this day and age, because I think there was a lot of perspective from, a time that is not current. And I respect that perspective. I respect it 100%. And I think that those values and those morals can still be instilled in our day and age. However, I think that it does look different. And so, having that access to role models, and also not like understanding that it's like marriage isn't a luxury. It's not like it's a partnership. It's the grime, the dirty, the ugly, the sick, the poor, but it's also all of the beautiful parts of it too. So like we can't act like marriage is just the glory parts, and like we're not mentally struggling, financially struggling, dealing with stuff in our personal lives with friends, and then also handling work and family and trying to figure out ourselves at that day and age too. At 23, 22, at the end of the age group that we're talking about, I had no idea who I was. I was so caught up in men that I lost myself, that I was so frustrated in the fact that I just wanted to have something for myself. I wanted to have some identity because I was constantly following a man because that's what I was supposed to do. Without that structure of, I still have, the ability to make decisions. I still have the ability to, lead myself while also, following a man's lead. There are a lot of women who are not taught these dynamics, even in healthy households. Okay, like I'm a community health worker. I'm a social work student, and basically a community health worker is a social worker with a certification and not a degree. And so I work with females, pregnant women, moms, dads, parents with young children, old children, children with disabilities who are dealing with real life, who are dealing with poverty, who are dealing with not knowing when their, lights are going to be able to get back on, whose fridge just went, their entire fridge of food just went bad. They've already taxed out the community organizations and they literally have nothing, and they're married and they're still trying to figure it out. And she is following his lead, and there's people who are still dealing with life. And so that impacts marriage and that impacts the dynamics. And so when we're, not spiritually aligned and we're not talking about long-term visions, we get lost in all of that.
So is that the thing that you want the parents to teach the boy? Is that what you're saying?
So in short, like relationship skills, community support, like understanding that it's not all like pretty. Like marriage is glorified on social media. And so when we look at marriage, we have a certain expectation of what it should be, right? And 20 years ago, 30 years ago, there was none of that. And so there weren't all of these other ideas that were projected into your ideology of what something should be. And we are influenced by that. And so there like things like premarital counseling, that's not common in this day and age, but 40 years ago, like you almost weren't married if you didn't go through that. So, it's a completely different day and age. Like I said, those values can still be instilled, but it's going to take community support and reinstilling those values, but also having patience with this generation and understanding that we're dealing with a lot more violence. We're dealing with a lot more poverty. We're dealing with a lot more injustice. We're dealing with a lot more trauma. We're dealing with a lot different social determinants of health that we didn't deal with or even recognize 20 years ago. Mental health wasn't a conversation 50 years ago the way that it is a conversation now. And
Sierra, we have to get other people. We got to get other people.
Okay. I haven't spoke in an hour. So frankly, I'm going to get my entire thought out. And so when we think about, what we're trying to achieve here and what we're trying to get to at 22, at 18, at 19, yeah, we want to be in that. We want the glory. We want the wedding and all the things and all of the commitment that comes with it and and building a family. But there are women out here who are trying to like do it for themselves too, who want the ability to have that autonomy. And so we have to teach people how to be able to coexist. And so teaching all of the things that I've talked about,
all right, so
like
Sierra,
that's what's important.
So Sierra, real quick, and I just need a really concise answer, right?
She didn't answer yet?
Communication, empathy, boundaries, accountability, all of these things are things that are not instilled enough into the generation of people that you've commented on. When we talk about the people who are in the clubs, we're not talking about like all the girls who grew up with
Sweeney.
families.
Okay.
We're
So
talking about people who have been through trauma and
All
who are trying to heal in unhealthy ways.
Sierra. So last question, and I'm gonna move on to Couture.
Hold on, she ain't get to talk. She ain't get to
uh,
talk for a whole hour.
Shut up, Bruiser.
Let that woman talk, man.
All right. If all that was taught, what age do you think they should get married at? And I just need the age.
I think that 26 to like 29 is a better age to consider marriage in this day and age, because that is when you're able to experience like life a little bit and also mature more.
I mean, sex.
So even
Yeah,
if
I agree with her.
So
Well, should
even
they
if
be virgin?
everything was, even if they were taught correctly, the men and women alike, to be prepared for marriage, you would still say that they would have to delay marriage for almost 10 years.
Should they delay sex though, Sierra?
I think depending on their upraising, that's going to be a personal choice. I don't think that everyone should. I don't think that everyone, I don't think that everyone's built with that capacity. I don't think everyone's built
So
with those
just to be
morals.
clear, you say delay marriage till 26, but not sex.
I mean, honestly, I think that that's up to the person. I don't care who anybody's sleeping with. That's not.
No, we're asking you, what if this was your world? What should they do? Because you said that they should delay marriage until 26 to 29. That was a should statement.
I think that people should have the autonomy to make their own decisions. And that is a part of why, I think that people should wait, because you need the ability to find yourself, know yourself. And frankly, I think that people should refrain from sex when they are in their healing journey and in their, transformation of becoming and learning themselves.
Okay, hold on. If they're young, what are they healing from if they're not out here having sex? I'm just so confused. What are they healing from at 20? Healing from what?
Their parents.
Childhood.
Their parents. There are people who go through hell very young.
Hold on, we can't hear all y'all at the same time.
There are people who go through life very young. There are people who experience shootings, death. There are people who experience domestic violence. There are people who have no control over their environment. There are people who have no control over their environment until they're 18 years old. People go through hell. You can't
okay, well, get therapy. It has nothing to do with being married, okay? But first of all,
it does.
No, it don't.
Your childhood experience transpires into your everyday life.
Okay, I accept that, okay, but I've been married before, okay, but I'm just saying this right here. You teach your person to get along with the opposite sex. You're doing yourself a disservice if you don't teach your son or your daughter how to get along with the opposite people. You should not have all this disdain towards the opposite gender, hating men, hating women and stuff. That's for starters.
I never said anything.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying in general. I'm kind of answering the question. I'm not saying nothing about you at all.
Yeah, she answering the question.
Yeah, so this is the thing. Problem solving, okay. Communicate, learn how to communicate as a whole. We don't have to, there's no certain communication style that a man have to do with a woman and vice. You just learn how to communicate, period. That's just the bottom line. Problem solving, team development, that matters a lot because you're working as a team when you're married. And for people who got married, this is the thing. When people say they want to know who's been married, they want to talk to people who's been married 50 years. Y'all don't really want to hear them stories. At the end of the day, those people they went through a lot of things that we went through. They just stayed married 50 freaking years, okay? So I don't know why there's some magic cookie cutter as if they're, oh my God, let me go talk to people that's been married 50 years, because what y'all hear when some of these stories, y'all don't want to stay anyway. So what difference does it make? Find someone that you want to be with. And as far as our sons, we teach our sons, number one, they need to see a good woman in their life. Just be honest with you, whether it's somebody, we got to show the men that is good women out there. We have got to be the type of woman that we want our sons to marry, okay? Because it ain't all about y'all ladies. At the end of the day, y'all got to meet the moms, okay? So I'm just saying the men that have got to see a female role model to want to be with a woman, you know. Katira, that's fine. I see y'all batting your eyes. I know Bo, she do her thing, but I'm just saying, what do y'all want the men to teach? But you know, all y'all want to do is pay bills. I mean, I'm just saying, what else? A good work
Because
ethic.
that's not what we saying. But that's not what we saying. That's why I'm laughing. Like it, of course, it takes two. Like we both have to get it together, the women and men.
Right, but I'm saying, but all I heard
That's
earlier was
why I'm
men gotta do.
laughing. Like it's
But
there's
hold on.
selective hearing
Oh,
though.
okay. All right. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Good God. Okay. But that's all I heard tonight was men got to pay bills and lead and stuff, and women just sit there with their legs and mouth wide open. That's all I heard. But you know, I'm gonna digress from there. Shut up, Bo. That's exactly what y'all saying. But I'm saying, what do y'all really want the men to teach? For sure. I mean, to learn as a boy, just learn how to be a man. He got to learn how to be honest with you.
I
Men should
feel
want.
like you heard
Men should want.
that, but we
No,
didn't say that.
no, you don't have to say it to be subliminal. But I will say this: you want to teach a man to have a good work ethic and really, follow his purpose. That's just the bottom line. What I can say, a man should 100% focus on his purpose. He should not be worrying about what he got to do to please this woman. He just should not. That just should not be his focus. His focus is being able to lead, provide, bring this table that you ladies want. I'm just gonna be honest with y'all. Okay, y'all really want the game? Y'all want it. Y'all talking to a mother-in-law of 3. Yeah, boy, I'm gonna say it again. Okay, they focused on their purpose. They weren't worrying about y'all. Okay, because they knew at the end of the day, they knew that it wasn't gonna take much to get one. They married. They found their daughter. My daughter-in-law's young, and they married them. So I'm saying they still hold the key to marriage. So you could say everything you want, but if they're not choosing you, I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, Lashia, you're married. But I'm just saying, for the most part, men pick choose. Leisure, I'm sorry. Leisure, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm gonna land. Let somebody else take the wheel. Okay, go ahead.
All right, Couture, can you go ahead and answer the question if you remember the question?
I don't really remember it, but I will say I agree with majority of the women here, including emotional intelligence that you should teach your child. But the age, I think probably 25. I think the reason why I'm saying that is because of the whole frontal lobe situation. Like your frontal lobe is fully developed by that time. So like, and that have a lot to do with impulse control, etc. Y'all probably know these things already, but I think that's the reason why I would say 25, because it's fully developed at that time and it will continue to develop even the mid 30s. But I know at that time that the 30s is probably too old to have children from what people are saying. But yeah, like 22, 23, we still don't really know how to like have understand the decision making and the planning and the impulse control. It's not developed, but it's not fully developed at that time. You don't have to agree with it. You don't have to agree with it. You can look it up. Like that's biology. Like that's by the age of 25, it's fully
That doesn't
developed at
stop
that
you
time,
from
the
it does,
frontal lobe.
biology
No,
doesn't
no,
say
no,
you
I'm not
can't.
saying, but I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the age of 25, the frontal lobe is fully developed, and that is a part of making decisions and impulse control. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to agree with it. Just look it
I
up.
know it's
That's
science.
something.
I know it's
Yeah. So
science,
I'm not.
but that's not an
Yeah, but I'm
excuse.
not.
That's
Yeah, but
not
you
an
can't.
excuse, though.
I
If that's the
never
case,
said it. I
yeah,
never
it's an
said it's an
excuse for
excuse.
our young women
I'm
open our
literally just
legs up.
answering his question.
Okay,
I
you're right.
literally just answered his question. I'm
You're right
saying at the
here.
age of
You're
25,
right.
from what I
Okay, right.
believe that by the age of 25, they should be able to marry at that time. Now, to have like sex and things like that, I still believe 25. I don't think,
Oh wow.
because at the end of the day, like it's impulse control. Like when we do have intercourse with each other, before 25, we don't really know why. We're just doing it because it feels good for the moment. It's
Can I ask
not,
you a question, Sarah?
yeah, go ahead. No problem.
So
Remember, this is how I think. This is my opinion
I
now.
get it.
No one have to agree.
Those are really good responses. No marriage
Yeah, go
until
ahead.
25, no sex till 25. Fine.
Yeah, that's what I believe.
What about drinking and smoking?
Well, for me, I don't drink and smoke.
No, I'm not. Take yourself out of it.
But I know
What
what you
about
mean, like generally. Yeah, generally, I don't, because remember, it goes back to impulse control. So,
drinking,
and making decisions. So I
how old
don't.
should a woman be
Mhm.
before she drinks and smokes?
I don't believe that somebody should drink or smoke before that age. That's just me because of the
Okay,
whole impulse control and the decision making. But I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. And I'm not saying that somebody that is 22, 23 years old is not mature enough to drink or smoke. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying based
but
off
you
what I
said that they
know
might not mature
regarding
enough to
to,
get married and have sex.
yeah, because statistic and biology, they're not. Biology, I'm not
What if I
saying
told you?
independent.
What if I told you the
I'm
same
not
people
saying individually.
right? What if I told you the same people that you think is old enough to drink and smoke,
Mhm.
those consuming those things actually impairs the functionality of your frontal lobe. So using it as a shield to not get
Mhm.
married or have sex until 25, and at the same time you can drink and smoke is a contradiction.
But Sweeney's
No,
asking her her opinion.
I'm saying this is my opinion. At the age of
I get it.
25, I believe that based off the frontal lobe, based on science, based on biology, I'm
What's based
saying
on all of
the
that?
frontal lobe is fully developed by the age of 25. And when it comes to decision making and impulse control, that's the age that's fully developed. And it's actually still developing by the mid 30s. So
I
that's my
understand that.
answer. That's
I
all I'm saying.
understand the biology behind it. But I'm just
Yeah,
saying
that's
that
all.
if you're gonna participate in things that impairs it before 25, it's hard to make the
Yeah.
case that you should wait to do the things.
No, but I
That
don't agree with that. That's the thing. Like, I don't
you
agree
don't
for
agree that
people to
smoking and
smoke
drinking
and drink.
impairs the frontal lobe?
No, she's saying she doesn't
No,
agree with
I
people
don't
under
agree with them.
25 smoking
Yeah,
or
that's what I'm
drinking or
saying.
having
But she
sex.
said
Yeah.
Yeah.
maturity. She said
But it
they're
happens
mature
though.
enough.
I don't knock, I don't judge nobody that does it. I'm just saying it happens.
Okay.
Let somebody else answer.
Yeah, that's it. I just answered very simple. I don't want to, yeah.
Bo, did you answer? Right. And if y'all, the reason why I'm having them answer first is because they're the ones that's speaking vehemently against this marriage at this age. So I already know that Amira, Naomi, Lady Di have no issue with marrying young. So
You
I'm just going to the ones that objected, just so
you
y'all
know what I
understand.
think. You know what I think, Sweeney. I might have changed my mind.
Yeah, I do know what you think. It's okay
Good.
though.
So, personally, I feel like in order for this to be a thing, the boys need to be raised with empathy. They need to be raised to communicate effectively. And I think that communicate is thrown around so easily. They need to be able to listen. They need to be able to understand. They need to be able to comprehend, and they also need to be able to solve one problem at a time. That is effective communication. They need to be able to communicate their feelings very well and calmly. They need to be taught how to control themselves. They need to be taught how to hone their emotions, how to identify them, and how to control them. They also need to be taught how to keep their bodies to themselves. So I think that that's a good start for it, for a relationship. Problem solving skills are not a strong suit of a lot of men. So I think that that's a good thing. Those are good places to start.
All right. Did Naomi, Amira, Lady Di, did y'all want to actually answer the question or y'all good?
I do.
All right, Amira, go ahead.
I don't think that women, majority of the times, I don't think that women should be the ones deciding what is right for a boy to be learning or what he needs to know. Because the majority of times when women try to decide what the man needs to know or what he should be or shouldn't be, typically women end up making something that they're unattracted to anyway. So I believe that only the men should be the ones determining what that boy needs to know before he gets married, because the men are going to know what challenges that boy is going to face. The women don't. Sorry, guys. So I think it's mostly the men who should be determining what that boy needs to learn before he gets married,
Thank you.
not the women.
The whole damn conversation's irrelevant after that. We probably should get people these. If y'all want to do this, we should probably
the
get
reason why I asked the question
form
is the
so we
reason
can
why
have
I
a
asked
conversation.
the reason why I asked the
This is a
question
hold
is
up.
because we're obviously dealing with these women, right? So I'm just asking because they're coming up with a lot of contention for young marriage. So to dive into it, so I'm asking on this to find out what they believe would get them to the altar if they were to choose these men and what they would expect from it. I'm not saying that they have to be the person that teaches them or decides it. I'm just asking for their thoughts on the.
Yeah, but the reason why the question is has no merit or no relevance is because they don't control access to marriage.
Jesus fucking
You're
Christ.
asking it from an end of they're the ones who are dictating what you bring to table to become a husband.
Sure, if that's what
But
you got to
Sweeney,
say.
no, but Sweeney, don't you think? Wait, you're asking them this question, but don't you
Do y'all
think that
disagree?
even the women saying these things, they're basically making something that they're going to be unattracted to anyway?
Do y'all believe that y'all are? Ask them. Shit,
What?
they're the ones who called and said what they wanted. Ask them. Is that what they would be unattracted to?
I
Do you
believe so.
I
understand
think
that
that's
everything that
assumption
we
though.
said is the thing that we needed to stay in the relationships that we were in?
But you guys
How would
picked.
you?
Wait.
How
You guys
can you
picked the
say what
men.
I would
You
be
guys picked the
unattracted to?
men that weren't that. So how can you tell me that that is what you're looking for, and you pick the man that's the opposite?
I didn't do that. That was a mirror. I was holding that.
Yeah, but when you learn from your mistakes, then you will know. You'll
Exactly.
know. Yeah, so like you have to learn from your mistakes.
At
So of
what
course you're
cost?
How
not
many
gonna know in the
men?
beginning.
Why do you need to learn from a mistake when you just said something about communication? Are you telling me that at whatever age you were starting to date or look for men, you couldn't figure out with your mind, your logical mind, I want somebody who can talk?
No, because we're young. No, because we're
They're not
young. Sometimes we
25
do
yet,
not
Amira,
know
so they're
better.
not logical. That's what
Yes, so
they're
this is
arguing.
but
Like 25 years,
yes,
all of a
but it's
sudden that
true.
knowledge comes.
Well, you
You
know
feel
It
what?
me?
depends on your
We
experience though.
I
But
think
how
you're
you
right.
gonna
hold on, Kater.
oh,
Hold on, Kater.
okay.
We sincerely apologize, Amira, for not being as perfect as you. We're so sorry
One
for
second, my
not
husband's calling.
being
One
as
second, my husband's calling.
discerning as
Damn, y'all
you
think we're perfect?
and having the guidance
Shout
that
out to
you
you, man.
have. Like what the like as if people are not allowed to make mistakes. As if people are not allowed to learn from said mistakes. We came up with this list because of learned experiences, because we were missing these things in those relationships. And had we had those things, that relationship would have gone much smoother for us instead of us having to settle for someone who acts like a small child.
But what did you do that was wrong in the relationship, though? Well,
Plenty.
not you
Miss
specifically,
part
but
of it, but
what are women doing in the relationship that's wrong? Why is it we just blaming
Plenty.
it?
It's not that we are perfect, but we are speaking from our experience. I can't speak on men's experience with women. We have to speak from here, not because we're perfect, but because this is our experience, and I don't experience women like that. Only men can. So
No,
you have to ask them
I
about what
mean, we're
women do wrong,
currently
not
not
us.
speaking on what women do wrong because he asked us specifically, what do we want for like our daughters to have in a man,
I was referring to
No,
those
that's
ending statements.
right?
He was saying
he was
stuff.
asking.
I was
He
referring
was
to those
asking,
ending
what are
statements.
the men supposed to fix, or what do the man need to have in order for you to get into marriage with them and that marriage be a successful marriage?
No, she's right. I was asking because I started off by saying I think it's kind of pointless to speak specifically to these women, but they were actively speaking against marrying young. So I asked them, what would we have to if we implemented Amira's cultural background, so to speak, what she grew up in, which was family being involved, teachers being, what I mean, teaching the kids young and everything else. What would they believe would have to be taught for them to be okay for young women to marry at the age between the ages of 18 and 24?
Yeah, I mean,
What do they?
because it's also like here's the other thing, right? Even if you want to make this a equal sides are doing a bunch of stuff wrong. I'm saying that most men that I know that are good men, right, openly admit that at 18 they were troublesome, they were promiscuous, they were all of these things, and then they got to be like mature and disciplined and great and honorable at like 30. Okay, so I don't want my daughter to go too far up in age to date. So what I'm saying is when we make it an even conversation, even if we're saying, okay, she's immature, she is a liar, she's promiscuous too. Okay, cool. Now they're both promiscuous, now they're both immature, now they're both liars at 18. So what's wrong with saying wait till you're 24 and you've got a little bit more sense about yourself, and maybe you got a degree so both of you can be a little bit more established in your lives. If it, because like Lady O said, stop talking about money. Okay, so if you are saying he doesn't need to be a full-on 100% provider, right? Now she can bring in some finances too, because now they both have degrees at 24. They're both probably into the first year or 2 or 3 in their career, right? What's wrong with that?
Well, what's wrong with it is, why do you got to set up the two people with the extreme worst cases? Why can you just speak from they're both 18? Why do you have to add that you're indirectly adding that the parents were poor at training them up to be ready for it? So you skip all of that just to go right into justifying why you should wait till you're young. You see how you curated your response to
Are we
justify
saying
that?
24 isn't young though?
No,
You
24 is not young.
you missed the whole point I was
24
trying to say, but okay.
24 ain't young. It's younger, but it's not young. I think, I'm sorry, Sweeney.
Laisha, what Darwin is
Make it
saying
hard to
is,
have this
if
conversation.
if you're answering my question from the perspective of we're getting ahead of the problem. Don't answer it from the tortured side of it. Answer it from the position of getting ahead of the issue, so that our kids won't walk into a situation where they're both promiscuous in a club and doing all types of dumb shit. That's why I'm asking you, what do you think they need to be taught to be prepared for marriage at 24, at 22 or 23?
Let me help you.
But that's what I'm saying. Well, if they are both great people, I'm still advocating for like 23 to 24, just because one of my biggest points is I do want both my daughters and my son to finish college. Like, I want them to be able to do that. I have a certain timeline that not necessarily they have to, but if they followed that timeline, it would make me feel really good, and it would make me feel like, okay, then maybe they heard me. And in that perfect world, in my perfect timeline, it's they graduate high school, they go to college, they are dating that really great guy or girl, because I've got a son and 2 daughters, so guy or girl. And then that relationship then turns into the engagement, let's say like that senior year of college. And then it turns into the marriage once they graduate. That's why I'm saying I advocate for it personally. I would like for them to have because I've even heard y'all say on this panel, well, even though you got great results, Alicia, and you made it to the finish line, you made it to the finish line wrong.
Can I ask Amira
So
a question?
I'm saying that I want them to do it the way I didn't do it. I want them to finish.
We gotta let everybody engage.
Right. So before we start, can we get Naomi in there? Because she actually literally asked, can she get in there?
I want to hear the question.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to say. I'm not going to speak to what I would like to see in the young men. I do advocate for getting married at a young age, even though it didn't work for me. And it's because of what I've learned and what I want to see my daughter be successful in. So my daughter, my oldest, is 19, and she does desire marriage, even though her parents are divorced. And I'm teaching my daughter how to be self-sufficient and to be a wife. And the good thing about that is that she's actually in college right now, and she's not just, out there having her back blown out and things like that, because I've built a strong community around her. And I do have a 16-year-old son, and I have men in place to teach him. I also have men in place to help vet for the potential husband for my daughter.
Oh,
So I
wow.
think I can't sit here and tell you what I would like to see in a young man, because I'm going to be honest with you, as a woman, I will miss it. It is what it is. But I do have men who are pillars in the lives of my children to help vet the men for my daughter. So
Did you put an effort to put those people in place for your kids, or did you just wait on God to do that or something?
it's so I'm going to be honest with you. So I've been single for over a decade, but it took one, I had to make myself solid in my own foundation, and then I had to find the type of people, the type of men that I wanted in my children's life, and it took time to do that. It was very I'm not it was not easy. it was it was very difficult.
What do you say
But
about
I
the
have a
women?
solid foundation. Like,
So what do you say about the women who are making these? I'm gonna just say it, making these excuses that their daughters are gonna be promiscuous and all that. Don't you think that's like a cop out, or it's like you think? Don't you think they could have prevented that? Like they could have
so
did what you did and put people in place to ensure that those things didn't happen.
I made it a point because, so listen, I know what I did wrong. I know how I lived wrong. I also have a solid foundation. I believe in God. So now I'm teaching my daughter to do the same things. My daughter's not promiscuous. She's 19. She's going to college, and by the grace of God, I'm able to pay for her tuition for her to go to school. And and she's actually in the process. She's getting a full-time job, and she's going to be signing a lease for her first apartment in August. So I'm teaching her to be a wife, but for
Amen.
her to be self-sufficient.
Amen.
And I'm teaching her these things about submission, because ultimately, everything that I speak, I believe in. And I'm teaching her that too. And I think that's one of the best things that I heard from uh, Lady Di that was up here, is that even though we did what we did, we can pour that on to our young children. We can pour that on into younger people. Promiscuous, save your body. It is a treasure. And teach
Amen.
these things to them so that they don't repeat those same mistakes. Because I told my daughter, I said, listen, don't bring me no babies, but at the end of the day, I can't sit here and say what I would want out of the men, but I do have men in place that are even teaching my young son. He's 16.
Amen.
So that's all I wanted to say.
My question to Amira was, and you can answer this. You don't have to answer that. It's about children, because I know people don't be sensitive. If you and your husband train your daughter all the way up from the time she was trainable, all the way up till 18, are you going to tell her to wait to be a wife till after college?
So, good question, Mr. McPherson. I believe that some girls have to get married younger, and some girls have to get married in their 20s. And I say younger because the reason why a lot of people got their children married young was not really because they just wanted to get them out. Some people did, but the majority is because in some cultures, we don't believe that the people should be. There are some girls that are more active younger, if that
Hold
makes
on
any
to it.
sense. Like they're more sexually,
Develop.
developed
You got the
maybe.
women parts early.
Yeah, they want things younger, and you don't want your daughter to be a hoe, so you marry her, you get her married so she doesn't become despicable, she doesn't become a whore out in the streets,
It becomes a
pleasuring herself
target
or
of
what
you.
have you.
Yeah.
You get your kid married young, you say, hey, you have your husband, you do what you want with your husband, but you do not go outside and be a whore. You're not going to go out there and experiment with Tom, Dick, Harry, everybody else. You're not going to do that. You're going to be experimenting with your husband. And that's how you keep the girl decent. People don't like to talk about it that way, but it is what it is. I mean, it's humans. We're
So did
all.
you say we just hurry up and marry them because she wants to have sex and we can't stop her from doing it? So let's just hurry up and push her off on the man she want to have sex with? Is that what you just said in layman's
Well,
terms?
obviously, you don't push the girl off. You are always there. The family structure stays intact. Just like I told you, when anybody gets married young, the family has to be there. You cannot leave them to their own. You can't just say, okay, bye, guys, have a good time. No, I mean, the families have to be there. And typically, now this is cultural, now this might be a little bit different, but for us, if that happens, the girl gets married, she moves into the house of her husband's parents. That's typically how that works. And the families stay together. So that's typically how it works. And Bo, I know you've never heard of that concept of families staying together, but that's how families stay together. Units. That's what it is. Especially if they're young. But if they're older and they're able to go out and move on to their own, move into a different house, then they can do that when they're older. But young people, you have to watch over them. You can't just let them go out, because then you have stories like Bo and not Lashia, sorry, the other one. Who's the other one? Katura? Sorry, Katura. But then you have stories like that where there's failures so many times, even though they tried. If you just leave it like how Bo is saying, like, oh, she's like laughing at me because I said the family should be there. If you don't, you have disaster. And
Can I ask you a question? How mine is a failure?
Didn't you
based
say
on
that
what
you
I
got
said?
married young? Didn't you say you got
Yeah, I
married
was
young?
married young, but there was other people that got married young as well, and I have both
I'm
parents,
just talking
and I
about
have a
yours.
good family.
You offered your story. That's why I'm
Yeah,
referring
no,
to
I
it.
understand. No, I understand that, but it was other people also that said that they was married at a young age too.
I'm sorry, I don't remember everybody.
You know
I
what
just
I'm
remember
saying?
I remember Bo, and that's it. I don't see anybody. There was
You
other
had,
girls here.
hold
There
on,
was other
we had
people as well.
what? Wait a minute,
Amira,
we
I'm
had
gonna tell
another
you why
divorced
it
lady
came
on
off
the panel
You
too.
remember
disrespectful.
Yeah,
all
it
the
came off a little off. Yeah, it
Wait,
came
Bo.
off a little off.
Amira, I'm gonna tell you
But
why
is
it
it
came
not
off
true? Is it not true that
disrespectful. I'm
one
gonna
moment?
tell you
No, it's
why it came
actually
off disrespectful.
Didn't you
Because
say
we
that
have
you got married
we have
young? One
divorced
moment,
women on this panel, but
Lashia, one
nobody
moment.
calls them out for being a failure at
That's
marriage.
yeah,
Their
ridiculous.
opinion is
because
praised, but they're still
I
divorced.
can't
So
yeah,
they
listen.
still
because
failed.
If you guys are all speaking at one time, I'm trying to speak to Katura.
Well,
Katura,
to
what
yeah,
to
go
be
didn't
ahead.
you
fair, hold on, y'all. To
I
be
was just
fair,
asking.
Amir,
I was just asking a question
hold on,
because she
Katura.
said my name, so that's all.
Right, but to
Just
be
asking a
But
fair,
isn't
question.
it true though?
to
But
to
you're
be
acting like I'm saying a
hold on,
Isn't
lie.
hold
true
on, y'all,
what?
Hold
hold
on,
on,
Sweeney.
hold on,
Let him,
y'all,
let
hold on,
him, let
y'all.
him, let him, let him do it, Sweeney.
Married
Let him.
No,
young,
I
and
got it, I got it. To be fair,
am
Katura,
I missing
she's
a
not
story?
she's not
Yeah, no.
saying that
Mhm.
she's not saying that she wasn't pointing to you personally as and calling you a failure. What she was referencing was when Bo referenced
Mhm.
yours and Naomi's relationship and talked about how
Mhm.
being young may have contributed to y'all making a decision where y'all got married to the wrong person. So that's what she was referencing as the failure. She wasn't saying you as a person is a failure. She was saying that
Yeah,
y'all
but that's
married.
how I understand that. I get that, but that's why I asked the question because I must have misheard. But that's why I asked her, "How is my example a mistake?" And I think I have a right to ask her that.
Yeah, go ahead and ask him.
So
Yeah,
typically, if a
that's all.
person gets married young and they end up separating, it's usually called a failure. The marriage failed. Did it not fail? I mean, am I lost here?
No, you're not lost,
So
Amira. What
No.
we're trying to say as women is that when a woman has an alignment with a certain set of ideologies, we find it quite interesting how nobody calls out her failure in her marriage because now all of a sudden she aligns with that man. But if you aligned with men so much, maybe you wouldn't be divorced.
Who
So
are you
why would
talking?
we call out one type of woman's ideology and failure and say, "Oh, well, look at this and this and that." But there are plenty of women that I've heard on like in general, honestly, in life, that when they start to agree with men or they start to agree in general, right? Like for instance, if you were divorced tomorrow, Amira, there are
Right.
so many people that would not have said anything about your failure in your marriage because your ideologies would be the same and nobody would want to say that maybe your ideologies didn't work because you're still divorced. But now we have people talking a certain ideology, and because it sounds good to a certain demographic, nobody's calling out their failures. We're only calling out the failures of the women that we're
Yeah.
disagreeing with,
Yeah.
and that's
Wasn't the
weird. It
Lashia,
is.
I'm not sure that's
wasn't
going,
the
to be
but
conversation?
clear,
Can I please
hold
answer?
on.
Can
To
I
be
please answer really
clear,
quickly?
Amira, to be clear,
Can I
you
please
did not
answer?
call
Well,
our
y'all are
marriages a
triple
failure.
teaming
You
her.
called us
Oh my God, I can't
Can't
even
failures.
even
answer.
answer Couture.
I'm
Oh,
just
just
clearing it up. Go ahead.
before you go, let me answer to Lashia because Lashia said it's weird when I call out
Laisha.
when I said sorry, Laisha, sorry,
Yeah, 'cause
and
nobody
then
can say my name
it's
right.
not really weird because we're talking about failures from getting married young, and that's what Katura said her failure directly came from. So we're
But there was
saying,
other people that said that too. But because yeah, there was other people that said it as well. So yeah,
I
I
feel
have a
like it
right to
stuck
ask
out
the
to you what
question.
she said because her point is different than yours.
Exactly. That's why. Because if I would have agreed with her, she would have never brought it
She
up.
would have never
Just like
used
the
you as
other
an
lady.
example.
So
Exactly.
she wanted to accompany everybody who had a failure because she felt like she'd been isolated. Is that what?
No,
Yes,
but it
that's what
was
she's
another.
saying.
No, it
She's
was
saying
another
don't use her as an
person.
example because they have differing opinions. Because no shade to Lady O, but Lady O is also divorced. But I feel like because
And
they
was
have the
married
same
early.
ideology, you didn't call out Lady O.
Is
So
that
why
Oh,
wouldn't
no,
you say
no,
Lady O
no,
as
hold
well?
on, y'all. I'm listening.
Okay.
And look, I
At
don't make no
all.
bones about, hold on. I already know I had a failed marriage just because of me. But at the end of the day, I don't look at it as nothing. I don't take offense to nothing she said. She's really talking about me too. If you had a failed marriage, but at the end of the day, some of them people that have been married 30 years, they in failed marriages. So let's just keep it a buck. Okay, let's just stop acting like that because people been married 20, 30, 40 years that they're okay as well because y'all don't want to listen to them either. Because I'm just saying we got to stop that. All divorces ain't failed things either because me and my ex-husband get along extremely well. So, okay, so let's just keep it a buck. But I didn't take anything that Amir said as offensive because at the end of the day, if you're divorced at some point, especially when you look up and you say whatever mistakes we made, we have failed marriages. At the end of the day, we got divorced. You can't say in the next 10, 15, 20 years you won't be divorced. So don't get it twisted, okay? Because the divorce rate is high. Half of y'all gonna be divorced. Let's just keep it a buck. So don't just act like we just failed people. But I understood where Mira was coming from. We did have failed marriages. Just suck it up and let's just say we got it. I understand. Now her name was called. What's her name? Kuntura. But I don't really take no offense to it. I don't know. That's just me. Failed
Topic
marriage
is
right here.
specifically
But
about the
but this is the thing, she didn't call you out though. You get what I'm saying? Like she didn't
Oh
call
my
you
God,
out. You
Victoria,
get what I'm
you're
saying?
being so
That's why.
sensitive. You're fine. I'm sorry I said your name, even though it did apply. But okay, fine. If you want me to say Couture at all, then okay,
But
Couture at all.
you see how she's
The
okay.
backhanded apology is necessary.
Why would I apologize for something that actually made sense? That
Oh,
is
No, she don't have to apologize. She know what she's doing. She's trying to get big. It's fine. It's fine. I know what she's doing. She's trying to be slick, and it's okay.
Dara
I
instigating.
don't
Mira,
have to
stop.
reflect. I'm
Stop
saying
doing
the
that.
honest truth. I'm saying it to everyone. There is no slickness. I'm
If
saying
you
if you
weren't being slick, Darwin wouldn't be laughing if you wasn't being shady. Darwin is
Exactly,
laughing his
she
ass off.
was.
That's how
That's
you
why I
know
said
it's
she want to act
shade.
stupid. Let her
That's
be
how you
stupid.
know
She
it's
know
shade.
exactly what she's
Darwin
saying.
laughs at all shade. If
Darwin,
you're
stop
not being
laughing.
shady, he wouldn't find it
Man, I'm sitting
funny.
here watching cartoons while y'all
That's
talking.
your
I ain't even
problem.
thinking about
That's
y'all.
your problem, Mr. Victoria.
Whatever.
So we lying on a Thursday then, Darwin. We lying on a
Come
Thursday.
on
Man, look.
now.
That's fine.
Sierra been waiting a whole hour. Man, let that woman speak. Let her
Also, I
talk,
wanted
Sierra.
I have my
to
two
on the
cents when
panel. She didn't specifically
Yeah,
say that
Trey
y'all were
Lane.
failures. She said have situations that are
Sleep.
failures,
Failed marriage.
even when you're trying hard. So she didn't say that y'all were actual failures. And I rewinded it to make sure. So if y'all want me to play the clip,
Okay, all
I can
right.
play
I
it. But
stand
she didn't
corrected.
say y'all were failures. She said the situation was a failure, even when y'all tried.
I stand
Okay.
corrected.
So I wanted to say I think that the prefrontal cortex idea is a bad faith argument, to be honest. We sometimes like to behave as if it's a light switch. It's really not. It's not a light switch. It's gradual, right? So it develops all the way through your adulthood. At 25 on your birthday, it doesn't just turn on and you can make good decisions. That's not how it works. But
But that's not what I
even
said.
if
I said even after 25,
Nigga ain't
it's
speak.
still
Those are no
developing.
bounds.
No, but I'm just
so
trying to.
then so
I'm
then
just
so
saying, like it still
by that
develops at the time.
by that logic, then you can't even use the
Well,
hard line as 25
but
if
I
that's the
think
case.
that I honestly think
Damn,
that
y'all
your
just cutting the shit out of me.
argument,
I see.
I honestly think that your argument validated our point, though.
Now, hold on, Sierra. If y'all listen, he hasn't even been up here because we've tried to get all of y'all opinions in.
I'm sorry.
He's been stuck in the back. Him and M White has been stuck in the back for at least the better part of the last hour. So, how I like this to go? If you have an objection, I will let you object, but you gotta let him make the point first.
My man. Right. So, and I was actually going somewhere with this before I was rudely interrupted. So,
All right, I'm sorry.
Even with that, we cool. I'm messing with y'all. We good. So even with all of that, right? I do think it is a bad faith argument, but I'm not going to go that way. What I try to do is go on the route of success, and with success, right? If we're looking at the success, I talked about this a couple of weeks ago. We have what they call a Goldilocks age, where the rates of divorce are the lowest. This is culturally, of course, it's not like this worldwide, but we're in the U.S., so we'll talk about the U.S. In the U.S., typically, if a person is married from their mid to late 20s up into their early 30s, the best age would be between 26 to 29, where you have the least likelihood of divorce. And if we're talking about success and you're aiming for success, and that's probably about where you should be, just statistically going, right? Everybody's brought up differently. There are some people who are a lot more mature. I've met some 18-year-olds that are mature than a lot of 30-year-olds. It is what it is, right? But it's a cultural thing. I think that it starts with us, the parents. The reason why it doesn't work here in the West is because we suck at parents as a whole, right? We don't prepare our children for marriage. We're not marriage minded. We tell them go make it work, and we just let them out there, and we don't have those talks. We're afraid of the birds and the bees talks, and we just ignore everything. If you're not marriage minded, if you don't have your family supporting, like Amir talked about earlier, then we're probably gonna continue to fail. Culturally, we are failing, and it's because we're allowing it. It's because we don't care. It's because we don't think it's important enough. It's because we don't understand our duty. We don't care about any family. We don't. If we start caring more about our families and having a family and legacy, then we could probably do better at what it is we're trying to do. I know somebody might have had a response, so I'll gladly answer it if you did.
Yeah,
I
think
just
Sierra had a
I just
rebuttal
wanted
for
to
you.
say, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Or you, Sierra came down and she's muted, so you can go.
Boy, this is a hard this
Sure.
first time the people been hard moderated, boy.
You're good at
I'll
that
say
job.
this, like, okay, so you said the Goldilocks age, and you said is between 28 and 32, and that's like the lowest percentage of divorce, right?
Well, I said between like 26 to 29. Depends on where you're at, but at the best, if you start from about your mid 20s to early
Mm-hmm.
30s, right?
Okay.
Precisely, if you're talking about like 26 to 29 is where they say is the best age for success. But a little up is fine, a little down is fine. But once you start to deviate, when you start going into mid to late 30s, high failure rate. When you start to go down into low 20s, culturally we fail.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
kind of, but even the frontal lobe conversation, that proves my point, because by the age of 25, your frontal lobe is fully developed. So it's
All
like,
right.
it's, you kind of
So
proving my point.
okay.
You know what I'm
Well,
saying? If
not
that makes
actually,
sense to
right?
you.
It doesn't, and I'll tell you why.
How?
Which is why I specifically mentioned the culture, because it works in
Mm-hmm.
other places, right? When you go overseas, you see it does work, and their frontal lobes, their anatomy is just the same. It's just over here. Culturally, we're behind. Culturally, we're immature. That's the problem. That's why we fail so much, is because we coddle and baby our kids and don't give them the information and the foundation to be adults here. That's what the problem is.
I got a question about the prime area or the most optimal age range for marriage. Are you talking about when both couples are between
Well, both
26 and 29? Or can one be in between 26 and 9 and one younger or older? Or both of them have to be on that line? Because
most
I don't know
people
if the stat
most people
compensates.
marry within about 3 years of each other anyway, for the majority. There's not a bunch of age disparities out here.
So
Most people marry within their age bracket.
for I'm saying, for example, let's say one of them was 24 and the other one was 28, right in that middle of that damn window. Are you saying there's a failure rate there?
If
Or
they're a
both of
couple
them
and
have to
if
be
their
within
maturity levels match. And like I said, 24, if you deviate a little bit under, a little bit older, the likelihood is still not as bad as if you
and
deviate further.
the stat compensates for that, the threshold moving above, one of them moving outside of the threshold.
Right.
Because I would like to see that stat.
Sure. I'll send it to you I'll put it in the back chat.
Because it said men and women had to be in the same
It's from the
age
Institute of
range
Family
and that same
Studies.
threshold.
But I'll put it in the back chat for you.
Okay. That's
But what
interesting.
I don't understand is that how you believe in stats, but you don't believe in biology.
I do
Like
believe in
how you believe
biology.
in the stat. Yeah, but the
I
biology is
explained
saying,
it. The
yeah, go
biology,
ahead, continue.
the reason I said that is because it works elsewhere. If it wasn't disproven that this culture is where we fail the most. Our divorce rates are high. It works in other cultures. That's what I'm saying. That's why I have a problem with it.
So,
of the same ages, they have a higher rate of success.
It worked years ago in this same country. Like, why are we acting like people never marry younger? Like my granddad.
I like that you came up here and said that, Trev, because I completely feel like everybody can come to a general consensus, no matter if you believe in older marriage or younger marriage. I feel like everybody feels like a great age is somewhere between 23 and 28. No matter how young you want to say you would like your kid to start getting married, or how old you want to say you want to be when you get married, between 23 and 28 is great. They're both probably highly attracted to each other. They both have college degrees. They're both probably striving for something. Now we're getting into a phase where people have an understanding of how to pay their own rents, and they're not leaning on their parents as much. They have some sense of maturity. Like, all of these things that are like at the prime of a person are somewhere between 23 and 28. I don't understand how we would even argue against that.
Right. Well, that's the thing. Nobody, look, I don't know. I hope I didn't put out that to get married that young. I actually said that age, what you're saying. Most marriages actually were married in those ages. Even back in the day, they got together younger is what I'm saying. They met when they were 13, 14 years old, 15, 16. And because I got a great uncle right now, I want to see him this Saturday. He's been married like 60 years. They met when they were teenagers. They didn't marry till they were in their 20s. I think he was like 24 when he married, and she was like 22, I think, maybe 20. So, but I'm telling you that. And
so you guys are just advocating for meet the person younger, not marry the person younger.
I'm saying meet the person younger and don't marry them until you're. That's why I said earlier. I said go to school, get your skill set, and get married.
But if we look at this stat, we're just talking about the age range where it works. But when we look at where the age range where it failed, I don't think we're wholeheartedly saying it's because of the age. It could be other factors.
Right.
You don't got to be, oh, you were 22, that's why it failed. No, it's because you were sucking your neighbor's dick. That's what I'm saying. Like, why we gotta act like it's? Why do we gotta bottleneck the failure?
Why do you have to be like this? Why are you like this?
Somebody has to.
I'm going to literally start a drinking game for every time you say something so wild and inappropriate. I'm gonna take a shot.
No, because
that's what I want to do.
Will be impaired, and then you're gonna use that against me.
I'm never gonna be able to make it through the duration of the show because I'm gonna be drunk halfway through. Because why?
They call me Bruiser for a reason, ma'am.
That was funny. That shit was funny as hell.
My clearance is expired. I can talk. I can say whatever I want. I'm retired. I don't have a clearance.
I mean, you really look
don't
at
need the what man money.
And it's funny because it's true.
When you're younger, you really both are immature. It's not really the boy or the girl. You know, they're both immature. I don't care body. You know, a woman, we go through puberty like 2-3 years younger than boys because of our. You know, it's better for us to have kids younger. But at the end of the day, we're not mentally more mature than men as we claim we are. We just have to be mature because our bodies can give birth to babies younger. So our mother instincts can kick in very young. So, but yeah, I would say again, for a boy for someone to see a boy that's going to be ready for marriage, he has to have a good work ethic. He has to have some control. He got to be, number one, a follower of the good Lord up above. It's just not, that's going to really be number one. But he got to show a good work ethic. You know, he's not out here messing around with 50,000 girls because he's too busy working. So, you know, those are things right there where you can see that, you know what, Bo, I ain't fooling with you. Like, her no facial expressions be just something else.
No, and she won't stop. She won't stop, Dr. Lady. She won't.
I
know. Look, she's talking. You on mute. I can't hear you. I can't hear you, Bo.
She's talking smack. Trust me on that.
I really wasn't talking. I was looking at what he was talking about regarding to the statistics and stuff. That's all. I'm looking at my laptop.
One next to you.
Okay. They were talking to me.
No, go ahead. Read the stats. I want to hear.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, no, continue. No, it was going based off what he was saying. No, not towards you. Sorry.
Okay, no, I just want you to hear the stats though. But no, I'm just saying for a boy to know that a boy want to be married. I mean, a boy has a maturity to be married. Okay, he's mature. He's working his way up to that. He got to number one. He gotta, other than God, he gotta have a good. Again, I just said that earlier. He must have a good work ethic. I'm telling you, y'all can know these little boys. They lazy. They have lazy. They don't want to hold down a job. Y'all know these guys from the beginning, but y'all still give them babies. But I'm just saying that is the number one. If he got a good work ethic, he's on his goal. He's on his purpose. That's like the main thing that I can say, that he's on his way of being able to lead a household. He's mature. He's responsible. He knows how to communicate with people. He get along with women. You know, I'm just saying, those are some things that could help. But you know, I don't know. I'm a land.
Do y'all even want to hear what the man had to say on this topic?
Yes, we would love to.
Shit.
Go, McPherson.
And White, I know you got something to say on this. I'm gonna let you go first.
I'm gonna go after you. I kind of zoned out a little bit.
I mean, I think we would have to actually change the question, like, just to entertain the polar opposite of what.
Yeah, I had a question for y'all too, because
go ahead.
I really wanted to. That's why I had y'all come back up here, because y'all heard everything that I heard, and I really wanted to get y'all thoughts on what was said by the women, and if that's even feasible, if it makes sense to y'all.
Well, it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. And the reason why I say it makes sense, because I think you have to expect the women to speak from their trauma or a jaded mindset on what they experienced. Because if you see the women who said had wait till you're older, they had a bad experience when they were young. So I think that's expected. I mean, you would want them to be able to maintain some type of intelligence to still instill in their daughters that marrying, and at a young or becoming a mother young is still the most optimal time to do it. But because they're jaded, they have to lead with that. And from a women, I think this is, I don't want to say it's their nature, but I think at their behavior, at the rate of their behavior over the past decade, this is just what you got to expect out of women. They're gonna project off of their past and their mistakes. If they go into a marriage young and it fails, don't marry young, because then you'll fail because I failed. But not looking at all the other successful marriages. So another thing about women telling their daughters or preparing their daughters for marriage, nobody said, well, I don't know if anybody said, but I couldn't remember. So no offense if somebody did state it. Nobody's talked about how to market yourself. Looking at the market, what does the market say it wants a wife to be? And oftentimes I hear women do that because they want men to change what the standards they want for a woman to be a wife, and they just want to embrace them. They want them to, the women want to fix your standards. Like, hey, look, your standards should be this of me. No, my standards is coming from me. So I think you got to focus on what does the man desire. Highly probable too. Like, what does most men want in a woman he would marry? And that should be your foundation. But you still should be able to maneuver, because it becomes subjective to one person. So if a man meets you, you got a little wiggle room to move left or right. But the standard should be what the market wants. And you got to study the market. Like, obviously men want a cooperative woman. You hate to say it, submissive woman. But when you start talking about throwing that off the table, then you just said fuck what the market want. So we can't even go down the rabbit hole of the other list of things that you should bring to the table. You want a woman that don't have a trashy digital footprint, a woman who has a healthy BMI. I know you don't want to talk about that shit, but these are things that men value. You throw thirst traps all over Instagram. You know what I'm saying? You're giving fertility cues. You know, your body, like you're young. Ooh la la. Men want that. Men in the market want that in mass. So if you shrink yourself down to your own perspective of what you think a man wants, and then we know why you're alone. or we know why you're failing and going to continue to fail. So I think you got to open up your mind to be able to embrace and accept, what do the men, how can I increase the likelihood or the probability of being selected? And some of the shit that you think you're supposed to be might have to be recalibrated. And I'll yield to on that one.
Marcus, did you wanted to go or? Yeah. Or you want me to go?
Darwin actually he was like, the market is the market. I think we do fall victim to which is why sometimes I be laughing with some of the stuff both say, because the equalization of how men and women view each other is just not the same thing. I know y'all wish it was, and I can say it week after week, and people might want to dispute it, but it's just the truth. Our body works differently, we think differently, we have different needs. And if you try and universally apply it for men want the same thing as women, you're going to consistently fail. Even if a man attempts to be that way, eventually your nature is going to kind of poke out, and so is his. And it's going to create a rift, which causes a fight in the ideal power dynamic within a relationship. My age group was 18 to 23 for women and 25 to 30 for men as far as time to get married. And the reason I went up to 23 is because, taking into account some people weren't raised with a family and don't have an adequate source of being able to vet a man. So within that 18 to 23, maybe you can get in a religious organization. You can find a group that can assist you in what's necessary to look for and some of the things you may have missed out on. You may have to pay for some type of coaching with an older woman who specializes in that, or become best friends with somebody you would like to emulate. But yeah, I stand firm in the experience that a man needs is not the same experience a young woman needs. The experience will be helpful for the man and it'll be detrimental for the woman. Input, output. We are biologically wired to be different. Y'all are biologically wired to be different. And it's no way to get around that. It really isn't. We can try and say that gender and biology is socially engineered, but we all revert back to that. We all revert back to it. That's my thoughts.
Because see, if you don't, because then the sheep are going to come out. You remember the sheep?
Bo, you said you had a question?
Yeah. So my question is, like, I understand that men are socialized to think differently than women. But my question is, why is it that it only matters what men want? Because when women were saying what we wanted, don't none of that matter. Listen to what the man wants so you can get picked. Why is it that we're not listening to each other to get a middle ground? Because women have needs, men have their view of what they need. Both of us have our views of what we need. Why is it that women have to listen to the men? What women say don't mean nothing because y'all don't want that no way. Listen to the men because this is what we want. This is how you get selected. Why is that?
I think so. When men answer that question and it may seem like it's being dismissive, it's not being dismissive. It's patterns of best practice, right? So a woman can say, hey, I want XYZ in a man. And then they friend zone those men. And then there's a different group of men who don't embody the traits that they're speaking of. And those men get the women. Like, speaking to somebody that was on the opposite side of the friend zone, I see the characteristics that y'all talking about in the men that got friend zoned all the time. So it would be disingenuous for us to co-sign that, knowing, and I'm not to say that there's no truth in it, but if that's the primary personality traits that say women would say, and then select for a different group of things, a man would say you can't trust the sheep on how to hunt them, you know, or the prey on how to be hunted. You have to talk to another hunter. If that makes sense.
Bohem, are you being pursued by the man you desire?
Mm-hmm.
Why you ain't married?
Because the man didn't have what I just said I needed.
Now, can't you see how that is a contradiction?
How?
When I say the man you desire, let's just assume that he have.
I'm talking about, this is why I'm not married. but the man currently I
No,
desire
he's
him.
asking you why you're not married to the man that's pursuing you currently. But I isn't
I
that
don't
like
even know
a
that man like that.
yeah, you just started dating him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is anybody that is struggling to get in a relationship or get married on this panel? That's a hard admit. That's gonna take some accountability. So I probably
No,
shouldn't even
my
ask
work
that question.
overnight. Nope, I'm not. I'm good.
I think this is where we have
Oh,
to account for pretty privilege though, because I'm
no,
not gonna yeah.
that's
Because
long.
like
That's
M.
short
White
term.
said, right? M. White said, he looks at so many men that are those things, right? But I'm not gonna lie. It's only a small selection of really good looking men that aren't prioritizing what they want over what you say you want, Bo. Because guess what? When he's a really good looking man, just like when she's a really good looking woman, he knows he's so damn good looking, he probably ain't got to concede to you, just like she knows that. Pretty privilege is a thing. Really good looking people don't concede quite often. Society has built their head up where they feel like I don't really have to be all of these things that you say I have to be because I make up for it in looks. Let's be real. Let's be 100%. Y'all are going to tell me there's never been a time where you might have been in a relationship or somebody was pursuing you, right? And you was like, yeah, I like if you got a list of 10 things, like personality wise, I'm 7 of them. I'm not really worried about those other 3. Face card don't decline. I look like this. You're still gonna take that 7.
Well, Lexi, let me ask you this: would you pursue a man?
I look like ew. The
Exactly,
ghetto.
and that is why
That's
you put
crazy talk.
now, and you just answered why you have to optimize yourself for a man who is selecting. Because you women in general, do not go out and pursue man and approach man and vet them out
But
and
hold on,
propose to
Darwin.
them.
Do you want us to though?
Yeah. If you claim,
Okay, now
if you
just a
go,
question.
if you go, I know what I want. I want X, Y, Z. I want A, B, C, D. If you know it, then go get it.
I got something for you, Darwin.
And you're gonna get a taste of what we get whenever we go get
Okay.
what we want, and then the motherfucker turn back and become unruly and uncooperative and unsubmissive.
But you
You'll get a
can't say that's
taste
not how most men
of a
are.
mirror
Even though
image of
y'all are the ones
yourself.
pursuing, y'all will still look at a woman and be like, physically, she's a 10. I have these lists of 10 qualities where, like, what I want from her on the inside, but on the outside, she's a 10, and the inside qualities, she only matches 6. Shit, that ass makes up for those other 4 qualities every time. That is most men. Maybe not you, maybe not Trev, maybe not Sweeney, maybe not M. White. But what I know for facts, you walk out of there with a face on point, a natural face on point, a natural
What does
booty
it make
on
for?
point.
What does it
What?
That
make
man's
up
gonna
for?
accept those 6
What
No,
does it make
qualities.
up for?
no,
What are you
Brute.
saying her
Oh,
ass is gonna make up for?
Like if you have a list of qualities that you're looking for,
Let me
like
give you a few.
personality, like inside wise,
Let me give
and
you a
she only
few.
meets 6 of them, that
I
ass
got
makes up for the 4 she's
I'm gonna give
I
you
missing.
a
got
few.
Most men marry
you want
average
me
women, so that doesn't make sense. Most
no,
men
hold
marry
on.
average
I got
looking
it. I
women.
got the answer.
Let me
But
give
the
you a few
average women are
qualities, and you
mostly
tell me
saying,
if
I'll
her
submit to
ass is
whatever
gonna
that
make
man
up for
say
that.
because they know they're average.
What
So
qualities of
No.
a woman do you think an ass is gonna make up for?
I got
Oh no,
it.
you gotta
Go ahead,
ask
go ahead,
them men that's married to them.
go ahead.
Women who have those types of looks, they don't submit. They got attitudes. They'll cuss you out. They not finna cook and clean for you. They not finna do none
They're
of
not
that.
married.
And men
Men are
let
not
it
marrying those
slide.
women.
They're not
Men let
married.
it
They
slide.
just
That
screw.
is
Them
short-term
women, hold on, them
relationships.
women be mean as hell, and y'all be letting it slide. I'm telling
I
you,
do this for a
combatants.
living. I mean,
And
now,
honestly,
and they
everybody
do
in the
not marry
comments
those
saying
women.
my point, everybody in the comments, right, is saying my point only applies to women. But I feel like that's not true because like a man and a woman could be dating and a man will know he tall, he got some nice hair, he keep a clean cut, he good looking in the face, he's a nice build. You know what that man gonna tell you? I don't care what you talking about. I make some good money. I'm fine as hell. What? Don't be complaining. Shut your mouth
Well,
and
you know what the
submit.
problem with it
That's what
is?
men like that say. Shut your mouth and submit.
And y'all
And you be
women,
like,
what are y'all women gonna do? Y'all gonna go submit to that. I'm saying the other way around. Men are not doing. That's how women move. Women are looking at the skeleton of a man and not paying attention to the critical things he need to bring to the table.
Darwin,
They're
you
letting
gonna
this.
lie?
I'm telling you, y'all are
You gonna
getting
lie
pregnant
today?
by pookies at a high rate because
You
he
gonna
had the
lie?
charm, he had the 6-pack, and he got 9 inches of cock, and he's banging your tonsils out. Y'all are submitting to that. Men, on the other hand, we're not doing that. We have this thing. We have power. We have this thing called post-nut clarity that prevents us from making that dumbass decision. Because after we finish, we snap back into reality and we look at you for what you're really worth. It's a trait that men have. Y'all have postpartum clarity. And it actually works as a detriment because in postpartum clarity, y'all get tired to y'all sensitivities too hard and y'all emotions, and then y'all start to disrespect again. So men have to reestablish this is psychological. Men have to reestablish their boundaries because y'all use your postpartum
clarity is wild.
as an exploit.
I ain't never heard that one
break
before.
barriers, break boundaries. It's psychologically proven, and men are starting to lean or yield because of how sensitive and how emotional you become. When we're trying to teach them now that you can't. That's an exploit. You have to watch out.
He's doing it again, Lashia.
No, men aren't yielding. Men are not yielding to women.
Your respect again.
Men are not yielding to women because they're understanding how sensitive we are. Because again, pretty privilege. Men are yielding to pretty girls. Men don't give a damn about a woman's feelings if she ugly.
Could you at least address what I said? Postpartum clarity.
Oh yeah, that's a thing. A lot of women will see things in a man after she have a baby with him. Yeah, that exists.
Y'all start to realize I should have never got pregnant by that nigga, and you throw his ass on child support.
That might be the greatest thing I've ever heard you say, darling.
I can't take credit for this, but I'm gonna give you the psychologist that came up with this study, but I can't take credit for it because it'd be plagiarism. But it's a real thing.
Dude knew what he was talking about.
He wrote a whole book on this shit.
Oh no, you done that? No.
I always thought that. What did you call it? Postpartum clarity.
You don't have no
postpartum depression clarity.
Postpartum clarity.
What you got to say on all this?
That's crazy.
Yeah, ask mommy to grab it or get it off
What's
the stove.
going on? And White, you're not muted. We can hear your whole laundry list request. Your whole
my daughter trying to run over here and she in her pamper, and I'm like, no, you got to get some clothes on before you come this way, and if you want some pizza, go get it with your mama. Yeah.
See what you got to say on all this postpartum clarity.
Oh God, why you ask me about that part?
Do y'all have postpartum clarity?
Yes.
Postpartum irritation. Yeah.
Nah, Mary, stay out of this one.
It's true.
I think that every time that you have a child, your body changes, and that you go through a hormonal change, and that you literally everything about your the chemicals in your brain is changing, and you, physiologically, you're changing with the connections with your children. You're separating things, and it's a lot. And so postpartum clarity, every woman is different. And so I don't think that that's I don't think that that's something to really use. Think
of it this way. When we talk about postpartum, because think about post-nut clarity, right? When a guy is post-nut, he recognizes all the signs that was fucked up about.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood what was going on because I was
postpartum clarity would be essentially the same thing, except for the woman will have a baby and then she see the man for who she sees him as and be like, oh shit.
Entire situation. She's like, what have I done?
How did I wind up with this motherfucker?
I mean, everything that I just said, I still stand on. And
How you still stand on that after I just explained that?
Because I think that you go through changes. And so I think that as human beings, you know, we grow out of people. And I think that if somebody's not like on the same page, I think that if somebody's not on the same page with you,
Why do you think so many women elect to walk away after the child is born? It's a higher rate than when they do it before.
She has a different level of
You said
expectation.
You said postpartum clarity is a clinical term.
There's a study. Psychologists came. A group of psychologists were studying the brain and the behavior and the actions that a woman start submitting after she has a child, and they found a pattern.
So Darwin, this why I'm sitting there thinking about it, and this is what's clicking in my head. Women do have women's intuition. They understand a whole lot of things. They emotionally intuitive, and they can read all of these things. However, when we talk to women and they talk about the baby father, they keep saying he changed after the baby. Oh, there's so many women who say that. And I don't think it's so much he changed. I think it's the postpartum clarity clarified and said, hey, I got a child. I got a child who life relies on me, making sure I put them in the best situation. And I chose somebody that's inconsistent, that's not going to be here financially, that probably don't care enough to do XYZ when it come to me. And I don't want that for my child. I fucked up. And then you hear the regret in things that they discuss about the father. And we hear it all the time. You can't have intuition and just be oblivious to who these men are until after the baby. Because if you had it before, you probably wouldn't have gave the man a baby. Same thing with men. We like sexually vulnerable to a lot of stuff with women before we have sex with them. And then things change for us. And we start, like you said, it made perfect sense, bro. It really do.
Okay.
No, I think it's just what differs is what you expect before you have a baby and what you expect after. Because there's so many women that think it is a flex to not expect anything from a man, right? And so they'll be like, "Oh, well, I just want him around. I just want his time." Because when the meme goes, when you get a real woman, she's not gonna ask you for nothing. She just wants your time because she's got it all taken care of. And then that type of woman, not saying that's all of them, but that type of woman could be a prime example of then you have a baby and you realize the whole time that you were never asking him for anything, he never was going to give you anything. And so now the first time you have asked him for something, you realize like you were setting an expectation of you have it all put together because that's how you wanted to come across to that man. He was never going to give it to you though. It didn't matter if you asked for it or not. He was never going to give it to you. And that is a big misconception that I see so many girls having where they're like, well, I never asked him for anything because I didn't want him to think I wanted him for his money. And then you have a baby and now he's still looking at you like, well, don't you got it? Ain't you good? Like,
Well, why
you'll
you got
be
a
all
baby
right.
without marriage though?
I think it's I think it's
Well, y'all
also
told me don't talk about my experience because I'm the unicorn. Because I had a baby before marriage and it didn't mean a damn thing. Still got married.
Well, I had a kid before marriage too. We don't. That's not even
exactly.
That's
so
not
I
the
don't think
issue.
that's like you can have a baby before marriage as long as he's a good man. That's all I'm saying.
No, as long as he still wants to marry you. That we can.
Yeah.
So you and your husband had a kid before you got married, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not the norm. This is not the norm. These men are not marrying these women. And these women know these men are not going to marry them. They give them a baby.
We can hear you, Dominique.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay.
Oh,
I'm saying Dr. Lady O was going. We'll let her finish.
No, I just wanted to make sure my mic, y'all could hear me.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that,
Dr. Lady O. Most of these women, most of these men exhibit every behavior in the beginning that tell this woman not to marry him and give him a baby, especially give him a child. Okay. And they give him a baby. See, in your case, he probably already wanted to marry you. We got it. Right. But there's not a lot of women out there. There's not a lot of men that's doing that. These women are not requirement. They're not requiring marriage. They're just not. So I'm just saying.
Dr. Lady O, I think the women who move like that have looked at that requirement as an outdated thing. And I think, and this is a question, do you think perhaps women who call themselves having a relationship with God or being spiritually grounded, it's not conducive for them to be that way if they're not going to prioritize divine order or any structure that aligns with their religion. So they would have to push away God, right? In the whole religion as well, so that they can continue to operate with an ease of mind. Because can you imagine saying that you believe in God and you got this, but still operating in iniquity? And it kind of makes you feel like a hypocrite. So it's better to just do away with it altogether, so that you continue to bust it open when you want to.
But how? Okay, this is what I'm not saying. How are you saying that, right? When you and Lady O both are like and MY both preach so much about marriage, about God, and this woman is still saying
You heard me preaching, by the
she
way?
had y'all. I'm saying y'all are like religious. I classify y'all as like the top 3 religious on the
Don't
know
even
what I
panel.
go there.
classify
I
you
don't
as?
never say I'm religious. Don't go there.
You are. You are.
I go to church.
And see, that's my thing.
Overly
I feel like
religious.
it puts you in this bubble because you can say you follow God, you're a religious person, and you still had a baby before me. That didn't make you any
Well,
less
hold on.
religious or godly.
Let's go back to something. I was a teenage mom, so let's go all the way back. We gotta go all the way back. This y'all talking about this front
They
of
wasn't
the
even
loop and
born
all
yet,
this
were they?
stuff, huh?
They wasn't even born yet, were they?
Right, y'all weren't born yet when I had my oldest son. He's 38 years old. So I'm just saying that was a long time ago. Then I got married after that, not to his father though. I got married to someone else. Then we had 3 kids. That's how that worked. But you married your child's father. Yes. So that's what I was saying. That there's not a lot of yous that go around, because this is the thing. The reason why, and this is, I'm just gonna add this in there. The reason why that doesn't happen as much because of mama's baby, papa's maybe. So there are some women who have lied to get a guy to marry them, and he turned out not to be the father of the child. So I'm just saying they're not really running to marrying you now because you have a baby with them or you're pregnant by them, not like they used to. So it is a difference. I just want to put that out there. But yeah, it's not like. But congratulations to you. I know you said you've been married for a long time. I like that. But these women are not even requiring that though.
If we
Good question. What's my religion?
You told me you were Muslim.
I'm not worried about her.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't remember saying that.
Listen, you told me you was Muslim. Yeah, I'm not saying y'all preachy. I'm saying that like when it comes to religion, I hear it from the 3 of y'all like about divine order and what it means to be married in the Bible. So my whole point in saying that was just to say like I would never come and be like, well, you got to be a hypocrite or you can't be a godly person if you did it out of order, because sometimes like you can still make it to the goal.
But you use an anecdotal experience. At the end of the day, it shows that it doesn't work like that. That's the whole thing. It's like I'm never going to preach, God forbid, have a kid at young as I did, because my situation worked out. Now my son making 6 figures, he married. I'm not would never tell a woman to do that. I'm the total opposite. So and they better not have went out here and made a baby by a woman they didn't plan on marrying. That was not an option. Okay. So I'm just saying we can't use our experience. I'm not saying because it worked out for me, it's going to work out for you. I'm telling you the process.
It's a gamble.
Yeah, it is. Look, I don't want you to start out bad and hope for the best. I want you to start out good, and then if it go from there.
Yeah, you lose 80% of your negotiation power.
You know what, y'all?
Oh Lord, Darwin, don't start that again. Don't.
Hold on, I'm reading the list. Hold on, let me Postnut clarity. The definition: a psychological event often experienced immediately after ejaculation, where their thinking becomes clearer and more rational, especially about the situation, partner, or the decision they just made. Characteristics include mental clarity or emotional detachment after sexual release. Often leads to questioning choices. Why did I do that? Can expose whether the connection was physical or deeper. Sometimes followed by regret, especially after casual sex or porn. Example, a man might feel highly attracted to someone before sex, but immediately after realize he's not interested in her personality or values. Postpartum clarity. Definition is a shift in mental and emotional awareness that many women experience after childbirth. often leading them to reevaluate their life, relationship, or identity. Characteristics comes after the intense emotional, physical, and hormonal experience of pregnancy and birth, often includes realizations about their partner's role of lack of support or new personal boundaries, can lead to empowerment and or in some cases disillusionment with the relationship. Example, after giving birth, a woman might realize that her partner was emotionally unavailable during the pregnancy and no longer wants to continue the relationship. How can you argue against this? Like, oh shit, it's more. Damn. Key difference. Postnut clarity is usually short-term, driven by biological release and hormones in men. Postpartum clarity is deeper and long-term, often brought on by transformational life event and major identity shifts in women. How can you argue against that?
The
Especially
more
when
babies a
men.
woman have, the harder it is to impress her. They become more and more unimpressionable. They get hardened in their ways.
Yeah, I
That's
see.
why they coined the term "I don't want a single mom." It's not necessarily because of. It's because of how it reshapes her mentality psychologically.
I think
But it's crazy
postpartum
that women
clarity.
don't even do their own research on their own flaws. You know what? I'm not going to even say that's a flaw, because if you look at that definition, it actually can be a superpower. But the sad thing, it often, not always, it often happens after you have birth. But it does make you more smarter and more take your time with your decision making. It actually makes you realize that you might indeed be dealing with a dude that ain't worth shit. Period.
Now, could it
You're
have
not able to see that.
the reverse effect, to whereas you gain an appreciation for that man more after realizing who he really is?
I don't know.
The reverse effect?
Yeah, can it? Where she looks at the man
She's
more
become more
positively,
attached.
more
to the man.
attached. Look at him
I think
more
so.
positively and realize
Yeah, I think that's
how
also
great a
a
man he
part of
is.
it. That's also a part of it too, that she obviously becomes more attached to her baby father. You know,
So then,
I'm
And the
not
same
gonna
thing
lie,
happened with
that's
so she
what
made a good
happened to me.
choice. If
The
she makes a
opposite.
good choice, right? So if she
same
makes a
happened with
good
postnut
choice, then it makes sense. But if she didn't,
Yeah.
then there you have it. Just like after
Let
you
me
might,
finish.
a dude might release, but it's a female he actually like. He's not going to be like, oh, get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? So I think it depends on the choice that you made leading up to it, how you're going to behave afterward.
Right. Because in situations where you realize, like, okay, he's not capable of doing X, Y, and Z, and he doesn't really care about having a kid. Yeah, the postpartum clarity doesn't really like do anything for you besides drive you to break up with him. But if you end up with a good dude, the postpartum clarity is like, and my personal perspective was, I looked at him and was like, damn, 18 and 19, most 19-year-old men would have left. Ooh, I'm in love. He didn't leave. That was beautiful to me. That was commendable, because I heard all the horror stories about what could happen. So that postpartum clarity, for in my perspective, was like just rainbows and unicorns. I was like, what? I'm not a single mom with a baby shower.
He probably was raised well.
Here's the
Yeah.
He
thing.
probably was raised well.
Here's
I'm
the
sorry.
thing, though, and this is where,
Is
and
that
I'm gonna
DJ
get Nick.
Select?
I think it might be, but we're gonna get Nick and Dominique in there in a second. But I think the issue here is that even though and let's just assume that postnut and postpartum clarity are actually real. I believe it's real, but let's just, for the sake of argument, assume that it's real, hammered down. It shouldn't come to that. And more importantly, it shouldn't come to that for women. Because the damage is far more, the damage and the consequences are far more dire for y'all when it comes to having clarity after such a big event. You don't want to have to wait on your postpartum clarity to determine whether somebody is good enough for you, because now you have a child, there's a child involved. Just like I wouldn't recommend that a man should rely on postnut clarity either. He should be taught those things. He should be taught to be able to to have clarity prior to.
you think it's an actual tool that they're activating as something to rely on. This just comes with the
Right. No. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that
natural
I'm
mind
trying.
thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure that we create a delineation between relying on it as a tool and recognizing that it actually it happens, but that shouldn't be what's happening. What you should be doing is having clarity prior to, and especially for women, because yours involve a child. Ours just may involve a nut inside of a condom and it's over with. Y'all's involve a whole child being born before you even realize whether that person was good enough or not.
But I think Sierra wanted to get in there because she was
No,
saying
Dominique is new up here. So we're gonna go ahead.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
With postpartum clarity, also where the clarity possibly doesn't come in before is because as a woman, we become a mother as soon as we get pregnant. Our body goes through this whole preparing phase. We go through a nesting phase. Fathers do not become actual fathers and go through that nesting phase until the baby is here. So he might not provide as much support or feel that connection until the baby is here. And then he starts to prepare as a father. And because we possibly have this expectation for him once the baby is here and he doesn't provide that in the beginning, that's where we start to get postpartum clarity, because in reality the father doesn't hit him until that child is here. We become mothers as soon as we get pregnant. Our body starts to prepare to become mothers. We start to prepare. We start to nest around us, fix things up, clean things up for the kid. That father doesn't start doing that until the child is born.
So he don't be buying diapers and shit before the baby born?
He does, but as far as like emotionally, like the attachment that we may have to the child, that doesn't happen until they most of the time actually see the child.
You think it should happen?
I don't think it should happen like it happens for a woman, because it's real to us. This baby is being created inside of us. We feel it.
Okay, I agree. It shouldn't happen at the same level as a man, but
sometimes it's not as real to you until you actually see the child.
Well, I remember when I went into the where's that room you go into where they
ultrasound, where you get the ultrasound done.
I felt
but Darwin, I think that the what she's saying hold weight, and we fall into the smart, because I got not damn near, I got the sickness. When she got pregnant, I started getting the morning sickness and all that stuff. But you actively was with your wife, so you damn near in tune with her as one. It wasn't like y'all was just dating and then she went home and then you eventually saw the baby when it was born. You was there every step of the way, rubbing the stomach, talking to the baby in the stomach, cutting the umbilical cord when it's born. You was there for I was there for every step of the way. So I think that's probably the difference. But if you
don't you feel like you gain weight? Like, ain't that right, Sweeney? Like, pick up weight whenever. I mean, I ain't really
don't fucking ask me that shit, man. You said nigga try to throw shots, boy.
My bad, man.
But no, though, yeah, I would say I felt my wife's none of that now, but I was like, I was there every step of the way, though.
Somebody scooting the damn stool up, ain't it? They finna cook.
Hey, look, listen here, ladies. I'm gonna need y'all to cam up.
Yeah. We're gonna prioritize who on camera so we'll know people that
they reapplying that foundation or something.
I don't know. I was thinking about putting some on though, but I said nah, not for y'all.
Damn, we cook.
But yeah, like shit, I was there every step of the way. All the ultrasounds, the OBGYN, all of that shit. You know, I don't know what it felt like for her. But shit, like M. White said, you know, you was rubbing on the baby, especially when I found out he was a boy. That's what shoot.
And I appreciate that, Ray, because I take it as a sign of respect. Anytime a woman don't put on a facade for me, I mean, she's holding me at a higher standard than the guys she's got a finesse.
See how we lie to ourselves?
Yeah, so I take that as a sign of respect. Appreciate it. So, yeah. Damn. Fucking
Ray, what's your thoughts on it? I know you jumped in. You've been listening. You want to chime in?
On which part?
I'm about to say, here come the hyena talk. No, I'm just playing.
Oh, don't do that, sweetie.
What does that mean? So, what is the hyena?
No, don't mind me.
Go ahead. Bring out the clipboard and be a teacher today, bro. Tell her what a hyena is.
They be calling us hyenas in the chat.
But I don't know what it means.
Don't mind me, man.
It
I know
don't
what a
matter.
hyena is, obviously, off Lion King, right?
It don't matter.
Well, all right. So I'll tell you what we talk about, and then if you want the definition of hyena and lioness, I'll break it down for you. But we talk about
I said
Postnut
off
clarity.
of Lion King. Remember the
No,
hyena?
that's not where. Yeah, it's
hyenas was before Lion King, just so you know.
That's not where it's coming from.
I'm saying
It's
that's what comes
actually-
to mind when I think of it.
Yeah, no, the hyenas have a different social structure than lionesses and operate differently in regards to men. Women maintain the power and kind of bully men. They also have 4 penises, and it's a matriarchal ran society. So they, the people who ascribe to the hyena thing will believe that women should be in charge of men and talk down on men. I've never seen you or heard you before, so I don't know which side you probably fall.
Yes, you have heard me before. I just had.
What would you consider yourself? You consider yourself a hyena?
I consider myself a woman.
Oh.
I'm not. Is a hyena what species is that?
Well, it's a big cat, but
it's
we was
animal
talking,
species.
It's in the feline family.
I think they might actually be in dogs. Hyena might be in the dog family.
Yeah, let's Google it because I sometimes people be giving out misinformation.
Canine.
So you said the hyenas are felines, Darwin?
No, that was me guessing at first, and I took it back and said I think they actually.
I'm trying to checkmate me. That wasn't me.
I'm asking the question.
No, don't try to.
But we talking about postnut clarity and postpartum clarity.
No, first he called me a hyena, so we're going to clarify.
They're closely related to cats. They're closely related to cats.
Mr.
Hyenas.
Sweeney.
I was just
ask
with you,
Sweeney
Ray.
that. Sweeney.
No,
why'd you call her hyena?
I'm trying to see what I have in common with hyenas.
Oh.
Well, first of all,
don't backpedal now, nigga.
You sound like one. Have you ever heard one of them hyenas talk? They get the cackling. Ha ha. That's how you. No, I'm just fucking with you, man. I was just bullshitting around.
So when
Go ahead.
You said when hyenas, so they actually talk. You said you've heard a hyena talk.
No, I'm just messing with you. Just answer the question.
Oh no, Sweeney, don't backpedal now.
Yeah, no, you're not just because you calling me.
Not just starting to act like a hyena, but I was trying to give you a pass.
You can't give me no pass and you call me anything but a human, Mr. Sweeney. We're gonna have to address this. I don't care how you feel.
You want to address why I just said hyena talk rather than give you a point?
To a grown human woman, yes. I want to see the correlation since you let that come out your mouth. So we're gonna address it because you let that come out your mouth. So let's see what a hyena is.
Keep talking. We'll find out.
Hyenas, although they look like dogs, they are more closely related to cats and mongooses. Spotted hyenas live complex social groups, like clans led by females. They are known for their laugh-like vocalizations and incredibly strong jaws.
Oh,
and they have 4 penises.
Super head.
The same size as the men or the males.
So basically, a hyena is a
I'm looking
T-girl.
it up now. I don't see the similarities.
So hyenas are trans.
They're mammals like me though.
Man, let's get off of this because you know
we
what?
brought Ray back. Hey, Ray, girl, I ain't
Hey,
seen you in a minute, girl.
Yeah, let's try to get back to the.
Before, haven't you, Ray?
Absolutely.
So you know what a hyena is?
No, I don't. They said, how does it sound? I'm like, what is it?
Darwin got a fucking clip for everything. Hyena.
Man, that nigga JR, that nigga brought. He said, bro, these women came over here and upgraded the damn production quality. Boy, this man got definition.
Hyenas have one of the most distinct and eerie vocal ranges in the animal kingdom. The most famous sound is their laugh, which sounds like
when we had low quality women on here, we didn't have definitions.
Uneasy and maniacal laughter, used as a form of communication to express nervousness, submission, alert, or excitement.
Oh, that's enough. Stop.
Sounds wild.
Stop. I've been happy.
Well, I'm done, yo.
You'll instantly recognize it.
Do you see how it made reference to the Lion King at the end of that? And when I said it, y'all tried to be funny.
I said it's in there, but the definition for what they're using it for is before that.
Absolutely, but the definition he just put on the screen at the very end of it, because I'm a very fast reader. If you read the very last sentence, it says,
I see it. I am too.
That's the first thing that came to mind. So that just goes to show you I wasn't really off when I said that.
I didn't say you was. I said that they was using
I didn't say you said anything. I'm just making reference.
Right?
To it.
Is that the first time you ever saw or any inkling of a hyena is when you watched The Lion King?
I've never been called a hyena, but only time when I think of a hyena, I live in LA, so I live in the hills. Sometimes we actually hear them at night. So that's when that comes to mind. But other than that, is when the Lion King, the hyenas are very notable characters in the movie, if you've seen it. It's a classic film. I don't know if you've seen it.
I ain't gonna lie, that was my movie when I was young.
And they just made a remake too.
Yeah, they made the remake. And they made a second one called Mufasa. I think I ain't even see it yet.
Yeah, so the hyenas, like I said, for me, maybe it's a pop culture reference, but that's the first thing that comes to mind is the Lion King.
So what's your thoughts on postnut clarity and postpartum clarity?
Postnut clarity versus or
no, like, do you believe that those are accurate terms and depictions? Did you hear the definitions read in regards to those?
Yeah, I think it was pretty spot on. I know I've heard men speak of the post-nut clarity, and then women, of course, sometimes they have different views about their kid's father after they have the kid. But like Sweeney was saying, it shouldn't have to come to that. Like, you have a whole baby to realize he wasn't really about nothing.
It's happened with husbands too.
I know, I heard. That's why I'm sorry. I'm sorry for them people.
Sweeney, she gonna get your ass. You can't change your name to a hyena in her name and not expect her to
come man, now you really trying to won't
you
smoke.
Really trying to get
I feel special.
Sweeney, I think you're trying to beat them simping allegations from last week. I think you better
That's
stop.
what it is. Bro,
What happened, Bohan?
He turned into the public offender too last week.
Sweeney, yeah.
What happened, girl?
I think he agreed with me way too much last week. I think he's trying to redeem himself this week.
Now how you gonna expose that?
No,
man?
listen. She tried to harp on it too long. I tried to let it go, but she kept going. So I was like, "Fuck, going off the deep end."
You still use the Lion King reference though. You steady reiterated my point. So thank you, Sweeney.
If you say so.
You just put the picture from the Lion King.
That was definitely a hyena from the Lion King.
That was the hyena from the Lion King. I'm like, no matter, I don't know what you was going for, but clearly I wanted the sensible ones.
If you say so.
You just proved it. Thank you, Sweeney. Anything else, Sweeney?
Oh, now she's trying to sound
y'all want to let Dominique chime in since she been holding it
giving
down?
me special effects and special productions and definitions. We got anything else over there? And you twinning with me right now with the name?
He hitting on you, girl.
How do you say you miss me without saying you miss me?
Damn.
I would think that you have to say it, you know.
You showing it though. Look, I'm from the show me state, so I like that even better. You showing me.
The
show me state.
Postnut clarity, boy.
Yeah, I'm from the show me state. I'm from the Lou.
Okay.
Now, Sweeney, you might have to become a Hebrew Israelite after this.
I don't know why
they be dusty. In China.
Don't become that when you say just what you are, because them.
You said? Did you just say Hebrew Israelite?
A lot. Some of them do.
Oh shit!
Negative.
Jr., you about to clip this one. Timestamp 3:29, 40 seconds.
That boy.
And Bo wasn't in it.
Review this. Remember, shout out to the Hebrew Israelite brother.
Oh yeah, they finna
this time it wasn't us, Bo. We not the problem. It wasn't us. They can't put it on us.
Don't you clip me in that? I ain't said a word.
I love when she's on here because I think Ray is the only woman that comes on here that's more problematic than us.
We're gonna put you in the hook, Bo.
Look, Ray comes on here, all of a sudden they think me and you are great women, Bo.
Just keep talking.
My birthday was on Juneteenth. I'm all pro-black. I said what I said, though. I'm a Gemini. I said what I said.
Since we being honest, can I ask y'all ladies a question? Why do y'all be entrapping, man?
I never.
Meaning what? Meaning
who did what?
Why do a lot of these men that's coming in my that I'm talking to lately is saying there is an uptick in finding out the kid ain't theirs after 2 to 3 years old?
I can't identify with it. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain why women would do that?
I don't. I guess finances. I would hope that the man that would be getting trapped at least would be
it's only broke women doing that.
I guess.
Not
I mean, that would be, in my opinion, that would be the only thing that makes sense. Is like you don't know who the baby father is, so pick the guy that's the better financial option.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing that would make sense to
So
me.
all of
anyways.
y'all are going on the record to say if it was you, you would admit, hey, look, that ain't yours.
Yeah. I don't got time for them problems.
So you'd be like, Bo, he'll be like, baby, that ain't yours.
I believe Bo.
Yeah. This not your
Yeah,
baby.
you ain't like, Bo probably gonna be in the kitchen kicking. Put that baby down, that ain't yours.
Yeah. Yeah. This not your baby.
God damn, but you ain't gonna do it before he signed the birth certificate. You gonna wait till
No, she'll do it early.
before.
Now, Laisha, she might.
You gonna
It's
get
not yours. Before the baby comes
Listen,
out,
you
it's
gonna
not
wait.
yours.
You gonna wait to
How
find
do you
out
know
if
what
it's
he
his
is
or
though?
not.
And White, let me tell you something about me, right? I'm gonna tell you something so real. The men in my family, right, take such pride in how I am because what they know is I would stand in a man's face and I think that I'm so like that I'll be like, that's not your baby. You want to stay? I know you do. Come on, let's go home.
What?
A pimp named Slickback? Okay, we see.
Well, I will say this to y'all defense.
I'm not gonna lie, so you could stay. I would actually think that it's a flex that I could tell you the truth and you would still stay. So I would definitely tell you the
What
truth.
should be the punishment for a woman who do that? From a
Who
lady's mouth?
lie?
If a woman did that to a man, what should be the punishment?
If she lies, go get your sister so your sister could beat ass. I ain't gonna lie.
That's it? An ass
That's
whooping?
too, but no.
Yeah,
the thing.
like
All she get is an
The
ass
He
reason
get
why-
18 years old, 18 years of child support.
She just get an
But
ass
so
whooping.
that's the
She
thing,
need
though.
an
need an ass
Hold on.
beat.
That's the
And
reason
you need
why
all your
I would
money
never
back.
lie
I'm not gonna lie,
that.
that too. You need your money back that you
No,
spent.
yeah, that's the reason why I
Yeah.
would never lie about that. If I lied,
He get a refund and she get her ass whooped. That's all.
No, that's what I'm saying. No, she needs to go to jail because do you know the amount of money that is accrued over 18 years? That's why I would never do that. I feel like women who do that, it's not many who do, but women who do that and they collect child support or their man stays and takes care of their child, I think they should be sued. And then the
Yeah, I
amount of
agree.
money that is paid out, I think that's a criminal amount of money. And I think that they should not be free because that's crazy. So no, I don't agree with none of that. And I think they should go to jail, just like men who don't pay their child support should be in jail. I think both of them should get the same punishment.
So versus what y'all said, what is actually happening?
Nothing.
Oh, I don't. Well, no, they can. I think that they can sue civilly. I don't know what happens legally.
Ain't
I
shit
don't
happening.
know.
about it. Ain't
Yeah,
nothing
I don't
happening
know
for
nothing
him.
about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you
do
what's
that.
happening. We're in the legal side. Oh, this ain't your baby. Oh, my fault. Just take him on child support. Goodbye, sir.
Or if he signed the birth certificate, oh, this ain't your baby. Oh, well, you have to go find the father, have him declare to be the father, and then we'll take you off of child support.
And that's maybe. And that's maybe.
5 years in jail behind it.
That's maybe.
I gotta go find the father.
Yeah, but that's maybe though. That's not every
Yeah, like
state.
if you sign the birth
Once the
certificate,
guy
you
signed
don't
the
just
birth
come up off of
certificate,
it.
He's kind of like the father. Most states don't let you off like that. It's even if you find a biological father, it's very sad.
You telling me even if I go find a biological father, they're not gonna let me off?
Because signing the birth certificate was voluntary. That was a choice.
You want to know what's jacked up about it though?
Signing a birth certificate is a choice, and they feel like if you made the choice, then you're stuck with it.
Hold the hell on. You mean to tell me y'all women ain't out marching to change that shit?
We have. I've signed stuff.
I ain't never seen nobody out there marching to change that.
I'm gonna tell you this story.
Why y'all men not marching to change it? That's your job.
Y'all marching for LGBT, but y'all not marching for illegitimate.
Change that.
Definitely.
There's a reason why we know about it today is because men have been pushing against it. But I would say even what's even more egregious about it though is that y'all and this is just speaking of women in general.
This is
women in general are not actively fighting for it because it benefits them. But not
Yeah, for sure.
only that, they are actually actively fighting against mandatory birth
DNA test.
mandatory DNA test at birth.
So
which
you
would
telling
actually
me-
alleviate a lot
so
of the
you're
which would
telling me-
alleviate
that there's a highly likelihood of women marching for gender non-conforming than there is changing the rules on illegitimate children.
For sure. Yeah.
What the fuck? Y'all do it.
Once you sign that birth certificate, it's over, especially if you married her. That's even worse.
I can't believe we have these type of women, bro.
You're definitely not getting your net off the hook. It's almost a guarantee it's not going to come off. I know in the state of Alabama for sure. It doesn't matter if the biological father around or not. That husband is still legally responsible for that child. It's going to really take that woman to say, you know what, she's going to have to be the one to release him from those things. But the law, and I know someone personally that went through this years ago. She went through this personally. The law would not allow that man off the hook. She had to really go and say, you know what, stop things like that.
So it's left up to her.
It's a sad situation, huh?
So it's left up to her, and if she hate me,
it's left up to her. It's 100% left up to her. Yeah.
Oh, and actually, it's actually pretty difficult to prove paternity fraud.
Yeah.
With the way that the laws are currently set up, it's pretty difficult to do it because you have to prove that she willingly knew that you were not the father and then told you were the father.
Facts.
How the hell do you prove that?
Exactly.
It's tough. You'd have to have text messages or something.
That's
crazy,
the point.
It's extremely unlikely.
Difficult to prove.
So
the way that it's currently set up is extremely difficult to prove.
What's an example of somebody proving that she?
And
like he would literally have to have her
pregnant.
on camera, or she have to go in the courtroom and say, "Yes, I knew he was not the father, and I purposely went and put him on, and I purposely told him he was the father."
Are you telling me I got to sit around with a camera and
Maybe
spy on her to make a mistake and slip up and talk about it?
Or just get a
scenario where
DNA
she was
test
already
very
pregnant.
early.
Remember, this is why I say men back in the day would marry those women. And then they find out years later that Johnny ain't the daddy. So now.
When did DNA tests become? What year was it?
What year did condoms come out?
I think it was like the 80s, early 90s. Yeah, like 91, 87.
So women been running game that long?
Yeah.
What year did
I mean, they didn't
come
have the
out?
technology. They didn't have the technology to have DNA tests.
You know
The
how
same way they
people
didn't have
find it out?
technology to match like DNA to, the certain rape kits and fingerprinting and all. They didn't have it.
You know how they finding out? Ancestry, because that's my story.
Ancestry.com.
Finding out that them Ancestry.
That's Ancestry.
My here's his DNAs and stuff. That's
Wait,
how I
that
found
happened to you?
Oh yeah, I found out the man was not my father too. Yeah.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Now we got to pull it back. She don't brought up a condolences system.
No,
I'm sorry.
But
so can men be responsible for who you guys get pregnant? Like, can you wrap it up maybe? Then you don't have to worry about it.
That's
How you jump to that? Hold on.
That doesn't matter.
How come that don't matter?
Well, hold on. How come you can't get on birth control or get your tubes tied? Because you're the one that got to make the ultimate decision. Regardless whether or not if he gets you pregnant or not, you still make the final decision as to whether or not a child is born. So it doesn't matter.
It's mama's baby, daddy's maybe. The daddy's is
always. I agree with you with that.
The daddy's is the one complaining, saying they don't know if it's their kid. So I'm like, if you wrapped it up, would you have to really be worried about it?
But if
If
you
they're
don't
married,
give
it don't
her
matter.
the fertilizer, can't nothing
No,
keep
hell
your
no.
fertilizer.
Hold on, Ray, are you fucking serious?
I'm dead.
Oh shit.
So you gonna sit here and tell me we gonna jump from women being paternity fraud to say, oh man, you should have wore a condom anyway, rather than saying women should be lying about who the father is?
Y'all do the same
talking
thing
about
to
if it's
women,
your-
Y'all do the same thing to women. Y'all blame women.
We was talking
for
about
not
if
making
you-
better decisions.
So you want to jump in the mud? Or you gonna be the moral high ground?
What do you mean? It's both of
Are
both
you gonna
of them
jump?
are responsible.
No, that wasn't the question I asked you. I asked you, are you gonna jump in the mud? Or are you gonna be the moral high ground?
Neither one. I'm just saying what makes sense. Both of you
Jump
guys
in the
are
mud, got it.
responsible.
We was also
Both of you guys are responsible. So why can't the men be responsible for the part they're playing in? And
we was also talking about married people. It was some of them. We was talking about married people too. If that was mentioned earlier, if we talking about married people, it's supposed to wear condom too.
So you saying the wife lied about who the kid was by? That's different.
How is it both
But
people's
still, you
fault?
told the
How
man
is
to
it-
wrap it up though.
Hold on,
I
wait.
said
How
if
is
it's
it?
a wife, obviously it's different.
No, hold on, Lady O. How is it both people fault that she lied about who the father was knowingly?
I didn't say it was nobody's fault. I said, can the men be responsible for the part they
How
play?
is a man responsible for her lying about who the father
He's
is?
responsible for potentially knocking her up,
No,
regardless of
how
what
is
you
he
say.
responsible for her lying?
He's not responsible for her. He's responsible for himself. That's the point I'm making. What
How
are
would you?
saying?
How would he be responsible, even if he did bust?
Why do
inside
you
her?
keep deflecting
Hold on,
the
wait, no,
responsibility
no.
from
Sweetie, I
the
know
There
what you're
man?
is
saying.
no.
Sweetie,
Wait. No, I got it.
She's saying, I know
Hold
what
on,
she's saying.
I got it.
You're missing it.
I'm not missing it. I got it.
You
I'm
want
trying
to
to make
address
her
it.
make it logical. How would it be he be responsible, even if he busted inside of her for her lying?
He's
about
not
who
responsible for her lying. He's responsible for busting inside of her. What part are you not understanding?
What does that have to do with her? Because the conversation
It doesn't.
is
They're
about.
too.
Exactly. So why did you bring it up?
Because I said both sides need to be looked at since two parties were
Both
involved.
sides cannot be looked at in a scenario where she's lying. There is no both sides in that.
Right.
I'm saying how you could prevent it so you won't be on here crying saying somebody
There
scammed
is
you.
no
Hold
preventing
on, wait.
somebody
Hold
lying.
on, wait.
You on here crying saying somebody scammed you about being a dad. I'm saying how you could prevent it as a man.
There is no. Do you know? You do know that people get lied on even if they never had sex with the woman, right?
Oh,
When?
what?
Who
There
lied
was
saying
a
they
story. There was
smashed
a
me?
story. There
Who
was a
lied and
story.
said they
There
smashed
was a
y'all?
story. There was a story in
Who
Detroit.
lied and said they smashed y'all?
What?
This
Bro,
guy-
did you see that? Did you
I've
see
been
that?
lied on before. That does
I
happen.
don't think you know how the child support system
Bo.
works. You do
Hold on,
know in
hold
some
on.
cases go name
It's
somebody
okay to
like
back down and say,
What
you
if
know
I
what?
told you?
Maybe I'm going about this wrong.
Ray, what if I told you that there's a plethora of women that are name dropping just random names on birth certificates, and motherfuckers is getting a letter, well, you owe 10,000 child support. I'm like, I
You
don't
gotta
even know who
sign
the
it.
fuck.
The man
Wait,
has to
you
sign
have
no,
to
you don't.
sign
It's a
that.
story
That's
in
not
Yes,
how a
he
birth
Detroit.
certificate
does.
works, Darwin.
Yes,
No,
he
You can put
does.
It
so
happened
look,
in
you
Detroit.
can
That's
put a
false.
name on a birth
That's
certificate,
false.
but if
She did it.
he doesn't sign it within
It's
a
what
certain
she
amount of
said.
days,
bullshit.
that name gets rejected.
She's correct.
No, not in
That's how the
Michigan,
law in
y'all. I
America
promise
works.
y'all. Hold on, y'all. It's a true story in Detroit where this happened. A
Detroit.
woman just dropped this man's name. She signed a man name. That man he was married. He got a letter in the mail about child support. Kind of find out he don't know the woman. It's
He
looked
never
up.
met her.
He didn't know the woman. He didn't know anything about this woman.
What
This woman
year
just
was
dropped the
that?
name.
Like that's
Yeah, last year.
that's happening now?
If
Last
somebody
year.
charged,
In like the
if
last
somebody
decade.
charged his
Because my
signature, he
so
couldn't control that.
That's
and you said that was
illegal.
in
They
what?
can't
In Detroit,
Because
and
I
Texas, you
I've
can do
had
it
a
too.
child in Georgia and in Louisiana, right? And in both times, all three times, even the when he wasn't there because he had to work, I could put his name on it, but they had to send our papers in the mail, and when he got home, he had to sign them, send them back to say he's acknowledging that yeah, his name's supposed to be on there.
So
I've never
Laisha,
heard
hold
where
on.
they don't
I
ask a
got it,
man to
lady. I
sign
got
it.
it.
That's the
lady.
law in
Laisha,
America.
hold
It's
on,
a
Laisha.
contract
This
when
is
you
how-
sign your name.
No, it doesn't have to be signed by him. Let me explain to you how women are able to do this because we're talking about women who specifically lie and deceive. What they would do is that they can say this person is the father, and what they would do is they would send the information somewhere where the father wouldn't even get it. So it'll be an address that he hasn't lived at in years or something like that. If he never gets the letter in the mail by the courts, they would grant paternity.
Default, they rule in whatever she's saying is true.
Exactly. And
Oh,
then
I didn't know that. Okay.
Yes. He don't have to sign a birth certificate for him to be lied on.
But
that's what I'm saying.
He won't get charged with having to pay for the child if he can prove that's not his kid, though. That's a fact.
That's not a fact.
No,
it's
it's
a man.
not a fact.
Her name was
not always a fact. If the court makes it a default ruling because you missed out, now there's a whole nother level of things you have to fight to even get that thrown out.
You got to get your attorney
When in
fees
reality, it shouldn't even be that hard. It should be you're right. He should be able to walk in there and say, "This is not my baby. Here's DNA test and whatever." But that's not always that simple, and that's the point we're trying to make to y'all is that even in these cases where y'all would say, "Oh man, this is an obvious case," the way that the system is currently set up is not that easy for a man to just walk out of.
He don't get his money back either. He got to go.
And he don't get his money back.
So what's the solution, Sweeney? If women can still lie
on
you,
the first
change
solution,
those laws.
Well, the first solution would be mandatory DNA testing
at
birth, so you can determine who the father. And then also,
but y'all are actually fighting against that.
And then also, a woman cannot just, another solution would be that she cannot just list a man's name and then there be a default order. At that point, you will put the burden of proof on the woman to have to go out there and prove that this man is actually the father, rather than just dropping his name and then forcing him to prove his own innocence. Because that's what it is right now. She drops his name and then he has to prove his own innocence in the situation, rather than her having to prove that he's actually the father.
Let me do a morality test. Ladies, show of hands. Would y'all fight for that to be put in the law?
I
wouldn't fight for it, but I'll sign something.
You talking about mandatory DNA test?
If it requires y'all to go down to City Hall, and I want you to put your titties up, be modest, and go in front of City Hall and say, "Hey, look, we need mandatory DNA tests at birth." What?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna march in the streets for it, but I will sign something for it. Cool.
That's your job.
I ain't marching in the streets, but
yeah, I won't march, but I'll sign it. Yeah, I won't march.
Yeah. I'm not marching. I'm not taking to the streets and taking up arms, but I will sign something. If y'all brought me a petition right now, I'd sign it.
Wait, Laisha.
This is black women. We're talking about the black
women
community.
have been fighting for things all this time. Men, this is your issue. You're going to have to take it up.
How is it our issue? Y'all are the one lying.
That's your job.
She said, baby, it's June. I ain't marching nowhere.
I love your tattoo, by the way.
Nobody else.
I wanted to say I love your tattoo, by the way. Like her tattoo, I love it.
Do remember you,
talking about a tattoo?
The tattoo that's stopping her from being feminine and getting
I agreed. I said I'll sign it. I won't march, but I said I'll sign it. So just deal with that.
I just said it requires.
But you have to lead the charge. You're leader.
A group of people to actually march.
Y'all can march.
For it to happen.
I will sign.
Hold on, lead, brother. Lead it, leader.
You gonna go march, Darwin? Because if you march, I'll sign.
You're a leader. Go lead.
Y'all not marching for us.
If you march,
let me ask you this. Hold on. Let me ask you this. Would you go out and march for women to be able to determine whether they want to be a man or a woman?
No.
Yep.
I'll sign, but I'm not marching.
Bo, would you march?
I'm not marching.
Hold on, Bo. What you say?
I'll support it though.
I'm not marching. I will sign, but I'm not marching. Let me tell you something, Darwin. There are only two things that I'm finna march about. When police brutality happens against black men, I've literally hit the streets. And when Alton Sterling happened in my city, I literally hit the streets and went and marched about it.
Oh,
and if something happens to children, I will go and march about it. Other than that, I ain't marching. I ain't gonna lie.
This is the last piece, Sweeney. Hold on. So you saying the white man can whoop his ass and beat his ass?
No, that's what I just said. I'm gonna go march about.
But he can castrate him in the courtrooms.
Hold on. No, Bruce. It's far more insidious than that.
No, that's what it is.
Hold on. I'm about to explain to you how fucked up that statement is, right?
Black power.
They will march.
You can't put your hands on them, but you can go in.
No. Please correct him.
No. They won't march for shit that they do to us. It ain't the white man that's sending us to court and putting our names down. It's them. And they saying, you know what? Yeah, I'll march if white man come and beat your ass, and I'll march for our kids. But if it come to me lying about who my kid's father is, or me putting that nigga on child support when I need it, I ain't marching for that shit.
You know what, Sweeney? I'm gonna tell you. Wait, hold up. I'm gonna tell you the one thing that I feel like it takes a lot of honesty to admit, and people won't admit it because it sounds fucked up. But in retrospect, I feel like in-house problems is in-house problems. So yeah, when that outside person tries to come in and touch y'all, I'm finna go march. But if your wife is at home beating your ass, that ain't none of my business. I'm not marching for that. I'm not marching. If you get hit upside your head by your wife, that's your business. That white man hit you upside your head, I'm going to march. I'm going to be ready to fight. I'm going to be ready to do whatever. Because in-house problems is in-house problems.
Take the police off the table. What's more likely for you to march for? Unaliving the kids in the stomach, or mandatory DNA test?
If you comparing them two, I go march for that DNA test. Yep.
No, you can't have it both ways.
No, I'm telling you, it depends. You put a terrible comparison. I'm very pro-choice. So if you put it next to that, I'm not taking nobody's choice.
You
I will go and
pro-choice?
march for that then. If them was my only two choices, I'm going to march for the men to get DNA tests. Cool.
No. What he's saying is, who movement would you march for?
Who would you get
right
behind?
to choose,
Mandatory
or
DNA
men,
test
or
going that
mandatory
way? Or the
DNA
That's
test?
what I'm
pro-choice going
saying.
that way?
If we comparing them two and them my only choices, y'all got my vote. I'm finna go march for y'all.
So you won't march for women who are pro-choice.
No, I'm saying I wouldn't march to take nobody's rights away. So if
No,
you're
that's what
comparing
I'm
it to
saying.
that, I would march
He's
for y'all.
not. He's asking you.
I didn't say
Which one would you march?
Oh, you didn't say pro-life. I thought you said pro-life.
I said pro-choice.
Oh shit.
Come on.
Yeah, I gotta go march for my homegirls. I'm
So
sorry.
you gonna support the unaliving of the infant,
march for my
of the fetus?
homegirls.
But then, oh my
Delete
God.
his
Hey,
fetus.
Darwin. Hey, Darwin. You
Delete
got to
his
understand.
Where's the best
there was a
place
whole
for a baby with
slut
their
walk.
heavenly?
Y'all remember the slut
hold on.
walk? How many women came out for the slut walk? That was important. That was more important than what we talking about here today.
We cook.
That's a fact.
If you was a single man and you ain't go to the slut walk,
We is cooked.
You went?
And what? Hey,
Yeah, but y'all not walking nowhere though.
Right.
We walking to that damn courthouse, pay that fucking child support.
so you
They
telling me,
better.
you
Yeah, I
telling me,
think
Trev,
both
if you
trying to
wasn't
get in
single,
there. Hey,
You
both
better
trying to
telling
get
me,
in
know
there.
Trev,
what's
you wasn't
best
single,
for
you
you.
wouldn't have went out there to see what the hell was her name? What the hell was the
Amber
celebrity?
Rose.
You wouldn't go out there to see Amber Rose walk down the street naked.
She was naked.
That's what she did.
That's the slut walk.
I didn't know she was naked.
I didn't know she was naked.
Yeah, they was
Me either.
walking
I didn't
out,
know
free
that.
the nipple, all that shit. They was out there can on.
Free the nipple just means don't wear a bra. It doesn't
No,
mean
they was
get
covering.
naked.
Yeah,
What's
they was
Man, no,
covering their nipples though.
they was out there.
Can I
Hey,
say
both
something?
trying to get in there.
Yeah. So I think you're misunderstanding. It is not an insidious statement in the least. The thing is that you are expecting again women, Black women on this panel specifically, to get up and do something for you. When you all are experiencing this problem, you need to get up and you need to go fight for yourself, because when women have a problem, when we see something that is wrong and it is our problem, we go and we march for it. We have gone to march for people in every spectrum. We are not doing this because if you have that much of a problem, you need to get up just like we do, and you need to go and fight for it. We will support it when you start it. But women are not responsible for starting something that is affecting you. I agree that women are doing this to you, and that's unfortunate. You are being directly affected by it. You need to get up and you need to do that. And if we as women, especially the ones that do not take part in this, do not support you, then you have an argument. But when you get up and you go, we will be right behind you. Leader, you want us to follow you? We're going to follow that lead.
But see,
So you
I know
need to
why
do
you
it.
following
But
us.
we're not being
You
insensitive
trying to make
about
sure
it.
the shit don't happen. That's what you following us for.
I don't know people like that, so I can't prevent something like that. I don't know
Y'all
people that
following
do
us.
that.
Y'all got y'all 911 on speed dial. Why y'all following?
Darwin, we all
Come get
said
these
we
niggas
would
out the
sign
street.
it. What are you talking about? We would sign it. We
Yeah.
just not gonna start it.
Why does it gotta come to that? Why can't y'all just not lie? Why
We
does it
just
gotta
We
take
we
that
not
never
giving him the
bullshit?
We know
answer
that
that he
ain't gonna
wants.
We
happen.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 didn't. We didn't.
Not
Oh,
gonna
y'all got
happen.
a
I
homegirl that
told the
called
truth
y'all and
about who
said,
my baby daddy
look, I made a
was.
mistake. I went out hot girl summer. Oh, I hope your baby here.
Oh yeah,
What, my
shoot,
homegirls?
hey.
I don't even have
No.
homegirls
I
like
mean,
that.
I never did hot girl summer,
No.
but I sure would admit it. I'm just
I
saying,
You
if
say
I
them,
knew there was a
what you say, them
possibility,
captains and them alphas? What you say?
Lady O,
I
you
The
some
shoulders
bull.
got him. The
never,
shoulders
I
Hey,
got
never
the
had
hey,
no
hey,
hot
seduced
Darwin
girl
and
them.
Sydney.
summer.
Let,
I
let
ain't
me
never
ask
Yeah.
had
you
a
a
hot
real
girl,
quick.
never been a freak nigga,
Not
nothing
fair
like that.
with
What I'm
you
saying, if
too.
I was in that situation,
Hold on.
no, I never been a
If
freak
your
nigga.
Hold
if
on.
your
Never,
next door,
never, never,
if your
never.
Lady
next
O,
door
you
neighbor,
would have went to Freaknik?
I never been.
Did you want to
if your next
go?
door neighbor came to
No.
you
I
Oh,
did.
hold on, y'all. And White trying to say something.
If your next door neighbor came to you, this is a real scenario. What would y'all do? If your next door neighbor came to you and said, "Hey, I did a DNA test on my son and it's not the father, and I don't know how to tell him," would you sit on that information and never say nothing, or would you let him know?
Oh yeah, I'm telling on boy.
I'm not saying nothing.
You want us
I'm
to
telling my next door neighbor.
I want to make sure
telling
I'm
that
making a morally sound decision. So I know them as a couple, or am I closer to one than the other? Like,
I don't have to know the nigga, and if his woman come to me and tell
I'm closer with the woman.
And White, can you repeat that question?
Kind of like Sweeney stand on cold, huh?
Can I tell you what I actually
And
did
White,
in real life?
Can you repeat that question, and White?
Yeah, so your next door neighbor come talk to you one day and like
a woman, right?
Yeah, a woman. And she said, "I went and got a paternity test and it's not his baby. He think it's his baby, and I kind of want to tell him, but I don't know how he's gonna take it, so I'm gonna just
You want to know what I would say?
What would you say?
Is it mine?
No, he worked so hard to set that one up.
A situation kind of happened like that, right? And let me tell you what I felt like was the right way to go about it, which is what me and my husband did. When my husband found out information from my brother-in-law, he didn't break guy code and go and tell my sister. He told me, and he knew that's how it was going to get back to my sister. So I'm not going to lie. If homegirl across the way came to me and said, that ain't his baby, I'm going to go tell my husband. And he's going to go, because homegirl ain't going to say, no. I have no reason to go to him because me and her are friends. But I feel like I'm going to still do the right thing by telling my man, because my man will go and tell his homeboy. You know what I'm saying?
So y'all some snitching ass motherfuckers.
Not me. I'm staying out of it. I
I mean,
people business.
Look, man, fuck all
because I
that.
really don't want to know.
Bro,
but
I'm such a like when it comes to father's rights and all that shit, bro. I ain't letting no nigga.
So what do you want from me, Darwin? Honesty and morals, or you want me to lie? What you want?
I would tell, hey, look, I don't want to hear that shit, man. Take that shit back over to your house. I don't want nothing to do with that.
It costs $0 to mind your business. I always remember that.
Well, that was my business though, because that was my sister, and the fact that her man was cheating, that's all my business. Because why would you put it on the internet to let my man find out, and then I found out? Ew, no. You made it my business.
Man,
If a woman come telling me the kid to hurt her, and obviously I must have had something to do with this. But I would tell her, I'd be like, look, you coming over with me?
I ain't had nothing to do with it.
Man, hold on. Y'all let a man be on the chopping block for raising a kid that ain't his, and he don't know it.
If that's my homie, no. Hell no.
So what's the relationship? You don't know him.
Next door neighbor.
Sounds like a big
No, he said
No.
you're
Sounds
closer
like
with the woman. That's why she came and told you, but you see the guy every now and then.
All right. So you see the way she came. All you got to do is convince her, right? I'm pretty convincing. I'm gonna tell her like, yo, you really should do it. You should tell him and give her all of the reasons as to why she should. If she ain't with the shits, then I'm not gonna fuck around and tell bro, because now they got a domestic situation. He probably gonna kill her ass or some crazy shit, or they stay together and then now none of them don't fuck with you. I've had situations as a youngster where I've like put somebody on to some bullshit that the girl was doing or whatever. They still together. He like, remember the DMX song? I love my baby mother. I'll never let her go. That's just how motherfuckers go sometimes. So that happened, and then none of them don't fuck with me. I'm like, oh shit. It didn't take me a lot of time to learn that lesson. So I normally stay out of grown people business, but if somebody comes to me, I'll try to convince her to do it herself the best I could. If that shit don't fly, I'm out.
Look, I'm gonna tell you this right now. If I have to get a scenario from my perspective, right, I'm diming her out. Because even if he is the type of motherfucker that'll take her back, at least that nigga goes in knowing that he ain't the baby, that he ain't the father, and he decided to do it. But I'm not gonna let no dude be in the dark and on child support or potential child support for the next 18 years for a kid that's not his, just because of some type of code. Second of all, if you saying I don't know the nigga, I don't care if he don't talk to me or not after the fact.
Okay, Sweeney. So here go. Let's like that scenario actually happened. So let's reverse this. If you found out that her husband had a baby that she didn't know about, would you tell her and you was cooler with him?
I'm staying out of women's business.
Hell no. Shut up.
Come on.
Right answer. Stay out of women's business.
I personally So I don't like when people lie about stuff like that. Like that's something really big. And although I wouldn't be like, hey bruh, that ain't yours. I wouldn't do that. I would hint at some not being right. Every time. There are little things that you can say. I would just drop little words in his head. Just little seeds. Both
Dry
ways.
snitching.
Yeah, she gonna be dry
So
snitching
you
talking about.
so is he so
Listen,
is
Don't
he so
nobody want to
dumb?
just write a note and slide it under the neighbor's door?
or
Like,
something. You know
you
what I'm saying?
know,
Like I
that
would
is
do it
that
on the
wrong? You don't
And
want to
then
do
she
that?
fuck around and intercept it and didn't know it was you.
Now look, if she
Put it
look
in the
good,
mailbox type
if
shit.
she
Put
look
So he
put put
halfway
it
knew.
on his
So
decent,
car windshield. You
if
know.
she look halfway decent, I'm gonna be like, I won't tell. What you gonna do for me?
That's great, Darwin. That's
Right,
great.
yo, what is wrong with this
That's
nigga?
not that's
so
not
he didn't
the
Oh,
notice.
shit, man.
He didn't
Hold
notice
on.
that
You
the
See,
still
baby
feel
no,
like
daddy
we
was
can
Bullshit.
him.
charge him
Like,
for
that's your
blackmail, right?
friend.
stop
You're gonna
That was
talking
leverage
to
it.
Billy.
bullshit.
He knew the
Yeah,
baby
Billy.
didn't
Now
look
we
like
change
him
the
though.
subject. That was the last bullshit.
No, I'm not gonna say that because let me tell you something. If you have a type, if so, put it like this: if you specifically like 6 foot plus men that are like of a certain build and they're all dark skinned and they all got a certain bone structure, if that's your type, your last boyfriend probably look like your new boyfriend. That probably gonna look like your next boyfriend, and any one of them could have made it, baby.
His mama would be on top of it if she a real one. Mamas be on top of that.
I can't
She be
Oh
stand
like, that's
nosy
not
ass
my
shit.
mamas, so
baby.
I don't
That's
have no
true.
rebuttal for that. I
She
don't
right.
like it.
The
Mamas do
mama,
be
the
Yes,
black
you
protecting
I
mama
their
don't
is
like
not
don't
going.
that.
they stand nosy ass mama because they protect their
I
sons, but
can't
my
I'm
end.
just
stand
saying
nosy
the
ass
mama,
mamas.
No, the
Shut up,
mama
Sweetie.
know.
the mama know.
I don't know what it is. It's like a
Everybody shaking
superpower.
their head on the call. His
Mm.
mama should have been on top of that.
We ain't got that type of nose. I'm telling you, man. Yeah, mamas be
That's
knowing.
not the mama be like,
Mamas
that's
be
not my
knowing.
baby. The mama be like, that's not my baby. Period.
That's why
Damn.
y'all don't want the mama involved, because y'all be trying to lie about the
The
baby
mamas
Because
be
daddy.
let
knowing.
me tell
I
y'all
ain't gonna
something.
lie though. Every
When my
time I
husband
see
passed
Yeah,
away,
don't
his
let
Maury,
girl
the
tried to
mama.
say that
every time I see
she had a
Maury
baby
though,
and
the
then it was
mom will
like,
be saying it's not his baby, and then like whether the DNA test come back either way, she's still
That ain't
sitting
my
up there with a
grandbaby.
stank face talking about some. I
Hey,
no,
Dr.
still
Lady
say that
O.
ain't my
no,
grandbaby.
no.
I be
When it's
like,
her baby,
oh
she be get
Lord.
happy. That
That
they
ain't my
change their
grandbaby.
tune when they find out it's their baby.
He
The
don't look
mama be
shit
happy
like
after that.
nobody in our family.
Right.
You say like when they want the baby.
Women on that
They
show
say
do
Dr. Lady,
that.
he look like the milkman. How was it back in the day?
Yeah.
The milkman? The
Yeah, if he that
newspaper man?
stupid to go for it, he need to pay for it. If he didn't click, it did what Justin Bieber say, it's not clicking. It's not clocking for you. It's not
Justin, you
clocking.
quoting Justin Bieber? What the? All
He
niggas be
just
tripping.
went viral. He's very famous. I don't know if you ever heard of him. He
Oh
went
yeah,
viral.
I mean, I thought you would have. Okay.
He just went viral for saying it's not clocking for you. It's not clocking. That's what I heard.
I get. What did he go viral for?
For saying it's not clocking for you.
Oh, okay.
That's crazy. I will say, if you have strong genes, though, 9 times out of 10, that child do come out looking just like they daddy. Just like my kids look just like they
Oh
daddy.
shit.
I look just like my dad. Ew, that is kind of sickening.
But I heard you can
The
look
kid
just
should
like.
look like you if
I
it's your
heard you can
kid.
look just like the father, and it still don't be yours. Is that true?
That's true. That
Yeah,
is
but
true.
no, that's what I was saying. Like, if you have a type, like if you got to think about it, Darwin. If a woman has dated you, but she dates like you're her type, so her last man and then her next man after you is still similar to you, you could look at that child and be like, well, you right. I got green eyes. That baby got green eyes. But yeah, her last boyfriend and her next boyfriend, she just like green eyes.
And that's
So it
So
where
gotta
his
be an eye
mama
color.
come into play.
Gotta be the eye
that's what
color.
I'm saying.
Yeah, I went to school with somebody that experienced that extremely good father. I mean, nobody would say that she was not his daughter. I mean, everybody was like, no, that's your kid, that's your kid. He took very good care of his daughter until the woman tried to put him on child support. He in the state of Alabama, because they weren't married, he got DNA tests and wasn't even his. And man, that was kind of like hurt, because I'm like, she looked just like him. So I'm going with what Lachey says, that there was, but the biological father looked like this guy. It was a type that this woman, yeah. So
Dr. Lodi, you've been studying it. Is it true that a woman can have sex with a man, and then 5 years later, when she get pregnant, it'd be the man she had sex with 5 years.
I ain't never heard that.
Somebody said
No,
that
his
DNA
DNA stays inside of her, and it's part of the baby. If she but she would have to have been pregnant by him, aborted the baby, or had a miscarriage, and it changed her DNA structure. And then when she has the new baby, the old man's DNA puts a portion of his code.
I never heard that one.
Wow.
Look it up.
Is that
Look
true?
it up.
Not a thing.
Look it up.
I never heard
No,
that.
now what I want,
It's not a thing.
confirmation on is when people are saying that a woman can be pregnant with twins and it be for two different men.
That happened on Maury before.
Fraternal twins, it's not
happened on
really
Maury.
as common, but fraternal twins, it
can happen.
that way from two different men.
So okay,
If they
so
got two separate
explain to me
eggs.
what that timeline would look like, because I know. Okay, so your ovulation. Let's say
train.
your
Within
ovulation is
7 days.
7 days. Would it be you had sex with these two men
on, man.
any of the 7 days, or would it
Yeah.
have to be the same day?
No,
No,
you just
within
said it
7
because
days.
the sperm, it lives like 3 to 5 days. And then when I was in undergrad, we
He
actually
hit niggas back to back.
We
What you
actually
say, Ray?
studied in undergrad that it was super interesting. We
Y'all some
studied
trifling mother.
we studied some communities, some populations over in some countries in Africa. The women, we studied cultures where it's called when you have multiple husbands. What's that called? What's that called, y'all?
Polyandry.
We were studying polyandry, and basically the sperm actually
The
competes.
worst of the poly, ain't it?
The sperm cells actually compete inside of the uterine canal. They actually compete. So yeah.
Ain't that when a woman getting DP?
They fight each other, and then one destroys the other one to fertilize the egg. If you have
y'all remember what I said I was gonna start doing every time Darwin say something just completely out of Darwin? What you just said?
I'm just saying, ain't polyandry is when a woman is getting DP?
Polyandry is when you have more than one
Close to you, Darwin.
That's what I'm saying. She got most. Okay, so is that true?
What's
or not?
DP?
It's possible, but that's not the meaning of it. That just means she has like multiple men that she's dealing with at
In certain parts of the world, the culture is the woman has more than one husband.
So you telling me she got more than one husband? Okay, so if a man has more than one wife, it's 100% clear that he's sleeping with both of them at the same time.
Yeah.
There's certain
Not
cultures
all the
where-
time, but he's sleeping with both of them in general. Yes.
But
Y'all
y'all
not
saying a
listening.
woman,
There's certain cultures where there's understood that she has more than one husband, and then when she gets pregnant, all the men are the dad of the child. It's understood.
no, that's not what I meant. I'm saying during intercourse, is she with both of them at the same time?
No, so when we studied the culture, basically one husband would pick her up. They would go spend their time together. He brings her back, and then
Are they taking turns with? Why the hell? That ain't no.
I've seen a video on that.
This is the real thing, though. This is not like
to do that, and then they all raise a child as a village.
Yeah, what NY said, that's true.
Huh?
That's true.
No, I swear she ain't lying about that. I saw a video.
There are real cultures. All you gotta do is pick up a book.
So you mean to tell me I gotta wait till I finish with him, and I'm like, all right, is you done?
No, they don't even got phones.
No, we ain't done. I'm like, damn.
No, he wait. The other guy waits his turn, and then
Well,
he'll
who
pick
get
up
them
no
first?
cell phones. They was in huts. When I seen
They were in Africa.
Who get priority? Is it like
I think it was like
seniority or some shit? The first nigga she met?
No, the sperm. We learned it because on a biological level, your body, you guys' sperm cells are actually designed to compete for.
You're hilarious.
For the fertilization.
She right.
And y'all making jokes about an educational conversation. That's
No, I'm
it.
saying like who get
Listen to him,
like who gets shotgun? Like is the first nigga she met like that gets shotgun or like
it's going over your head.
2 years later, so every time I get to hit it first or something like
Darwin, just because you've never heard of it, that's why you
I don't
need to
think that's
listen.
how it works. The same way that there's a hierarchy in in like being poly for men, there's probably a established hierarchy for being poly when like men are being poly with the woman. You know what I'm saying? Which I don't know about it, but I would assume that maybe it would be like, you're right, the seniority may come from like who has the most established relationship and the highest like quality, maybe.
That's not how it goes. I
You
can
got the most
explain
money?
it to you. That's not how it goes. I can explain it to you because we study. Y'all don't have to guess.
Maybe.
Y'all don't have to
Yeah, I
guess.
gotta go get my
Well, let
bread
her
right.
explain it to, because I'm just
Don't
speaking
it
from
have
what
to be
I
equal?
think. What I
And
think it
white
might
men
be.
and white just shaking our head because this y'all sound
Y'all
like
don't know.
this
I know
is the
exactly
thing.
what
Y'all
you're
don't
talking
have
about.
to guess.
It
There's
was
actually
on like Nature or History Channel. It was a
there's
documentary. where they
research
was
on
doing
this. Y'all don't have to
different
guess.
experiments. They went to India and they pulled up a culture where the women marry two men or family members. Then they went over to this other island and they was like, in this island, this operates because it's rare, but they was like, in this island, it operates like this. And then they show all the men sleeping with her, and they didn't have no sense of ownership over the woman. It was no ownership over nobody in that
It was
culture.
a community.
It was a community. So they all had sex with the woman or women. And then when the baby was born, it was all of their father. All of them was the father. They didn't want no DNA test. Nobody claimed ownership over her. None of that stuff. They all
of
was
them
the
niggas was on
father.
child.
Nobody claimed ownership over the children. It was a
They didn't have no
community effort.
government. There was no government set up. This was like a remote island.
But she still didn't answer who get dead.
Y'all won't let y'all so busy making jokes. It's like I hate that about black people. Y'all are uncomfortable. Y'all don't know about something. Y'all try to laugh it out. Y'all need to start listening. I'm explaining to you. I'm explaining to you why they even taught that to me in undergrad. They
She's
taught
talking to you, Darwin.
They taught it to us. They taught it to us to show us on a cellular level how sperm cells compete for fertilization of the egg.
They also made reference to the shape of the penis. They were saying it operates like a plunger in that scenario, and it helps with the competing sperm to pull it. For real, I swear.
That's not what I was talking about, though.
No.
I was asking her who get dibs on smack.
There is no dibs. It keeps going over your head. It's a community.
Whoever get that first, whoever get that first.
Y'all established that it wasn't a threesome, right? Lacey, am I wrong?
No, it's one at a time. Whoever get that first. Whoever she decided to have sex with that day.
Oh, okay. Because
yeah.
All right.
Well, there ain't no way we're gonna make sense of it because it's nonsensical, the whole concept. So forget
Well,
it.
we're not. We don't live like that over here, so that's why it may be hard to grasp. But that's why you got to learn.
And Bo, did I put an article in the back where they talk about how the paternal DNA can get into the woman's bloodstream through pregnancy, and then the male DNA does go into her. It does, it can leave quickly after pregnancy, but in some cases it can stay longer than that. There's no.
I've heard reports of them saying that it could stay in your DNA for up to a decade. I know what you're talking about, Marcus.
All I'm saying is this: if I ever had to do a poly relationship, I feel sorry for any man who got to go behind me.
What? Oh,
that's all.
Calm down, little fella.
Pause.
Little fella
is diabolical.
Little
fella, I love it.
That nigga called me little fella. But that's a pause.
Yeah, that's definitely a pause.
Oh wow.
Man, you lucky I ain't got my soundboard, bro.
You lucky I ain't got no. You lucky I ain't got my goddamn
Now,
magnifying glass.
what I have read, what they are saying, right? I'm sorry, right quick. They're saying in women who have been pregnant, some fetal cells can persist in their bodies for decades, even longer than 10 years. That's called microchimerism or something like that.
Yeah. But this is the thing: those fetal
That's true.
The fetal cells are a culmination of the DNA from the father and the mother. Is why women can have because there's so after they have a child, a DNA strand that would not have been there before them has been proven to be inside of them after.
That's not what it's saying. It's
not
saying,
in this article.
That's not how it works.
I'll find another article.
Damn, all y'all wrong.
Now the longest. Hold on. One study found male DNA in the brains of women up to 94 years old. Oh damn!
But it's no.
Oh, but I thought I was
male.
wrong.
Hold on, that male
there's
DNA
more to it than
was
that.
from the male DNA found in that woman was from a male fetus,
Right?
not the father,
Not
the
male
male
itself.
fetus.
It's male. It's saying, studies have shown that fetal cells and therefore the baby's DNA can remain in the mother's body for years, even decades after childbirth. For example, male fetal cells.
I said she has to get pregnant
up to 27 years after delivering a son.
But
One
that's not
study found that
yours.
DNA in the brains of
Oh
women
my
for
God.
4 years. So, like Bo is right. It's the males, the baby males,
Yeah,
not
that
like
has nothing to
dogs
do with
going
your
inside us.
DNA, though.
Yeah, don't
My
put.
DNA, the baby's DNA comes from.
But they
So,
said it come from
If
y'all
it's a
though.
female
Y'all do know
child,
we
it won't
split
do it.
DNA though.
If
Y'all,
it's a female baby, it won't.
huh?
So
If
y'all
it's a
telling me
female
the
baby,
male
it won't,
fetus don't
right?
come from the man?
What you say, though?
I think M. White was saying that.
They
But it's not
describe
from the
male
man
DNA
though.
found in the hold on. They
Okay.
describe male DNA found in the brains of women in their study as most likely from prior pregnancy with a male fetus, and do not conclude or mention that women store DNA from males acquired through intercourse. It does not have anything to do with y'all.
how do you
Nothing.
get pregnant?
Oh my God, we still talking about the egg of the baby because that's part of her DNA.
She can't get pregnant by herself. She has to have a foreign DNA introduced to her to get the baby. And that foreign DNA is a portion of the male's DNA. What are we talking
No,
about?
it is the DNA of the baby, not you. Your
But
DNA
that
been
baby
long
comes
gone.
from the man.
From the man. How do you think
Angie.
they do DNA tests to match
I don't think so.
them?
Chromosomes come from. Oh my God.
I mean, the way y'all looking at it again, because of your egg going inside, your sperm going inside her, that's part of your DNA. But y'all trying to make it seem like once a woman lay down with a guy, your
Then
DNA
you
is
with her
attached to
forever.
I
one.
never said
Right.
that. Right. Didn't I specifically say she has to get pregnant? And
She
either
got to get pregnant with a boy, though. That's what they're trying to say.
Right.
A boy. Specifically, if it was a girl, none of that
Don't
would be
apply.
possible. A
How?
boy.
Girl
That's why it's
dad
not
just
you.
did
It's the
Because
boy.
the boy fetus is what leaves the DNA on the brain.
Not
Damn,
you.
so I got
So
killed.
we
DNA
moved from
still
that's
fuck
not
DNA up
possible
in
to
me.
it's only possible with a boy to come on, bro. Just admit that I said this shit to begin with and move
Oh, don't
on.
be trying to make it seem like you're right now. No, you weren't partially wrong, but I'm just saying the way you put it out there is if we lay down with you, that is
I
the
never said
DNA.
that. Oh my God. People in the chat, have y'all been watching?
You know what's crazy?
Y'all are gaslighting the fuck
You know
out
what's
of me.
crazy?
We not.
How meticulous y'all are on this subject and so well read on it. I know y'all motherfuckers be lying when we be asking y'all simple ass questions.
Like
When y'all
what?
could just break this shit down to
Darwin,
science.
Darwin, you come on now. You're doing too much.
Like what? Ask me a question.
Are you
Do
cooperative?
you understand how different sex
No.
is for men and women?
Who did what?
Does
Say that
that help
again.
you understand how different sex is for men and women?
Does
Oh,
that
we already know
make me
that. I already know how.
understand?
I know you guys
No,
don't.
you might, Lady O, but both she don't feel the same way. Well, I don't know. Let me ask.
Okay, let
Do
me
you
ask a real question, ladies. What are love handles best used for?
You just dismissed the shit out of Marcus shit.
Oh
What you
shit,
say,
my bad, Marcus. Go
Marcus?
ahead.
God
Pause.
What did
damn.
you just say?
No. Let Marcus go. What
Go
you say,
ahead.
Marcus? Because love handles. Come on now. Come.
Love
What you
handles?
say? Mm-mm.
Darwin, you've been out of pocket all
look,
night.
All
my
night.
question, Bo, was do you
Uh-huh.
then understand how different sex is for men and
See,
women?
if we gonna talk
Seeing
shit,
as
we
how
gonna just keep talking shit. Y'all
we
want to get
get
back
to
to
leave our DNA in you outside of just the baby. Like, but you don't leave your DNA in us, nor do we get pregnant. So, that's how different biologically this thing
Is it true that she can now look, this is some shit I heard. I don't know how true, and why you might know.
I mean, I'm
Is
not
it
saying we're the
true? Is it
same.
true that she can walk 3,000 and still get pregnant?
She could do
No.
what?
No, stomach acid would destroy that.
Okay,
What?
I'm just making sure we can.
Who
Somebody in
told
the
you
chat
that?
said it.
Do you understand how pregnancy occurs, Darwin?
Yeah. I'm just saying, just
I
for the
don't
people
think
in the
so.
chat.
Do you know
I don't think so.
where
Oh,
I'm
you
not
said
concerned.
if it went through the
That's
mouth?
stupid. You're stupid. Stop
I'm
being
concerned.
stupid.
Yep.
Oh no, they don't even reach the it got to go down to the uterus and the ovaries and stuff through the mouth. That's not. Oh, Lord.
Hey, look, people be asking
God,
some
it's like you
crazy
just use
questions.
words you hear randomly to
But
try and sound
just
smarter.
Darwin, I
just to
thought Jadakiss
clarify,
told you that,
Marcus.
Man, hold
bro.
on. Y'all ain't let Sierra talk this whole time, man. I'll
No,
forgive
Sierra
you.
just came back.
Oh,
Yeah. Just to clarify, Marcus. I never said that we were
and
the
Sierra want to
same.
go take a shower, but she
My
got that
stance
same shirt
is
on.
is
You
I
go
ain't
that
to
even
the
take
bathroom.
a shower though.
biologically we're
Oh,
more alike than we are different. Not that we're the same.
I was gonna
so
say you got that
we
same
like
T-shirt on. I know you're a little
99%
trifle.
for 98% chimpanzees.
Nah,
So in that
if
way,
if
I
if
agree.
that would have came.
The hell.
Negro. All I did
Like,
was
we're
tell
more
you
alike with
to get
chimpanzees
my
than
phone,
we
have
are
to
different.
travel back
So
and
I
go
agree
get
with
it.
you in that thing. You understand what I'm saying?
I got you.
Biologically, we have more in common with a chimpanzee than, say, a fish. So we're more alike a chimpanzee than we are different. A fish may be
No,
more like something.
that's not
Oh
the
my God.
same logic.
That's the
We
same logic.
literally, as humans, we literally are more like biological. Like biologically, if you compare
Mm-hmm.
a man with a woman, we
Mm-hmm.
do a checklist. We are more
Mm-hmm.
alike than we are different.
Right. And I'm saying the same thing exists with chimpanzees.
No,
You want to bet?
but
Let's get the parameters together. My
wait a minute.
my assertion is that the human DNA shares way more biological similarities with the chimpanzee than we do not. You disagree with that?
I don't. But where did that come from? I'm talking
You're
about men
saying
and
men and
women.
women are you saying men and women are more alike than they're different. And I'm saying I agree. But by that same logic, we're more like chimpanzees than we are different.
That is not the same logic.
No, Bohem. Since there are
What?
small, since there are very small differences, you should be able to tell us what they are. If there is very minimal difference, you should be able to tell us
Pull
what those.
this back up.
But
Hold on.
asking to see if I'm right. I don't even know what I'm saying. Ask. I'll be right then, a motherfucker. But okay, look it up. Just look it up.
Hold on. And see, and I used to have this pulled up readily available. I closed it out because I ain't think I was going to have this conversation again.
Is it true that you got the feminism creed tatted on your back? Your lower back?
Who? I don't have anything tattooed on my back.
They be lying. Them motherfuckers be lying like shit, boy.
I don't have nothing tattooed on
They
my
said you
back.
had feminism creed tatted on your lower
I
back.
actually will have something tattooed on my back next week because I'm gonna get something up here. Thank you very much.
What's the feminism creed?
What's a feminist creed? Yeah, I was gonna ask.
We don't know.
What's
He
that?
don't know.
Hell if I know.
I have a tattoo representing
We
maternity and
interested on
femininity.
Please listen to this.
Men
I
versus
have that,
chimpanzees.
but I don't know what a feminist creed is. Is that like a specific thing?
The
Do I
DNA
need to
of
say it 3 times in the
chimpanzees
morning
is
and 3
You
times at
remarkably
night?
ready?
with the
Y'all
overall
ready?
genetic similarity of 98.7.
Y'all ready? Okay. This is from a GOV website. All right, .gov.
But it said, thou
There
shalt
were
be.
more
I saw
similarities
that.
than differences between men and women, but many gender differences were found. The men were significantly older, more likely to be single and living. I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Oh,
But
no.
anyway,
Hold on.
the
Hold on.
differences is biologically, right? Men's brains are bigger. Okay. But that has nothing to do
What
with
is the? Can
Which
you
intelligence.
give me the
brain?
Men have.
biological quotient of how similar men are to women? I need to know.
Hold on. I'm getting to it.
Okay.
Okay.
Our brain,
Physically,
so we're
this is
smarter.
biologically. Our bodies, biologically, right? Our sexual organs, your brains are bigger. Your
Means we're
muscle,
smarter.
you have larger. Say what?
That means we're smarter.
That has nothing to do with intelligence.
Why
That's
would we
just
have
the
a big?
size
Why
of
would we
your
have a big ass
brain.
brain and not be smarter?
Oh my God.
That don't even make no sense.
I don't know what to tell you. This is science.
So you think we just got a big ass head?
Now, did you? So, if you was to guess, how similar do you think men biologically are to women, percentage wise?
Not
like 95%.
0%.
Okay, so if you put an article I have right here, it says chimpanzees, we share a common ancestor in the genome, right? And that we are 98.6% similar to chimpanzees. That goes to biology, physiological structure, and societal structure within those communities. Look it up. Please pull this link up, please. This is from
Okay, and then you have to compare. You have to compare us to bonobos too, though. If you're gonna do chimpanzees, you have to do all the primates, not just chimpanzees.
Bonobos, we do have genetic similarities, but our social hierarchy is different.
That's why I say if you're gonna compare us to the primates, you can't just do chimps. There's different types of primates that we have.
They are our most closely related. If I'm not mistaken. Now that I believe they are, but let me just double check.
Primates are in general, not just chimpanzees. That's what I'm trying to say.
Hold on.
Somebody said we talking about zoos now. You know, y'all audience ain't the.
He just derailed the whole conversation. I'm trying to talk about the differences
Everybody's
between
not.
men and women.
Everybody's not academically inclined like this. M. White.
I'm talking about male.
Hold on, y'all. Are y'all taking
female
shots at our
human
audience?
beings.
I said one thing about me. I said what I said.
Hell yeah.
Gemini vibes.
Hell yeah.
Okay, our audience is brutal. So
No, I'm right. Chimpanzees are the
Can I finish though?
Geminis eat people for breakfast. I eat Kendrick and Donald
I'm
Trump.
just warning you.
Can I finish?
I'm just warning you. Our
Without
audience,
talking about
they don't have.
chimpanzees.
Okay.
I have just
Maybe
as many
not.
F's to give.
All
I'm
right.
still looking for F's to give. Too.
All right, go ahead, Bo.
Okay.
Go ahead, Bo.
Neuroanatomy. The two sexes have similar but not identical brains. Most brain studies have focused on gross manifestation of these differences, namely the size of specific regions or nuclei. Yet there is mounting evidence of sex differences at a finer level, including differences in synaptic patterns and neuronal density. It is beyond the scope of this article to provide a comprehensive review of all known neuroanatomical differences. We have provided notice, blah, 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 blah. But here it is. Okay. God damn it. Oh, please.
Told you our brain. I told you our
I'm
brain
trying
is
to
bigger.
find a specific sentence that says that has nothing to do with
I
intelligence.
told you our brain is bigger.
The study has
Yes, it
provided.
is bigger, but it is not. It does not have
Size
anything
of a
to do with
brain doesn't go
intelligence.
to intellect,
It
though.
does
It's
not.
not the size of the brain that determines intellect.
Okay. Well, so let me ask you a question. Who's smarter, a woman or a
Hold
man?
on. This is what your brains do.
98.6% of our DNA was
What the
human.
hell would my
Besides
ethnicity
That's
have
not.
to do with anything?
the humans and
This is what your
chimpanzees
brains
diverged
do.
from a common ancestor relatively recently in evolutionary terms.
We're not
The
talking about chimpanzees. Jesus Christ. Males
you
and
said-
females exhibit different patterns of transmitting, regulating, and processing biomolecules.
She ain't trying to understand what you saying, Emily.
Okay, please let me understand. Please let me understand why this had to go from male and female to chimpanzees.
I said
Wait,
men are
what
biologically
happened?
different than women, right? And I
Yes.
actually did you understand the differences and how different we are? And you said no, we're more similar than we are different. I said I agree, but by that same logic, we're more similar to chimpanzees than we are not. So to make the cross tangent, and I proved it by bringing up the information that says we're 98.6% biologically similar to chimpanzees. We have 50% of the DNA with bananas. So finding the similarity to say we the same thing is what my point being is
It
just
negates.
because it's a small differential in a DNA sequence, it's a huge difference. Even
It's
if it's
not.
just biologically a small, it's a huge difference. If it's even just 0.2%, the difference between Down syndrome and not is a chromosome. Like it's very small genetic mutations that change why we're different. But when it comes to biological research, we're inputs and outputs. There's an electrical receiver and electrical output. We are complete. They're nowhere near the same thing. They go together perfectly. But
Here's the thing, Marcus. This is why you can we piss, we shit, we eat, we fuck, we all of the
You know who
we
else
do
that?
everything the same
Chimpanzees
except
do that.
I have a baby and you put the things out that make the baby.
Or what do we do
I
different?
don't understand what y'all don't understand about. I can pick up shit, you can pick up shit. I can
Chimpanzees
spit
can do
at
that
you,
too.
you can spit at me.
But bro,
I can
what do we
talk,
do
you can
different?
talk. You can walk, I can walk. We are
Chimp can do
literally
that
more
too.
like
What do we
physically than
do
we are
different,
different.
though? What do we do
Chimp
different,
can
bro?
do everything you describe a chimpanzee can do. That was my point.
That's
But we're not
fine, but
chimpanzees.
we are still more alike than we are different. But the
I agree
chimpanzees
with
can't
that.
talk. The chimpanzees can't go to school and learn. The
Yes,
chimpanzees
they can.
can't drive a car. The
Yes, they
chimpanzees,
can.
we literally can do all of the things
Ch-
that you all can do. We
Outs-
just have little differences.
Little difference is chimpanzees have sign language, so they can speak. They go to school and they can drive a car. They can do everything a human can do outside of verbal speech. Look it up.
Damn, Bohemian, I think we got you on it. So, Bohemian, what do we do different? Do you know what we do different?
You got a dick, I got a vagina.
I
can have a baby. You can't. Like, literally, functioning in society. That is what is different about us.
Bo, I love you, but you highlight the problem with feminism so much. Every time
I'm not a feminist. Please don't. Okay, hold on. Hard line. Don't call me a feminist. I'm not a feminist. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this with y'all. I'm not a feminist.
You're not a feminist, that's fine. I give you that. You say you're not a feminist, all right. But the ideology that you have has close similar. Your ideologies are more alike than they are different from feminism. How about that?
My ideologies are with science. What are you talking about?
Oh my God. Bo. No.
I mean, listen, I understand the men's need to feel bigger and more superior than someone.
What?
And I know that it crushes your ego. The fact that women are out here. I literally have shit on my social media that shows you that I can outbuild y'all. I can outfix your house. Literally.
So you're saying you can
outwork
her?
There's not much difference between us. It's just not. Okay. Socially, it is. Physically, I literally can do most of what you can do.
Well, what can't you do?
What's hard about this?
It's self-explanatory. It really is. But they said that the biological similarities between men and women are 98.2 similarities. Guess what the biological similarity between male chimpanzees, female chimpanzees, and male humans and female humans? 98.6. I'll rest my fucking case.
Okay. Y'all, I know y'all, okay, you can have that. You are right. We are completely different. I can't do shit you can do. You're right about that. We are different. I am a weak, dumb girl, and y'all are just the smartest, most superior people because you have bigger brains. Like, I don't.
If that's
what you want to believe, yes, we can believe that, and I will go with that from now on. I'm just stupid. I'm just a dumb girl. Please teach me.
Here's the interesting thing about what you're saying, right? I never made any assertions about what your competency was, what you could or couldn't do. In fact, when you listed things that you could do and humans can do, I said chimpanzees can also do that. I never made any slights to women. I never put women down. I never said you were the one who said our brains.
Tell me the difference.
That didn't come from me.
Okay. But what you're saying is there are these big differences between us, even though we're so similar, but we're so different. Tell me the difference.
Oh, hold on, hang the hell on. Chat, I know y'all ain't gonna let Ray get away with that backdrop. Y'all should be roasting her for that backdrop.
Well, leave the Ray alone. Leave Ray alone. But Bo, again. 98.2.
I'm learning how to be a content creator like you guys. I'm learning from you guys.
Yeah, enlighten me on the differences then. Tell me how we're so different. Tell me what I can't do that you can do.
They said what
you can't get somebody pregnant.
I said that.
That's huge.
I said that.
That's enough. I don't
can't work 20 years in the oil.
Okay, because
you can't work 20 years. You can't work 20 years in the oil, man.
Things that I agree with.
I could.
The difference.
No, the hell you can't.
I could.
Prove it. When has a woman ever done it?
When was she allowed?
She allowed now.
Loud.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
So would you say you had the strength of men, like you could beat men up and all that too? Generally.
The right one,
yes.
The right one.
Do you know I'm 5'9", 230. I'm not weak.
The average man is like 5'7", 150 pounds.
Yeah.
First of all, your weight is
Lakeisha, do you know how big I am?
You're gonna get tired quicker. For a woman having that much above her BMI that much.
You look pretty tall, so I would guess like what 6'1", like 6'1".
That don't have 230.
No, I'm
5'9".
I've never seen you stand up on camera though, but I can just tell from like you look tall.
You weigh more than men your height.
Yeah. So Listen,
And
if
I'm
I had
taller than a
to
lot of
fight
men too,
a
and I'm
woman who was
average height.
300
How
pounds,
tall a man is
400
5'9", man?
pounds, it don't matter what the weight is. Like, do you know, like, your average dude will beat up a lot of professional women boxers? Like, we're not equipped the same. And I only brought it to that extreme because I wanted to see the level of delusion we were talking about right here. Men and women are completely different. And if you could take it as far as think that your physical strength is comparable to a man's, you out of your mind. I'm sorry. Like, you never obviously fought
My
a
husband has
man like
seen me
that. Like,
exercise my physical strength against
that
a
I
means
man.
didn't say
nothing.
that
He
I
would
could.
crush
I
you
just
in a
said
moment's
I
notice.
didn't beat him up.
I never
He
said that
let
I
you.
could
Beat up
beat
no
up
man.
He
most
let
men.
you.
I just
He
said
let
I
some,
you.
didn't
yes.
say no. I didn't say him. I'm saying he has seen me when a man has tried to get physical with me. I try and like not opt him into it, even though he would love to. So if I have first dibs on beating up a man, that'll put me in a
So your
position where
man, you're gonna go on record saying that your man watched you fight another man first before
nah,
he.
not first. I beat him up though, not
Wait,
first.
no. Let's explain this for real. We got to talk. We got to go ahead and
Okay,
walk this
y'all want to
back.
know the story?
Yeah, we want to
Is
know the real story because it sounds like
I'm not gonna
straight
tell it.
trash.
Okay,
But
I'm
let's
gonna tell
go.
you the story. So something happened while we were out, and when it escalated to get physical, I got very defensive because when they started fighting and he felt played and he got beat up, he said to my husband, I take you up out of there. And I was like, single mother who? So then the second round definitely was, yeah, because I
So
took
you
that very
saying that
offensively.
your husband beat him up first,
Yeah.
and he's already trashed, and then now you fight him.
You can't assault that.
What we doing?
Laughing. That's
Because
not funny. Don't laugh at that. Do not indulge in these men's delusions.
what would the ideology? What would the descriptive term for the ideology? So when I'm speaking of this, I can describe it exactly. Because clearly, I'm speaking to the ideology. So what would you call that ideology?
Hold on, and wait.
No, I need to hear this so I don't call a feminist by accident again. What would the ideology be that I'm referring
For
to?
what? Whoa. For what?
The ideology that she exists in a framework where she compares men to women as equals in all things, and
I never said equal.
most things.
I never said we were
I don't
equal.
think that. Okay.
I literally said we were different. I
I
just said we're
think
not that different.
that like
Y'all don't be listening to me.
Bo's point is just that like we aren't so vastly different where like we can't come to some type of middle ground because a lot of y'all's points be on
Never
like
said nothing about
one
that.
whole extreme a lot of times
But
where
we're
y'all
so weak and we can't do anything.
yeah, y'all make us sound weak and docile, and our whole thing is
Dumb.
just like always concede to men. Where all we're saying is a lot of times it could just be a lot easier if you heard us out and like, just put it like this, right? What earlier
Y'all treat
Darwin
us
was
like
like, yeah, we're
subhuman.
gonna make the
That's what you
decisions,
do.
and if she wants to change the drapes, she could change the drapes. Like, man, that's all I get is the drapes. That's
Keep it on
it.
me. Keep it on me. Don't bring Darwin into this. Keep it on me.
Yes, y'all treat us like subhuman.
What's
Okay,
wrong
Y'all
with the
treat
drink?
us like we're beneath you.
You go
And we're
decide on the
not.
drapes, Darwin. You
So here's the thing. Here's the thing that's pissing me off. It is the fact that you all refuse to listen to how women experience you. And like I said last week, if in fact this is not a place where you are listening to someone's experience and taking it into account so that maybe you can be better, then I don't need to be here. Because I'm telling you these things, not because I'm impressed with myself, but because I feel like every woman's experience matters, every man's experience matters because it helps us fine tune ourselves for each other. So if women are experiencing life a certain way and you are dating women and you are married to a woman, it counts when a woman tells you what her experience is so that you can listen to that and fine tune yourself because maybe there's something you're missing. Because I was extremely vulnerable with 3 of you guys here on my panel when I told you I need to hear you because there's something that I am missing. And I think that that matters. And if it does not matter, and if nothing that I say matters and you're going to dismiss it, and you just dismiss it and say, you sound like a feminist, I don't need to be here. That's my point.
Look, all I can say to that is I understand that everybody comes from different realities. There used to be a time where all of us read the same damn newspaper. So a lot of us picked up the same damn ideology. Now it's an algorithm training our brains in different ways. But regardless, the facts still matter. If you desire a specific mate, I think that's the bottom line of these conversations. If you desire a specific person, and it's a double standard from a woman's position. If you desire to get married, to get picked, you have to qualify. You have to optimize yourself for that man, or you can die alone. Per Kevin Samuel's word. And that's the game. The market
R.I.P. to
wins.
him. He didn't die alone. R.I.P. to him.
What?
R.I.P. to Kevin Samuels, because he did not die alone. He died with a prostitute by his side.
I did not.
Damn, put some respect on his name.
So
No.
I do kind of want to address
R.I.P.
it. I do you so all right, well, whatever. If you don't want, I don't know.
Didn't you have, hold on, wait. First of all, this man passed away. Don't you think you should show some condolences for him?
I said R.I.P. to him, and he did not die alone. He died with a prostitute by his side.
She wasn't a prostitute though. It was somebody who was actually vetting. That's false.
Oh, was it his wife?
She was a piece of ass.
That was false. That was somebody that he was seeing.
Was it his wife, Lady O? We always talk about wives on here.
It wasn't his wife, but it was somebody who was vetting. But you trying to make it seem like she was just getting paid to sleep with him.
That's what she said. That's what she said.
Who said that?
The lady that was there that caught
Where
the
the
cops when he
receipts at?
croaked. What?
That ain't what
Not the
was
receipts?
that's false.
What you mean? She said they had went on the coke bench the night before. It's all in the reports.
That's false.
But still, regardless,
I'm just saying what she reported to the police.
We show condolences for
She
whenever
was a
you spoke
nurse.
about your loved one.
I
And,
said R.I.P. and he did not die alone. What
Yeah, but you
R.I.P.
brought
Don't
It
R.I.P.
wasn't
mean?
necessary to bring up a prostitute and all that other stuff. And
It wasn't necessary to bring him up at all, but you brought him up, so I said R.I.P. because he did not die
actually
alone.
was necessary because I coined a phrase he typically used.
And then I, out of
For the sake of
respect,
plagiarism, I give him his credit for it instead of trying to stamp it as my
and out
own.
of respect, I said R.I.P. That's
Okay,
what
man.
you're supposed to say when you talk about dead people.
I'm just saying this audience will obliterate you for not
Baby,
only.
I'm not worried about your audience. What you thought? What you thought this was, Darwin?
Okay, I'm just
Oh,
saying.
okay.
A lot
I'm
of
just
women get
saying.
mad whenever the chat come for them.
You would never see me get mad about some strangers I don't know, baby. You do not know me.
But still, we should maintain.
And I said R.I.P.
But
What else you want me to say?
Would you walk it back?
We can't dig them up. What you want me to say? We can't dig them up. What you want me to say?
Could you walk it back about the prostitute?
We should dig him up and post him on his mama front porch.
She called
But that's
herself.
just
She
my
said
opinion.
herself she was a paid lady that was having a coke binge with him. She said that out her own mouth, and she's also a registered nurse. If that makes it any better.
First of all, he had no smugs in his system. The man died of a pulmonary embolism. Y'all know what that is? He had pulmonary hypertension. He had pulmonary hypertension. Y'all gotta stop that. Please stop that falseness.
So are you the coroner, Miss Lady-O?
There was no smug. There was no drugs.
You don't want to go for her.
Stop that.
I'm asking her, was she there?
Honey.
You don't want to come for her.
I asked the question. Is she the coroner?
I'm just saying, don't do that because she will put you in your place.
You can't put me nowhere, baby. She not God.
You ain't
She can't put me nowhere. I'm asking her, was she the coroner?
Wig head is help us talking smack. Okay, take that damn wig off. Let's see what you really.
Are you the coroner?
Not you and got your. Wait a minute now, lady. Not you done went got a silk press.
I
Lady O, don't be acting like that because you done got a silk press, Lady O.
No,
don't be acting like that because you got a silk press.
Hold on,
don't do that now.
Don't do that, girl.
Don't do that. You done went to your hair appointment. Now you trying to act
but
up.
it's my hair though.
And you got I got a wig on it, and the men still don't want you.
Off, baby.
You out here crying and you old as hell. You mad because men don't want you, baby.
Baby, I got a man raggedy. I just said he work overnight.
You're mad. You're mad. You out here crying about a man. You had all them kids and niggas still don't want you. Let's talk about
it. Man, baby, what are you talking about? And
don't want one. You old as hell. You old as hell. You gonna try to come for me?
Okay, wig lady.
You paping for a nigga that's dead. You paping for a nigga that's dead.
Take your wig off.
I switch wigs.
I switch wigs. You snatch that raggedy cheap-ass wig off.
It's sold in. It's sold in. It's sold in, babe. Are you too old? Are you too old to know what a sewing is?
You sat up here and sewed.
Are you too old to know what a sewing is? It's a sewing.
Raggedy ass cat hair in your damn head. That shit look raggedy. You look like you're drunk. You look like one of them.
Now it's cat hair.
It's matted. You got some soul up.
Miss Storm, you still not a coroner. Why you caping for niggas that's dead? You caping for Kevin Sam. You still not the coroner.
It don't matter. It said they play post.
You running down his the autopsy
wig lady.
And I switched my wig.
It's because you didn't sew it in good. That's the reason why you gotta cover it up, baby. I was a cosmetologist for 25 years.
Cover it up.
What you mean? Take it off. Take that pink thing off. Let's see what your sew-in look like. Take it off. Take that wig off.
Let's see. Because when your old ass go to the gym, this what happens when you wrap your hair up for the gym.
I work out a lot of time. Okay,
stand up then. Let's see. Let's take it off.
Take a little matted looking wig off.
Where's my wig, man?
You look real bald headed without that hair.
You sound so old and bitter and jealous. You so mad. You out here, these niggas still don't want you.
Baby, I got a man, sweetheart.
These niggas still don't want you. I took it out now. What you gonna say?
These men are married.
Where he at? Where your husband at? Where your husband at, babe?
Right, he at work, baby. Where yours
That's
at?
what he told you. He probably on my line trying to sell me right now.
No, baby.
Because old ass helpers like you that run your mouth. It's old ass helpers like you that be running your mouth,
baby.
But them niggas be on my team though.
Okay.
That's why you out here trying to cape. You out here being a pig. You too old to be a pig.
Grow you some hair.
You too old. My hair's long as hell.
No, it's not. Your hair.
Check out my IG. I have natural hair as long as fuck.
Okay, Baldy.
Are you done, Storm, Oldie? Are you done, Grandma?
I'm still here.
Are you done, Great Grandma?
Okay, yup.
Are you done, Ancestor?
Yup, all this beautiful gray hair.
And that old ass man still don't want your ass after half all
baby. Yeah, okay.
That's why you out here with these men. They don't want you.
Okay.
And you still didn't get picked. You still didn't get picked, Storm.
Okay, all right.
You still didn't get picked.
All right, boo-boo. Okay, boo-boo.
Are you done, Storm?
Where yours at?
Where your grandbabies at? Are they in the bed? Where your great grandbabies at? Did you get them something for Christmas?
They're with their wives. They're with their mom, their parents, baby. What else you want?
What else you want? I took this off. You done? I stay switching my wigs.
You bald headed off the wig. I was a hairstylist for 25 years.
I'm not bald headed.
You're bald headed as hell.
You're too old to know what a sewing is.
Okay, I'm 53 years old, baby. I've been here for 25 years.
You said you 83.
No, baby. I said I'm 53. Oh, she just trying to be funny. Don't let
Girl, you is not 53.
You're not young either, honey. You're not young.
You is not younger than my mama. Stop it.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's fine. Why
is your old ass on her with us anyway?
Why am I arguing with trash?
Why is your old ass even on her? Why the fuck you not sleep?
Look, honey.
Why the fuck you not sleep, old lady? Don't you need your rest?
Because I'm not working on my business, you bum.
You not working on the business. You going back and forth with me. You need some rest with your old tired ass. Why you out here arguing?
Girl, you was a gutter rat. Okay,
Can you even see me?
You are a gutter rat.
What's a gutter rat? You said
Trash.
Alabama. That's what they say in Alabama.
Trash.
The cheapest state in America to live in. You gonna come
I live in Atlanta, you little raggedy trick.
Now you live in Atlanta. Which part of Atlanta do you live in?
Yep, in Sandy Springs. And I got a bed and I got a Range Rover. And I live very well. I live in Buckhead. I live
so why you on here right now?
And I drive a Range Rover.
So why you on here right now?
Well.
So why you on here right
home,
now? Doing what? That Wi-Fi janky is a mother.
Okay.
What do you do from home, lady-o? Doctor?
Fight.
She too damn old. That's what I'm saying. It be old, pick me, black.
Girl, shut up, bald-headed. Girl,
y'all supposed to be giving us direction, but instead you're trying to compete. That's what's wrong.
You're trash.
You old assholes always trying to compete. That's y'all problem now. And don't nobody want your burnt out ass when you get done trying to compete with me.
I already know what I got, but go ahead, boo-boo.
Girl, that old ass man don't want you. Duh, that's why you on here now. Look,
I'm on here because I was invited.
You on here looking stupid now. Niggas don't want you, baby. They never did. They never did.
That's a man, though. What are you talking about?
Where he at? He invisible?
I just said he worked, baby.
Where he working at this late?
What you want from me?
This nigga old as dirt. Where he working at this late? This nigga old as dirt. Where do he work at this late?
Hold on, you little smut.
Where do this nigga work at this late in the graveyard? Where do he work? Where do this nigga work this late at night? Why you quiet? Why you quiet, Grandma?
None of your business.
Oh, now it's the secret. You were just popping it about this nigga. Now
no, you the one started with me.
You started with me because I said you think you a coroner. You think you a coroner.
You are freaking a trashy chick. You are bald-headed, you are raggedy, and nobody wants you. The only thing they want is your mouth on their dick. That's all you're worth. You're not worth nothing else. You never had a ring. You don't have kids. You're probably on antidepressants. You're probably 2 steps from commit suicide because you ain't worth a dime, baby. I had my life. I admit, I was married. I have kids. 3 are married. I have 3 grandchildren. And yes, I do have a man.
So what wisdom do you have to share? What wisdom
I don't have to share you, baby. I don't have to do anything.
I'm just saying, what wisdom do you have to share?
Don't worry about it. You will see in due time. People close to me know who he is. Don't worry about it.
No, I said, what wisdom do you have to share?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I'm not worried about it. I don't
give out
you
trash.
You owe us to be my grandma. You look stupid right now.
Okay, all the little shots, that's fine. But I'm gonna tell you one thing I have on you.
You owe us to be my grandma. You're supposed to be sharing wisdom, not trying to.
How old are you, honey? 45.
I'm 45.
Yeah, you 45.
Well, if I'm 45, you 75.
Okay, that's fine. I'm still here though. It doesn't matter. I hope I'm here at 75.
Well, you got one foot in the grave, so be easy.
Girl, shut up, trash. You're nothing but a gutter rat. You just proved my point the whole night. You're not on my level. You never have. You never.
Why your old ass ain't in the bed?
You got a shit
on the bed. In Atlanta.
Go to bed.
It's 2 o'clock in Atlanta. Why your old ass ain't in the bed?
Y'all, please let's try and recenter. Wait. Everybody just calm down. We're gonna chill. We're gonna chill. We're gonna try and
what?
People just learn how to use the internet. They try.
All right.
You motherfucker just learn how to click on that little
camera. Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Old as fucking dirt.
Girl, 53. Your mama old as dirt.
My mama young.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
You claim you younger than my mama. Girl, you older than my
girl. You are trash. You just triggered because I called your whole ass out.
Ray.
You triggered because your old ass needs.
We're not gonna get anywhere with this. Wait.
Yo, lady, Ray, come on now.
She started with me.
That's fine. But y'all can end this.
No.
Please stop.
But listen, y'all. This is all I'm saying. This is all I'm saying. Y'all don't have to do this. You don't have to go back and forth. There is no actual point that we're proving. Ray, if you say your life is great, then your life is great. We have no reason to disagree. Lady O, you're saying you lived a great life. You have great children and great grandkids. Okay, then it's great. You have no point to prove. We're fine. We're fine, y'all. It shouldn't come to this just because we have a difference in opinion. It's okay.
I'm just trying to warn y'all. That's all. People ain't gonna take. A lot of people ain't gonna take
It's
disrespect.
only 11:30 here. I got time.
Lord Jesus. We just
Y'all
let's
can beat
try
up
and
on me.
recenter and
I'll be
grow
against
from
that.
this moment. Can we just like just try and respect
Niggas
each
told me to
other?
take this off. I took it off. What's up? Why everybody quiet?
All right, Ray.
God.
Ray want that smoke.
Why niggas quiet
We
though? I
got some
took
super
it
chats.
off.
The band.
Honestly,
All
there's
right, Ray.
nothing to prove. There's
There, there never
there's
was.
nothing to prove, and that's
It's
kind of the
it's
point. Is
always
like
old
There,
women trying to
we
compete with
Ray,
young
there
women.
is
there's no
nothing for you to
sense
Hold on,
prove.
in
What
Sierra.
we
Sierra was
know,
being nice. Hold on. Let's see her again. She was being nice. Ray. She not really. She was being nice to you. Go ahead, Sierra.
there's no point to prove. There's nothing to defend, and like we're sitting here disrespecting each other as Black people and as Black women. Okay, first of all, it's extraordinarily distasteful. And second, it's not progressing anything. You're not getting anywhere. You're not getting a cookie. You ain't making any extra money off of arguing. It doesn't affect either one of y'all's
I
lives.
agree with her. You don't have to tell me that because it wasn't me at all. She started it. I was nothing but
Okay,
nice to
but
that lady.
it's
I had
the
nothing to
fact
do
You
with
that we're
started
it.
doing
it.
the
You called
whole
me bald
blame
head. Said I
game
had
is
a.
You started
unnecessary.
with me
Like,
first.
stop.
Hey,
It's disrespectful and it's unnecessary. Straight up. It doesn't matter who started it.
We don't need you to tell us that. You tell her that. We don't need you to tell us that. You're not here
Be a
long
grown
enough.
lady,
woman, then if you don't
No.
need me to tell
because
you that, then
Don't
you
try
just
to
got,
tone
simply do
police
it.
me.
hold on,
Do
Sierra.
not try to tone
Lady
police
O,
me.
you got 20-something-year-olds telling you stuff. You don't have to argue with them. You
Yeah.
can just be
That,
like,
no, it's not her
okay,
place to tell
you
us nothing.
right.
It's not her
Let's
place.
You
act like
are
we
old
It's
too
are
not
the
damn
her
to play.
place.
elders.
You're
It's not
very
her
Hey,
You're
childish
the
place.
y'all
for
can't
that.
just
elder.
double team
She's too
team
fucking
lady.
old
It's
to
not
be
her
that
Yo.
place.
childish.
It's
No,
not your
I'm
place to
Frankly,
not
tell us
as
trying to
a
nothing.
do that.
panelist
I'm just
on this
saying,
panel,
like,
as somebody who
let's
was
act like
invited
we
to
are the
be a part
Ma'am,
of this
we
elders.
don't care.
conversation, it is my place to engage in the conversation.
It
Thank you.
is.
No,
And
it's
I'm
not.
going to continue to
We
engage in the
don't
She is
care.
a old. She is what you
and
call an
my
old
thing
fool.
is, at the end of the day, it's
Hold on, Ray. Come on,
unproductive
Ray.
She's
to
an
sit
old
here
fool.
and continue to
Ray, don't
disrespect
do
each
that.
You
other
ain't no
as
old
Black
fool.
people.
Come on, Ray.
You are straight.
As 40 and up
You
people,
are a gutter rat.
as 40 and up people, we need to be the
Y'all.
example. It's sad that the 20-something-year-olds are the example right now.
Ma'am,
As
don't do that. We're not talking
40-somethings,
about them. They
no,
need to
as
learn how they need to learn.
40-somethings,
That's
because
a part of life.
because you
Age has
talk
nothing to
about
do with it.
examples all the
Age has
time.
nothing to do with
Be
it,
the
Bohemian. So
example,
stop.
Lady O. If you can't be
Bohemian.
the
Age
example,
don't have
then do
nothing to do
not
with it.
ever
So cut
set
that out.
yourself as an example
No,
of
no,
anything,
that's not what an
because
example
you
is.
being here
No,
trying to
ma'am.
teach these
No,
two
ma'am.
women
I don't
who
owe these,
are
I don't owe
20
these women
somethings
nothing, honey.
as a
That's not the
53 year
case.
old, you don't have no ground to stand on now
I don't care
because
about
you
them
have
like
not
that. I
been
don't
no
All
really
right, y'all. Let me
example
get
for
to these.
them
Hold on. Let me get to
today.
these super chats, man. Let me get to these super chats.
I
Period.
do not care about them.
Hold
I
on.
don't know them.
Lady
Oh,
O. Lady
okay.
O. Let me get to these
See?
super chats. We done with this. Dr. Steele, 35 months, remember? Some men are worthy of submission, and unfortunately, some aren't. Dr. Steele, $10. A man who submits to God is worthy of submission. Separately, a worthy man understands right from wrong, knowledgeable, intentional, assertive, and goes for his life. Jimmy Devon became a member. Welcome. Willie, holding your mate accountable to achieving their full potential is the deepest form of love. Ladies, don't listen to that pink shirt at all. That's our brother from yesterday, Darwin. OCPD Coach 499. Naomi speaking facts with the fire emoji ink. Bo, make sure your dog Chewy account stays active because marriage isn't in your future. Hink, $2 says Darwin, stay off the coat. BTK, 18 to 21 years old without discipline is wasting lifetime years. Doug Will, also member for 40 months, man. Can someone explain how dating experience makes you a better spouse? BTK, if happy with yourself first, you will draw good men near. Oh, there was somebody highlighted that HQ reacts $5. Sierra, you're absolutely correct. Don't let these unhealed people gaslight you. You thought about this. Good. You are correct. Marno, $2 super sticker. Crisp 333, $10. I don't understand this. Sierra was given an example of a perfect world where young people are thought about marriage but still went back to trauma to give an excuse for marrying later. HQ $2. Here comes the old lady shame and blame. HQ 25 is a good age to start the process of marriage. Don't let people make you ashamed for having sex when you want to. EKNA, $2. If your age is good for sex, you should marry. HQ $5 sex and marriage, two different desires, two different time frames. Crips 333, $5. Sierra's described an ideal world where young people learn about marriage, yet she cited trauma as a reason for marrying later, which is confusing. Browner with the 99-cent super sticker. HQ, I love the way Amira shames other women because she's married. I love the mammy alert on the female. HQ, why do these combos always roll around to people having sex with you always leading that subject, Darwin? Browner with the $5 super sticker. Crisp, the brain fully develops at 25. Idea is biased. It's an oversimplified average, not a rule, often unfairly removing responsibility from young adults capable of rational thought. HQ, she just said pawn her horny kid off and an old man or equally horny human. G's. HQ again, Amira is trying to look her nose down on single women and divorced women. We know what she's doing, and she do too. Brandon, I keep my daughters around women like Naomi, Lady Di, Lady O, and Amira. I protect my daughters from the mentality of the remaining female panelists. HQ, Amira is sneak dissing all the time. Hard. HQ again, Lady O keeps saying the men are bums and they need to get a work ethic. HQ again, not the best practices. He gaslighting. We married at 29% rate. What men are trying to stand on is wrong and ain't working. HQ again, Darwin talking. Ignice, listen how it's done. D-Rod, $5. If a woman really wants a father, she will actually want him more after the baby. D-Rob again is if the father is the one you want, then you will stay with him either married or not. The lady of 20 years is living proof. D-Rob, Mr. Lapeef, fellas, keep doing your mother of the thing. Brandon still 499 if she has multiple men paying child support for the same child. Barno again. When y'all see me go off the screens because I have to take my beard for a walk. Barno, 0.99 super sticker. Captain Caveman, $5. Ray, remove that iron board behind you and let's see how junky and old your trailer is. That's my ass, huh? And Brandon still became a YouTube member. Welcome. I thank everybody that has contributed to the platform. Thank you guys for tuning in tonight. Y'all make sure to hit the like button and also make sure you subscribe to the channel on your way out to make sure we support each other. And all that being said, y'all enjoy y'all night and we are out.